Ladies and gentlemen, it is the elimination semi-finals here. Two teams in rarefied air, already exceeded expectations. Envy up against Luminon Gaming, and these two teams lock horns. Dan, this one's going to be a big one.
Oh, an absolutely huge series, not just for us as commentators and the players on the stage, but for continents as well. Europe have made it to a championship Sunday, a Halo World Championship for the first time ever in history. This is huge for these players on the main stage, and there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders for Europe. And of course, for Envy, they'll be defending that throne for North America to try and knock them down and get into the top three. You mentioned it, this is uncharted territory for both of these teams. How many times do we get to this situation at a World Championship and you'll see the likes of a FaZe or a Space Station in this position and they will knock down that squad they go up against?
I think uncharted territory, absolutely. But both teams sitting across from one another, because they've never been here before, both feeling the exact same pressure and both trying to navigate it at the same time. The most experienced player on the stage in this situation is SLG.
Well, as you can see on your screens, it is best of sevens all day long, which personally I cannot wait for. This is something we've been asking for absolute years here in Halo Infinite. And this is how the map records are looking for both these teams. Now, whether you're an Envy fan, a Luminon fan, one thing you'll notice when you look at this graph, it's very up and down. It's going to swing back and forth, and that's one of my favorite things about best of sevens. You're not going to see any team now today on Championship Sunday having a weak series. There might be a couple of games here or there, but because you've got the elongated series here, you'll have that chance to bounce back with one of your better game types.
Let's talk about Live Fire Strongholds. That's going to be the one that opens us up here. Envy 3-1 versus Luminon's 4-5. Now, historically, Strongholds was very strong for Europe. SLG and Quadrant, they really changed the game. They were so innovative, but not seen as much success on Live Fire.
Well, they set the pace for Strongholds. They kind of innovated. They taught everyone how to play it, but then everyone started catching up. So naturally, losses are going to happen. You have to remember with those records as well, think back to last event, Luminon Gaming finished top 12. Like, they just fell flat. They didn't look like themselves. They hadn't boot camped. This event, however, Luminon made sure they were already out here. They were boot camping. They finished top 3 in the online tournament that just happened a week ago, and they look in fine form. I did have a chance to speak to SLG a little bit earlier, and he said, I'm so glad it's a best of 7, because sometimes we do start a little bit slow. We have to make a few tweaks. When they lost to Cloud9 yesterday, a 3-0 loss, it looked like maybe this tournament was going to fall flat for them, but they made those adjustments, they made those tweaks, and now they find themselves here on Championship Sunday. And I just want to take a second to speak about that young man on your screen as well. Wooten, the first ever mouse and keyboard player to make it to Championship Sunday. History maker himself alongside the rest of their team. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders for the mouse and keyboard community.
Taking a look at the kills per minute leaderboard then. Optic Gaming's Renegade sits atop with a 1.73. But you'll see Envy's Precision and Luminon's Rutum neck and neck with a 1.70 and a 1.69. Very little to separate those two. Yeah,
very impressive to be up there, and I think they're both going to be players that we have to keep an eye on throughout this series, as being someone who just really stands in the forefront of this team and leads the way. How many times did we see yesterday Precision getting hold of that sniper rifle and being by name and by nature hitting those shots and ensuring his team are in a position where they could benefit from the shots he was hitting. But he's going to be going up against some good snipers on the other side from Luminon as well. So it's not going to be maybe as easy as it was in previous games yesterday, where he was able to scoop up that sniper rifle with very little resistance.
Let's talk about Envy's journey up until this point. Always looking so good online, threatening to break into that top 4, but stumbling and falling short time and time again. This is their moment, and what a time to do it at the Halo World Championships.
And I think we saw their reaction yesterday when they reached Championship Sunday. It was elation. They all made sure they got together, had a little huddle just to celebrate that moment, but now you need to focus on getting that one step further, because yes, this is perhaps further than you thought you might have got at the start of the tournament, but you look at the path in front of you now. You are not against a team that has been here a ton of times, that has all of that experience. You are also going someone on the same playing field as you. Both these teams know how important and what an opportunity this is to make history for themselves.
We often talk about the pressures of moments. Big series. All eyes on this man. Precision. Absolutely lethal when he gets a sniper rifle in his hand. Switching from Gears of War. An incredible player on Gears of War. His best placement in the HCS was top 6. 4 times a champion in Gears of War, and how he would love to lift the gold here in Seattle.
But it's something that we've been mentioning ever since we saw him come into Halo Infinite, about how he's going to be familiar on that main stage. He's going to know what it's like to be in these big games, in these big moments, but he's not had that opportunity yet to really show what he can do when he's under that pressure. I'm expecting him to be unbelievable this series. I think he is going to live and breathe this moment, and he is really going to set the pace for the rest of the team.
There is Wutum on your screens. It's well documented. Mouse and keyboard player. The Flying Finn. He's really been the crown jewel of Europe since his... It must be said that he exploded onto the scene. He came from nowhere. As a matter of fact, he came from Splitgate. That's where he was all the time, hiding over on Splitgate. And what a gem Europe has found.
I mean, eventually a team took a risk on him, and they said this kid seems to have that little bit of magic, but will that magic be enough to send Luminon Gaming that one step further into the elimination finals? We'll find out shortly, because it looks like we are just about...
Let's go, Woodham!
Uncharted territory. Deep, deep waters. It's time to sink or swim.
Shields up, weapons hot.
We're underway.
Woo! I love that.
To hear that on Championship Sunday. For one last time here in Halo Infinite, our World Championship, as now we see Glory already getting hold of that sniper rifle. We didn't get a chance to mention Glory that much in the pre-round.
Dang, I thought he was able to repulse that.
Important to this team, especially when it comes to objective work. Glory is always first in on strongholds, trying to take those fights, but it is going to be Envy taking the lead here early. Luminol off that starting strategy, just not really able to get their footing.
You spoke about early. Glory was here at 8:20 a.m. shooting, warming up, getting ready. The motivation for these two teams is at its highest. This is the furthest they have gotten. Picky gets a kill down bottom middle. Woodham forces Picky to back away, using that QT. Drops down on top of Woodham, drops the elbow, picks up the sniper rifle.
These players have to remember this is a marathon, not a sprint, with it being a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. Not many of these players, if any, have ever played a best of 7 on that main stage, just because of best of 5s featuring up until grand finals previously. It means you can take a little bit more time. You don't have to worry if you do go down. You've also got to be prepared.
Come on, I kind of want to see like the quadrant level dominance in the strongholds. So far, they need to catch up to Envy's lead. Small lead, early days, but you know.
Barely time to catch your breath, these players. The competition's at its highest. The cream has risen to the
I still
top.
think Strongholds is the most forgiving game type. You could be up 240 to nothing and still almost get come back on. That sounds weird, come back on.
They're going to use that to capture B. Precision goes back towards back tower to hold A. This is good from Envy.
Envy have done very well at out-rotating Luminon so far. As soon as Luminon starts to transition to one of these strongholds, Envy are just countering their rotation and heading around the other side of the map, and they are keeping Luminon just at a safe distance here, but also winning a lot of individual fights that are really changing the scoreline here.
QT'd right back to B.
Wutum's gone down again. Piggy's able to find him.
Which is where Luminon was contesting it.
Luminon aren't going to be over towards C. So again, another example of Envy recognizing
Okay.
pushing and instantly shifting towards A.
Envy applying so much pressure. They're getting the QTs, they're getting the camouflages. We haven't seen the sniper rifle be that effective so far, but that story can soon change. Lovely damage put down by Precision here as he spins on a dime, gets one more. Piggy had already stuck Glory. Now he just looks for information. His two of his teammates are in the respawn screen. He spotted out Snipe Drone. Who's headed towards Black Tunnel. He doubles back. Big trouble for the Englishman.
Dang,
Two
Precision's.
members of MB collapse.
Precision's pretty
Pincer,
damn
and they
good.
Take him down.
That gap is starting to get a little bit scary for Luminon Gaming.
Oh, I like that.
They don't want to allow Envy to get much of a lead. Cloud9, they allowed Envy to get too far ahead time and time again. They just couldn't do enough to claw their way back into each game because Envy are so good when they're able to get
I think
ahead
they're
and have
chanting
structure about
Envy,
Luminon will finally have the first
but I almost thought they were cheering LG.
LG. And SLG, the main man himself, is going to have the sniper rifle here. And we talk about Legend being the greatest European player.
Oh, he's right there.
Saying just how good SLG is as well. Remember, he was on that quadrant team that made history, and now he's making
Yep, that's what I was talking about.
history
That quadrant team that like went on an insane strongholds run.
Luminon did plant their feet. They started to find some form.
RIP quadrant.
Off the blocks after that initial pick onto SLG over towards tower. A and B still in control of Luminon. The fight's over here towards dummies. Rory tries to back away. Descendant's desperately trying to find him, but he's just managed to evade the attentions for now. SLG spins his grenade towards Cuts. Lovely shot. Descendant takes down SLG. No more shield to play with though. Piggy goes down as well. So it's a 2v2 on the map. Woodham's going to get C, but they're going to lose B.
It's evident Luminon also falling victim to a slow start again here as
You love to see it. Love to see Woodham get some screen time on the main stage. Wasn't his best play, but the mouse and keyboard phenom will always be a favorite of mine.
But I will say Envy looking very confident in their shot. Sender though not able to get the better of SLG this time.
SLG 10, 6, and 7, leading his team in the charge for victory here on map number 1. And it can just
Nice,
be one
nice.
that settles the nerves. You go one up to the good.
Yeah, you can let him have C.
Remember, folks, this is the best of 7.
Yeah, that camo's up, so I imagine there's going to be a big fight for it.
You have 4 chances, 4 victories required to progress.
Okay, looks like Precision just grabbed it.
Descended over towards scoreboard. Precision's got the camouflage again. This is what MD are doing very, very well, getting the power-up stat.
And I think off the back of that,
Yeah, a lot of the camos I think I've only seen the camos go to Envy.
If you really want to dive that deep down the rabbit hole, if your map pool isn't that great, can afford to have a couple of extra losses here in the best of 7. Now, Luminon are starting to catch up a little bit. Envy finally
Oh, B gets reset.
Back away.
LG will continue to score.
As a unit, but they've also been flanking far better.
Oh, the shots out of glory is good. And here comes the trip cap.
I didn't really need you boys. The double was already secured.
And here's the lead.
Luminon have the lead. They have a trip cap. Envy on the back foot.
This is what I was talking about. Stronghold's super forgiving game.
Cheering on the Europeans.
But you have to
It's beggars belief.
You have to capitalize on that momentum once it swings your way.
Representing us. But Envy are no easy task, and they've proven that this tournament. They might even be the slight favorites in this series. And Europe are quite happy to play the underdog.
Oh, he gets reset. That's okay. That's okay. LG still scoring with the B and C hold.
Probably top 8 at one point throughout this season as well, and now
SLG, where
fighting each other for top 3 at the World
he has the QT not anymore.
Now,
I was gonna say he could have QT'd away if he was really in trouble.
It's Luminon now who have a 50-point lead.
Hit the nades, yeah.
It's very easy to get back into things once you have that control, especially if you see all 4 of your team go down.
A and B now for Envy. Jackson shields get popped in towards house. SLG's quite happy with the damage he's done. Opts to rotate towards
3 dead for Envy.
3 to the grave. And now it's about predicting those spawns. You can see SLG takes control of tower. They're happy to let them spawn inside house. And wait to see what way Envy like to push. What way are they going to lean here? Resources are going to be sent towards B for Envy. Luminon recognized that. The problem is Woodham and Sniper Drone have gone down. There's been enough damage to make sure Glory can capitalize on 1 kill. Precision.
Oh, good nade.
For his teammates to
yes.
Come, but the health's not going to come quick enough. He's going to fall. A and C now. Held for Luminon. And they're very close to taking map number 1.
Oh, such good movement.
Oh yes. Dude, SLG's going off.
He knew
Observer was right to stay on his POV.
Steals away A from them and is able to then backstab, which means Luminon continue to score here.
Oh, look at that movement with the
26, they are now
repulsor.
only 20 points away from winning this game 1.
SLG playing this so perfect.
15 seconds away.
Does the damage, backs away, prioritizes staying alive. He knows how important he is on the map here. Just to
They're gonna get into B.
Gives it up
They
for a
might
moment.
have. They're probably gonna
Leans
cap
over
B.
to help his teammates on the sandbag side.
Enemy team score.
Patiently waits, happy to let Envy capture B. This next round of Slays is going to be so important, and for Envy, Dan, one more mistake and this map could be over.
And that's why Luminon are just taking their time here, trying to plan some form of attack, waiting for maybe a little bit of an opening.
Okay,
Hasn't
yeah,
happened.
LG's
That
3
is
dead right now, so they gotta
passage of play here for Envy.
they gotta wait and
Glory
regroup
is gonna go down,
and push
now
together.
EA taken, and now going to be total control. And now off spawn, Luminon are going to be at 6s and 7s a little bit here. They're going to be stuck over towards green.
Here
But I think
comes
they get a
the A
split
cap,
spawn, which actually
but the
might
sentence
work
here
out
at
for them
B.
Now they're going to try and take A. It's going to be very quickly off spawn for Envy to ensure they try and take B back, which they are going to. They are surviving for now.
Just threading water for now. Piggy inside A. Sending is there to provide cover fire. Sniper shot from top middle, won't find a home. Jackson continues to bait.
All right,
continues to jiggle.
LG's a little out of
The
sync right
Irishman,
now.
The man from Cork with the sniper rifle in his hands now. What can he do with the wig wobbler? Looks towards green. Nobody home for now. Piggy just about evades the snipe shot. And all of a sudden, Luminon allowing Envy to grow back into this one. 2 go down for Envy. But it's a 2v2 on the map. They're losing C but capturing A. This is a great decision for Glory just to go B.
I don't think he can, though. I don't think he can risk it. He knows that he's in a powerful position in the moment. He needs his teammates to be creating space for him. That would have been a big shot if he had hit it, but now he has to try and retreat, stay alive. But you are always so vulnerable in that position. B has been taken, though.
Oh, and they just stepped into A and B.
As Brutum unable to take down Descendant, and now Snipe drone in a big 1v1.
All right, this is
Advantage, 3 dead.
it's a game.
For his team.
It's a game for sure.
Over towards A. Sniper got 2 players in his crosshairs. He goes down. And Envy again, staying alive, staying afloat.
Oh, someone's inside B. Yes.
B and C in control of Luminon. They've lost a couple of members, put so many resources
They gained 2
into
seconds out of that.
B, and they've allowed Envy right back into this
And then the
one.
trip cap
Threatening a triple
for Envy
cap.
is
3 are dead again, and Luminon Gaming now this is
It's
where
about
you
to
start
happen.
To sweat a little bit. You are so close to taking game 1, but how many times
Come on, LG, don't get nervous.
European teams in a position like this where they are about to win, but then they just let it slip through their fingers. Luminon just need that one break, that one moment, but Envy have done fantastically here to deny them over and over again. And now look at the positions that Envy are putting themselves in. They are covering the angles. They are forcing Luminon to take a risk here with their push.
SLG heads over top middle. The play callers are gonna go and try a play for C. They're inside. Piggy gets one back tower. Sniper
No, they're 3 dead. LG's 3 dead. They're all dead.
All 4 dead now.
They have 1 push. They have 1 push.
Envy are about to take the lead here.
They might take the game. I don't even know if there's time. Brutum off spawn is going to be the first point of contact. You've got to jump in, but he cannot do it. And Envy, they steal game 1 away from
Damn.
Luminon. When Luminon was so close to
Well played,
taking
well played.
success in that
I'm
burst,
definitely rooting for LG.
denied by Envy.
It was a heist, a smash and grab.
I feel like they got nervous at the end.
They needed to.
They were so
started to play
close.
patient, started to play passive, and was that their undoing?
And now this is going to be one of those scenarios where you are thankful it is a best of 7. It does give you that little bit of extra time, but it will be a bitter pill to swallow for Luminon with just how close they were. But that's Strongholds in a nutshell. That's why we love that mode, because it is such a swinging game, back and forth like a pendulum, and it is so hard to predict. But Luminon will find themselves 1-0 down in the series. I mean, look like Envy were in so much control at the start of this game. As we look back at some of the highlights, they were up by 50, 60, 70 points. But then Luminon battled their way back. I think they went maybe 100 or so, maybe 150 points unanswered from Envy, but then just couldn't close it out.
The early game favored Envy. Luminon roared right back into things. Got themselves to 241 points, and they ended after that great mid-game on 245. Just could not wrestle back control. And Envy One game to the good. And you wonder, what does that do for the mentals of Luminon Gaming? How often do we see the European teams break our hearts, get so close? But it's all ifs and buts, maybes. And that's exactly what we've seen in game one. And you wonder, Slayer on Solitude, it's going to be much bigger for the Europeans than it is for Envy here.
It is a tough old Slayer for Luminon Gaming as well. They have struggled typically in this mapping mode. It's not going to be an easy one for them whatsoever. Envy, however, it is one of their better modes here at Jersey. Now, we are going to take a quick break because we have a temporary issue on the main stage that we're going to get fixed, so don't you go anywhere. When we come back, we will, of course, continue this elimination semi-final.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Welcome back, folks. We're still just ironing out a few of those issues on the main stage, making sure cables are in the right place and Ethernets are all hooked up. But what we do have is something very exciting, Dan, because the players were voting for the best clip on LAN of Halo Infinite, and it's come down to a couple. Ooh. It's Chicks Overkill, who we can announce, Dan, was a runner-up, which, for me, I'm not so happy about.
Not so happy about because you were commentating on it? And because you're a European?
I'm not talking about the bias.
Well, if you don't remember what Chicks Overkill was like, and I remember it very fondly, I can show you right now.
Yeah, this was sick here.
Once they recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick may be starting to heat up. Oh!
It's gonna be Lucid's Overkill. That was maybe number one.
Greatest clip of all time as far as I'm concerned, Dan.
Yeah, I think Golden Boy voted. He hates the Europeans, that's what I've heard. But yeah, that would be the runner-up. But of course, there has to be a winner. It was Lucid.
Yes.
And what he was able to provide
Told
on the
you.
main stage. Let's have a quick look and a memory of what that was like now.
Yeah, Mental was sniped top tower now. Wins a nice body shot onto the player, bottom trending. But Mental's going to back it up, not going to overextend. They lose 2 players, and once again, the ball is going to get played. Mental actually
Tries to play the snipe off the map, but it doesn't. Lucid catches it.
Mid-air before it can go off the map, and let's see what this means for Optic Gaming's new setup.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of that one completely. It's still a near full sniper, 7 bullets. Let's see what Lucid decides to do here. Ball is going to be able to draw some players off from ShotPie into some odd locations, and there's going to be one pick over into dummies, second pick onto the silo. Just going to jump out, no scope for the
And then...
Wait, can he do it all?
Lucid, you madman!
Oh, it just came.
Just a snipe, and he takes over with it.
An absolutely incredible clip, there is no doubt about it, Dan, but I'm calling shenanigans. I think it's politics. Lucid is just a bigger name. That's all it is.
I honestly, I love that clip, especially with Clutch going mental as well. I mean, both fantastic clips, both amazing memories as well. I think one thing that I loved is at the start of this clip was when he caught the sniper rifle. I mean, that is just something that adds, I think, a little bit of extra flavor to it.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, unbelievable. The fact you could do this on the main stage as well against these names, that's something you've also got to take into account. Look who you're going up against.
It also has to be said for Shopify Rebellion, you think, oh, don't worry about it, we've thrown the sniper rifle off the map, and all of a sudden, it ends up in Lucid's hands, and this is possibly the worst thing that could have happened. He hits some amazing shots, and to end it off, that player sliding from top tower, to hit that shot, body onto soul snipe, turns and whips, catches that shot's incredible. The whip, the adjustment of the crosshair to take down Mental, and the overkill. So I won't say rightfully the best clip of all time, but it's definitely in my top 2.
It definitely does feel like a full circle moment though, you know. Lucid, he kind of pioneered the way to play the game, to play li-fi, think of all the movement, and then all the combination of it, he gets rewarded with the best ever clip on LAN in Halo Infinite. Anyway, enough about the best clips we've seen so far. Perhaps we're going to have even better clips here at the Halo World Championship. Live in Seattle, we've got Envy versus Luminon. It's a best of 7. Envy have a 1-0 lead at the moment, and we are about to head into Slayer on Solitude. And as I was teasing you, Shurs, I know I like to tease every now and then, this is an uncomfortable mapping mode for Luminon. Typically, they have struggled in the past, but as I always say, if it was a mode you struggled in at the last event, you've probably put a good amount of practice in.
I think it has to be said for Luminon as well. The team we've seen at Charlotte, this is not that same squad. The preparation, the boot camp, the hours put in, the VOD reviews, they have gotten better and better in this last 2 or 3 weeks. A completely different team. And perhaps you can throw the form book out the window.
All right, Slayer Solitude.
What way will it
Let's
shake
fucking go, LG.
Early push for this camo, and it was initially challenged, but Jackson
Nice, taking out the camo player.
forced his enemies away, but then he is cleaned up in the end, so that camo will amount to nothing. But it's going to be Glory who gets hold of the shock rifle and can be the
Nice.
first to put it to work. And he will just whip it out after the melee. Maybe he thought he was initially going to get that kill, but it's going to be an early lead here for Luminon.
Glory posted up on glass, patiently waits. Gunfire rings out across the arena. Precision's got the snipe drone. Woodham's also fallen. Now pressure starts to come. Glory recognizes that, knows the push is going to be coming from yard. As he tries to stay away,
Nice.
tries to stay alive on loop, manages to pick up the pieces and the kill, the cleanup onto Precision. Turns attention towards Ascendant. Sends his name back to
Has that thrust.
Shock rifle completely out of ammunition now. He just realized that completely locked in. turns his attention toward top gold now. He's sort of on the periphery of the fights right now. And he gets back whacked. Not aware of that player behind him. Piggy, sneaky.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a frustrating one for Glory. You could see the confusion on his face when he did go down, but I believe the kill was traded out as he quickly called it to the rest of the team. It's a little bit of a sporadic start for both teams in the moment. No real control here on Solitude, but as we've already learned, not just at this tournament, but throughout this season in general, this can be a big swing game, just like we saw in the previous. You might have a lead, you might feel comfortable, you could be up by 10, 15, but all it takes is that 1-4 dead to regain control of the entire map, and then suddenly...
Yeah, again, early leads in Slayer don't mean much.
Up on the goal edge he went. Trades out with a stick on the Glory. We spoke about how important map 1 would be just to settle the nerves, ease the pressures, and it was Envy who secured it. Has that just taken the wind out of Luminon? They hold a 2-kill lead here. You have to feel like this Slayer is massive for many reasons, but just for the mental aspect of it. Being down 0-2 on Championship Sunday versus 1-1, the complexion of it's so much different, no matter how close you come. Wood up, Jiggle peeks over towards the LR, gets the kill. Luminon managing this one pretty well. They have a 1-kill advantage. Camouflage just pops up. Glory puts down damage, forced to back down. He's now on the low ground. Descendant picks up a Camouflage. That's 2 now for Envy.
Luminon need to find themselves with a little bit of security in this game. Get Snipe Drone into a position where he can begin to anchor a little bit more.
You need to get these camos. That's the second camo to Envy now. Granted, the first one they took out quite quickly, but
do a little bit more for the team. The same can be said for Yaxon. Remember, Yaxon
still not having camo is
on this Envy roster.
that's what happens.
Necessarily been able to find himself in the same positions he would like to be either, just because of at the moment a lot of the fights are just happening in random places and
Let's go, Woodham.
had any control thus far.
Damn.
The game continues to be sporadic. Woodham dives over towards Hotel. Snipe Drone makes his way towards the snipe side. Elevates himself to S4, looking for a vantage point. Putting down damage. You can see he's not comfortable. Taking damage, forced to back away. Trying to clear out Precision, gets the kill. 5. Beautiful shot.
Good shot, Snipe Drone.
And will that give Snipe Drone the confidence he needs?
Yeah, that's going to be important. When Snipe Drone starts to lock in and he's laser focused, he is a turret. An absolute powerhouse on the map. I'm sure anyone would fear crossing his path, but they still find themselves 3 kills down. And Snipe Drone now the last remaining player. Sadly, he's going to have to take this 1v1, and Piggy gets the better of him, had the high ground, had the advantage. And now Envy find themselves up by 5, and they did temporarily have the majority of Luminon down, so they should be able to get a good amount of map control here. They forced Luminon back over into blue. Now this is where things can start to get ugly. When you force now Luminon to have to make a decision, like do you try and push through yard, do you try and then push out through blue? Either are uncomfortable.
Luminon on the back foot. 4 kills, the point of difference. Make it 3. As Descendant goes down, top goal ledge. Blue spawns coming now for Envy. Are Luminon aware of that? Glory down to no shields. Will he just get away? SLG covers for him. Expertly done with the bait and switch from the Frenchman. Precision trying to stay alive on the silo. Yaxon putting down damage, make sure SLG's life is no longer an issue, no longer a problem. Camouflage, up in 4. Descendant takes a power position over towards top goal ledge. Numbers advantage now for Envy. Picky towards Hotel, Snipe Drone and SLG. In between blue and yard. And Yaxon gets camouflage for Envy, but is not able to pop it into his chest. It is down. It's in no man's land.
Come on, Glory, find that camo.
Have tabs on it. I think Wooten may have just spotted it. He pinged for the rest of the team. I think Glory's just popped it into his chest.
Yes, good. Come on. Be sneaky with this, Glory.
Envy had the map control, and it looked like Envy were going to get that camo. But Luminon had set up the trap perfectly. We're able to use grenades to just force off the camo, and now they find themselves only 1 kill behind. And Glory has the chance with the
nice.
It does have support as well, and just like that, Luminon take the lead.
Nice. Nice, I hit 41st.
Luminon about to pip Envy at the post here.
Is that 36 or 38? 38, I think. Come on, nice. Good trade, good trade. Nice. 4 kill lead at this stage is huge.
Players over towards blue as well. Jackson's in trouble, being pressured.
Oh my god, that transition was crazy.
That can change the tail very, very quickly. The greatest equalizer on the map. Woodham top gold. Piggy's just looking for information, but Luminon are not showing themselves, not revealing themselves.
We've already seen Piggy so far this
Come on, at this point, just get trades, Luminon.
He's going to press up and he's going to give it to Descendant instead, who maybe just feels a little bit more comfortable with the shot right now. It's a 4-kill difference. You have to hit these shots, Nitro, just evade the first.
Ooh, good shot, good shot.
And now it's a 3-kill game. Glory going to push in.
Oh, damn, that's a good play. But still, Luminon maintained that lead.
And Snipe Drone enters in blue. Jackson desperately tries to stay alive, knows he can't step outside, needs help, it's not going to come. And the Europeans just 2 kills away from tying up this series on Championship Sunday. But Envy are not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, they're not out. It's not over till it's over.
Luminon Gaming, though. They remember how close they were in that initial, but now here comes the push.
They get one. There it is, Wudo with the double kill for the win. Let's fucking go.
And they lock in the second map to tie us
Woo!
up.
Tom.
Wow. 20 kills.
Let's go.
On Championship Sunday. The biggest series of his career. When you look towards your big game players and you want them to have the most impact, the Finn has not stood on ceremony. Incredible performance.
It was a great recovery from Luminon when control started to look like it was favoring Envy quite considerably, especially when they had the map. The camo was coming up, they were set up to grab it, and Luminon looked like they were to no end were going to find any sort of way of escaping. They just were able to find a couple of grenades onto top middle, which just changed the flow of the game completely. But then look at this push. Confident from Luminon Gaming, perhaps learning from their mistakes from game 1, where they took too much time, I think. They were trying to plan it out, trying to plan how they were going to break, and they just gave Envy the opportunity to go on that run. By taking that risk, when you have that little bit of an extra cushion, it just meant that maybe Envy were not expecting said push to come from blue. And we're all tied up, 1-1.
And has the complexion of this series completely shifted? We're so used to, in the best of 5s, game 3 being the swing. But you've got a lot more runway now. We spoke about it, Dan, a little earlier. You've 4 chances to win. You've also got 3 mistakes. Both teams have already lost a life. Massive moments. And again, to highlight how important it was for Wutum to have that performance. 20 kills, Dan. It cannot be understated.
Well, map 3 is going to be Aquarius Neutral Bomb, which is one of my favorites to watch. Very methodical, trying to plan out how you're going to get that bomb into the base and get it down without being naded out. Both teams 4-3 and 5-3, so it's a pretty even map and mode for both of them. No one is going to be particularly confident on it just from those numbers, but who's been putting in the work in the background. Now the players I'm going to want to highlight, you've got Precision and Descendant on one side, Glory and Wutum on the other. Both of them have been able to just be at the forefront of their roster when it comes to getting those kills on the board. Incredible KDAs from both, but also keep an eye on SLG and Jackson as the assist machines when it comes to Neutral Bomb. They are always there laying down the foundations for their squad, ensuring that damage is being dealt so that the main slayers can go out and do their job.
Massive map on the horizon now. You speak about big game players and who is to watch and what's the most effective way to play the game. And we've seen Halo Infinite throughout his lifespan, game plans develop. Flag play is much different to Assault, but one thing rings true. You want to try and spawn them over towards that fridge. You want unrelenting pressure. And something maybe Luminon didn't do as well in the last game was capturing those camouflages. Having a look at the record, 5-4 versus 8-3 with an average plans of 1.9 and 2.3. Very little to separate them, but perhaps, Dan, this one maybe favors Envy.
Maybe a little bit, and I think that Jackson is going to be one of the key reasons of that. I think anchor players are so important in this map and mode, even more so than CTF sometimes, because that power position of taking a base or maybe taking a top P or top car unbelievable control you can find yourself in if you're a confident damage dealer. How many times do you see someone take one of those spots, get a shot once, and then they just back down, and then you're a non-factor, and it allows the other team to take so much space. But the likes of Jackson, he is fearless when he's in front of enemies. He'll take a couple of shots, but he's happy to repeat. And it might look a little bit silly at first glance, but just being able to fire back and force someone down, force them to back down, just allows your teammates to do so much more on the map. It is something similar that Snipe-Drone also does on the side of Luminon. SLG is also very good at it, but Jackson statistically has the advantage over both when it comes to that kind of position. And we'll have to see whether he can be that key factor here on Neutral Bomb Aquarius.
I'm so happy you've highlighted Snipe-Drone. And although he may have looked a little bit more uncomfortable in the Slayer, I have watched him play this map for 4 years now, and this might be one of his best. Having that option to sit in the window, to put down.
Let's go, Woodham!
He's a laser beam, you call him a turret, and I expect to see that here and now. Woodham in his base, battle rifle in hands. You put the mouse and keyboard on that long line of sight, because he can be the most accurate, he can have the most damage output.
But at the same time, with the positions and the confidence that Woodham has, I sometimes like when...
Damn, what a standoff for camo. Descendant's able to get it.
And even though he's at a slight disadvantage when he
Come on, LG, you gotta control that camo.
Looks out of place. Always happy to take those engagements and always confident to be in them as well, as now Descendant has got that camouflage. I was a little bit worried when I saw the start of the last game. Envy just seemed to be getting camo a little bit too easily, but then I think Luminon made those tweaks and adjustments that SLG was talking about. They noticed how much Envy was prioritizing putting themselves in a position where they could just force Luminon away. So perhaps they will take some of that into this game 3 here and ensure that these camouflages are not as easy as that first one was.
I forgot this wasn't Slayer. I was like, how's it still 0-0?
I'll go home, looking to play defense here. The camo just dissipates now. Woodham forced into a fight with Descendant. Reach out, gets put down. Piggy soars up the stairs.
Oh, they're 2 dead. They're 3 dead. This might be a plant. This might be an arm.
And this should be and will Envy opening up the score, breaking the deadlock.
Maybe a little bit too easy here for Envy, and Luminon will have to learn from that one. You can't afford to all fall like that quickly when your bomb is in a position like that as well. Very vulnerable spot they found themselves in. But now Envy, this is the perfect position for them. They love being ahead, as I'm sure every team does, but the structure that they find when they're ahead, they look so much more comfortable. Sometimes when they're behind, they start to struggle a little bit. Maybe play a little bit too quick, a little bit fast, but now they can set the pace here. And they're starting to move that bomb again. They put it in exactly the same position. Put it at front base, then take the fight. If you win the engagement, you can start to move it in. This time, Luminon have done better at shutting down the player at top middle.
Woodham's in hot pursuit, trying to find Piggy. And he's just lost him in the lights. Finally tracked them down. You smell the bacon. Precision
There we go, nice double.
Double kill locked in for the finish.
Oh my god, look how quick he freaking turns on that.
He put on for us in the Slayer, but he finds himself down by 1, as do his team. And it really is Envy being the aggressors here, and Luminon forced to react time and time again. And Envy already have a lead to hold.
Yeah, Envy are not letting up, as is evident by Descendant's push here. Getting into that base, forcing them out of the base.
Camo for Envy.
Spawns, of course, outside of back base, and instead put them over towards Fridge, over towards Gen. But there is still a couple of spawns inside base. SLG and Woodham are there, Glory and Snipe-Drone, and they all get together in base. No one looking to try and take space at the moment, but Glory has been spotted.
SLG ventures out, gets 1.
Nice, nice.
Woodham has fallen. Numbers advantage again for Envy. Precision down to no shields. Glory gets a huge kill, but Jackson's going to collapse on the base. Trying to capitalize the damage already done by his teammate. Glory tries desperately to close the distance, but he gets put down. Envy still applying the pressure, but the bomb resets.
Well, Luminon parked the bus, and it worked out for this time, but you need to start creating space and actually finding a position top car where they can begin to laying down some pressure onto Envy. Not going to win the game by sitting back in the base, but they're also reluctant to allow Envy just to walk up as comfortably as they did the first time. Definitely playing a little bit scared at the moment, are Luminon. I think Envy far more comfortable with the positions they found themselves in thus far.
The game is well and truly being played inside Luminon's half. He's not even really threatened to push the bomb across the halfway point. It's been all defense. Perhaps now is the time for the tide to change. 2 members over towards the engine area now on the car side, but they slip away and evade Snipe Drone's crosshairs, if only for a moment, as he's still trying to find information.
Now, that's one of the most frustrating things when you make that flank around, you find no one, and then you find yourself in a vulnerable position because of it. You're in such a good spot, but then suddenly you have to then play a blind angle and hope that you're not going to be spotted out. And in the end, Piggy, I think, picks up a triple off the back of it. SLG does shut him down before anything crazy happened. That bomb was not moved any further just because Envy were just able to get pretty fortunate with the timing on the Snipe Drone, I will say.
Speak about timing. SLG hit YY, battle rifle came out, expanded. It was half and half and not able to put down any damage. That meant that Jackson was the favorite to win the fight. Snipe Drone settles for a trade now. And again, Envy pushing forward. Camouflage is up. And every single camouflage that's been on the map so far has belonged to the boys in blue. Double kill for Precision. He might not be done just yet. Turns his attention towards SLG, who just gets away. That camouflage still waits for somebody to be brave. It's SLG who made the move. Precision cuts him down. And he's laying siege to the base once more.
This is the power position now. When you get in the enemy base, you force those spawns outside and you can start to lay down damage, but Precision has been spotted.
Another
out.
camo in the hands of Envy.
But now Piggy's found himself a camouflage. And can they spot this little Piggy, or is he going to be able to run rampant now with the plasma pistol?
One thing this Piggy's doing, he's not off the market or home. He's heading to the enemy base. And he can be a little bit of a predator. Gets the information. Glory down to no shields. Almost turned the tide of that fight. Piggy spares his blushes by locking in that final kill. That final shot does connect. But again, they're happy to play this one patient, our Envy. Playing it very slow now all of a sudden.
Oh!
Finish this one. 1-0.
Oh my, what a flank.
Also applies damage onto Glory. It's all 4 dead for Luminon. The bomb can begin to move, but they won't be able to plant it initially. They have to get another round of kills here. You don't want to give up your position, considering how much control you have at the moment as well, but Piggy does get caught out by SLG.
Grenades exploding everywhere, shrapnel flying left and right. Precision shield looking worse for wear. Looking ragged now. Has nowhere to go.
Nice.
2
Envy.
dead now.
We're 3
Now, all
dead
of a sudden, Luminon,
momentarily.
They can think about pushing forward and pushing themselves. Plan attack, plot, and scheme. But they've got to find a way to clear out the Ascendant here. They're just marking the bomb. Precision's down bottom middle. Glory just looks away at the worst possible moment. The bomb is being moved. Piggy settles for a trade, and that's much better for Envy than it is for Luminon.
Luminon tried their best to slay it as they moved with that bomb, but the bomb is so heavy. The weight of it, you can't move it as fast as you could perhaps historically in previous Halos. You try and toss it and it just drops straight back down, so it is a slow old maneuver trying to get to the enemy base at times. Now it looks like Envy are going to be able to recover it, toss it back out. One thing Luminon will be happy about is they have been able to regain a little bit more map control here. They are not forced back into the base like they were for the first opening like 4 or 5 minutes. As 2 go down now.
Oh yeah, wound him. Let's go. Let's go.
And Luminon will find their capture. They will find their equalizer here, and we're all tied up.
The first time that Luminon have really threatened to put a bomb.
Hey, and their first camo. Let's go.
Maximum efficiency with their first camouflage grab, but it's been burned. They put a lot of resources into getting that bomb plant, and that's just opened the door now for Envy to get a counter plant.
Bomb's moving. No one's going to be in that base. They have to push straight off spawn to take the fight to Piggy. He's not going to try and plant it yet. Piggy does win the first. Jackson now comes into
Oh my
support.
god, Piggy lived too, and there's LG's 3 dead. Oh, the counter arm.
To be seen. And Envy right back ahead here, Shirts.
They retake the lead. All that good work Luminon put in, all that effort completely undone in a matter of seconds. SLG goes forward, double kill.
Come on, get that triple. Yes!
And it's time for the Frenchmen to rally the troops and drive them forward.
Yeah, now they're going to be in a position where they can take map control as well. Rutum has to be careful. SLG looking to support and provide a little bit of extra information as well. So 1-for-1 trade on the map. That bomb's still in a position where they can move it if they would like, and SLG does eventually make that decision. It's only a slight bit of progress, but that's sometimes how you have to play it. Inch by inch, move that bomb forward as you move and slay.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Melee down bottom.
I don't know who punched what.
The center continues to apply pressure.
There's a lot of bodies in there.
3 dead now for Luminon.
God damn it.
And that little inch of progress they made completely undone again. And this time, the Senate making more than just an inch, making a mile. And again, Luminon forced to play defense. They turtle up. They're emptying their pockets, throwing their nades, but no damage done to the planter right now. Piggy enters in, Precision gets a kill on the Glory, but the Senate is forced to drop the bomb for now. Snipe drone slides forward, slides drone, slides drone.
Oh, SLG is the only one alive. Damn.
Envy will get the third in. Envy will take the map. Envy will take the lead in this series. And Luminon, they were on the back foot for the majority of the game, even when they had that moment of life when Wooten was able to just sneak in and plant that bomb. It was an instant reply from Envy, who just looked far more comfortable on neutral bomb Aquarius.
We got a little window into the camp of Luminon. Faces, dejection. Gory, arms folded, not happy with what was on screens, and for good reason. Although they got the one plant, that was all Envy, unrelenting pressure, and the pressure told. And now you ask the question, is the pressure gonna burst this pipe? Luminon now find themselves a map down, 2 away from elimination. This series means so much, but with that comes its own added pressure. All 8 players in this lobby. This is the biggest series of their lives. SLG has placed top 3 in the past, but this is a World Championships. The complexion of this, so much different.
I think that's what this series is all about. Pressure. And we knew it was going to be a tight one. We knew it was going to be back and forth between these 2 teams. It's about who has that last laugh here. And if you can take a 2-map advantage, it could be massive. Now, when we look at Oddball at the Halo World Championship 2025, it's been a Glory and SLG duo show when it comes to the amount of kills they've been able to find, the damage difference between the 2 as well. But not only that, they've also been putting the ball time on the board as well. They've been doing everything for their team when it comes to Oddball. They are undefeated on Oddball Lattice so far since its addition to the HCS. Maybe that does bode well for Luminon's chances to get back into this series, but it's still a fantastic map and mode for Envy as well. They've only lost it once. So I think just like this series has been thus far, it is going to be a tight one. It's going to come down to that sniper rifle control. When you look at sniper rifle control, maybe it could be Wooten with his keyboard and mouse, who's able to fry with it as well. Or could it be Descendant, who's also been doing incredible things so far this series. You can always trust Descendant when he gets into 1v1s. Incredible play.
Is this oddball on Lattice?
All right, let's go, boom.
Lifeline for Luminon. Envy. They're pretty good here too. No stranger to victory. And only tasted defeat once, like Dan mentions. Perhaps Wooten is only thinking about the positives. We have not lost this, and you have got to do that. He collapsed on the exit. Picky's just come off the respawn screen. Precision gets
nice.
as well.
Should be able to get some ball time now if anyone's near.
Cleaning up house.
This is what the people pay to see. Wooten with a sniper rifle now. But also, he can have
Yeah.
He's like, well, I can
His
hold
teammates
for
should have
an
been there
extra
to
second.
get some ball
Alright,
time.
Someone's finally joining me. Now he has to start putting it to work. Hasn't connected with the initial 2, but he is at least showing a presence here. Let's connect with 1 body shot.
Nice.
Converts it. So that's going to be 3 dead for the side of Envy. Now Luminon will have their first chance to actually set up here.
Woo.
Killing spree
Tom,
for Wooten. He's looking to do it again.
do it. Do it again. No,
Drive his
don't
team to
listen.
victory.
Don't listen to Jersey. Do it again.
3 dead for Envy again. But nobody holding the ball.
Nice
until
body
the 30
shot.
seconds.
Nice clean
It's
up.
about trying to maximize those timings. Get as
Oh,
many points on the
okay.
board,
Good
apply
trade,
the
good trade.
pressure to the opposition. Glory.
And they're still getting ball time. This is good. This is good. This is good.
Pretty comfortable as well. Jackson down to no shields, as is SLG. Both players trying to prioritize staying alive, but precision is there. Now Glory will be forced to toss the ball out towards Ice. And the push is going to come. Piggy has an angle.
Uh-oh.
And he's using this
Little
cover
teammate back shot.
Jackson
Oh,
will
does not get the
survive.
repulse sticky.
Red will just whiz by his face.
Damn.
And now Envy can threaten to put some points on the board themselves.
Maybe this is the perfect map for Luke
One
to get
SLG.
back into this series as well. When you think about Aquarius and its lack of a sniper rifle, for example, a lack of a weapon that can really make a difference as an individual.
Oh, hey, what's up, Charles?
Why Envy
Yes,
is so
I
in this
am.
tournament.
Yes, I
No
am.
structure and no real weak links, just all four of them performing well. No one having to go off, no one having to be that superstar who has that incredible moment.
I hope
Just
you saw.
all doing their
I hope
jobs,
the
whereas
camera
Luke
caught that.
they do have
I
those
couldn't
players
twist
that
my
can
spine
pop off.
anymore.
Think about game 2, where Wooten puts 20 kills on the board. You see Wooten already finding 10 as well. If he has a game like he had in game 2, Envy are really going to struggle getting this ball off their hands.
You can't keep relying on Wooten to be the difference maker. At some point, he needs help. Snipedrone with 6 kills. He's the last man standing for his team. He's forced down bottom middle. Jackson will pursue, but Snipedrone turns the tide of that fight. The more fights like that Luminon start to turn the tide on, the more they win, the complexion of the game can completely shift. 57 seconds already on the board, locked in for Luminon versus Envy's 11. This is looking pretty good for the Europeans.
57 points locked in, but are the boys locked in? Only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with Luminon Game.
Okay, put a minute in box. Fade. Leave. It's going here. Nice fade. Yeah, I'm side. Almost tired. He's going lunch.
Nice, Woodham. Nice. Kept him alive. Precision is the only one alive.
I killed by shot.
Precision's still alive. They gotta kill him.
Oh shit. He's going. Yeah, that is big. It's too small. I mean, he's in red. I can't see him.
I spawned 8 boxes.
He's right behind the box. Yeah, too small. Two in.
One time mid.
Nice time. Yeah, rotate blue. Rotate blue. Yeah. Watch red. Blue it. Blue it. Let's run me.
He's scored.
Yeah,
Nice. We did. Descendants last one alive.
Important IGL comms from SLG, just trying to indicate where that ball needs to be rotating, where they need to be moving to avoid the gunfire and the presence from Envy. And it's a significant lead here for Luminon Gaming. Envy have to work very hard to get back into this round, but they do still have time.
Worth noting, every single time that ball is in somebody's hands, the clock will stop. So the clock not really a friend of Luminon right now, but the scoreboard most definitely is. The play call from SLG was to bring the ball blue. That's exactly where Envy hold the ball now. Woodham gets cut down.
Oh,
Jackson
good shots by
takes down SLG
Jackson.
as well. 3 dead. The initial push from Luminon unsuccessful.
Such a steady hand does Jackson. Such a presence and sheer damage he can offer from a distance. And that's not going to bode well for Luminon, who now need to try and close this gap. These spawns haven't been good for them. They're trying to push
Nice
together,
push together.
and they are going to have the advantage on the map. But can Envy hold in the corner? Sometimes when you back yourself
Okay,
over,
they played the ball.
grenades that can really help you even the playing field here. And then they have to
Nice
play
turn.
that ball. And Luminon Gaming will still hold a 30-second lead, but Envy
Oh,
have
no,
tucked away a
a
little
little
bit at
team
it.
nade.
Precision last remaining player. Big fight for him. Does win it as well against Snipedrone.
And it was unfortunate for Woodham as well as he dropped down to try and get that kill onto Precision. A team nade took his shields away, which made him a much easier cleanup for Envy. Jackson continues to jiggle peek, play his life trying to finesse, goes
Nice.
down. SLG soars forward, but not before being traded out by Descendant. Luminon now trying to whisk this ball away by sheer brute force. Happy to tank the damage from Descendant's bandit. SLG will continue to shift.
Oh,
his weight
Descendant has
left
to
and
back
right
down now.
and force Descendant
Good.
to back away.
Nice. They took him
And
out.
he will fall. So now
3 dead.
Luminon's looking very good now.
Jackson, last one alive. All dead. Oh, that's it. That's round. It's got to be the round.
There's a miracle from Envy from these spawns. That should be the first round for Luminon. Snipedrone just has to avoid any sight lines. It's going to be comfortable, and Luminon will strike first.
Go LG.
That will just calm things. Incredible performance so far by Snipedrone and Woodham, it must be said.
Incoming.
Glory's there as well now with 14, 6, and 7 and 69 seconds of ball time.
Nice. Gaskin.
Here we are with Snipe with the commando in his hand. Ball in a neutral position. Quantum threat locator still to play for. Piggy last man standing down to no shields. That information comes, and that means time to grab the ball and time to bring it red.
Glory doing exactly what he's been doing all tournament long. Not only providing kills, not only providing damage, but also being happy to be that player who holds that ball, rotates that ball as well. How Glory has grown throughout Halo Infinite has been insane. I remember giving him a hard time when he first joined the European roster, first was invited onto one of these top teams.
The patience out of Snipe Drone, but also like the movement out of position to stay alive that long, both have to be commended.
Place at the very top of Halo Infinite. I mean, maybe he could be one of the key reasons why Luminon win. Not only
I think LG has had
you tie this one up,
control for most of this game, both
like
rounds.
There's so much to go here because we have the best of 7 rather than best of 5. Typically at this point we'd be thinking about sending it to a best of 5, a shootout in Slayer, but no, we get more objective games. And Luminon Gaming will start to be thinking about that.
Snipe Drone's not,
because they are
well, except for that one, not missing.
And who does not want more Halo at the World Championships?
You got this.
No shields. The issue is Snipe Drone also
Oh, we built up. Nice.
Precision takes the skies, but he gets cut down. He was not falling with grace.
Nice. Oh, oh, beat down, didn't go through.
But the Englishman a little bit too strong.
Snipe Drone should not be alive right now. That is unlucky for Envy.
Snipe Drone has been ever present for years. One of the greatest of all time when it comes to European players.
Definitely has. When you think about players that have stayed throughout European history, that have been up there since Halo 5, since Halo Reach, since Halo 4. Snipe Drone's name has echoed throughout Europe for quite some time now. And he's seen many a different roster, but he has survived every culling that we've seen of European players going through every iteration of this roster. And here he is on the main stage on Championship Sunday. Finally.
And boy, doesn't he look comfortable here. 19, 3, and 10. Make it 20. Absolutely dominant here. Luminon, 52 seconds to Envy's 1. And a complete flip of what we've seen.
He gets away with the trade, but
type. We spoke about how important the snipe rifle would be. How good Glory can be with the snipe rifle, Snipe Drone, and having that great equalizer, something you can just showcase a little bit more skill, turn the tide for your team. And we've seen that time and time again from these European boys, here and now.
Well, I know I've said it a few words, it's a buzzword at this point, but Envy, they like structure. When you think of Aquarius, just kind of set spawns, symmetrical map, it's very easy to try and bully another team when you do find yourself in control, but here on Lattice, there is going to be that element of trying to move and rotate, especially when the ball comes into the equation as well. And Luminon have done very well at not allowing Envy to get into that structure that they desire. But now for the first time, Envy have been able to slow down the pace of this game. Luminon off spawn. Maybe going to be looking towards Glory to do something in the position he's found himself in. Has got behind enemy lines, does get the opener. SLG finds one as well. And that is a very quick break from Luminon. So important to shut down Envy once they get into control here. And they get all 4 members down.
Enemy has the ball.
Glory ventures forward, gets that snipe rifle again. This could spell misfortune. He's got some real bad intentions. Shields get ripped away from Jackson.
Enemy has the ball.
Like he's using white spirits to take away the bait.
Ball dropped.
No scope will not connect. And he starts to waste the ammo, recognizing that he's between a rocket.
No! It still hits the no scope.
He will not go away without taking one with him.
I wonder if that was just collateral damage trying to waste the ammo at that point, and you just walked into the worst place you could have. And all those bullets are now gone, so Descendant sadly not able to make an impact with the sniper rifle. Instead, it's going to have to use the bandit instead now. MBR still in this one. 40 points behind, 2 minutes left on the clock. So you're not in panic stations just yet. However, if they see themselves go 4 dead again, it might be the end of this one, allowing Luminon just to set up perfectly. With the player advantages at the moment, Envy are not scoring. Luminon are doing so well off spawn to frustrate them. Just be a thorn in the side, getting behind enemy lines. Look at Snipe Drone. They are constantly wondering, where is Snipe Drone? Well, here he is.
That's a good thrust from Descendant.
But it doesn't matter, he's not getting kills. They are just stopping Envy scoring, and now the ball's been returned.
A constant irritation.
I think once it starts to get under a minute, LG might think about just burning the clock.
And perhaps they're quite happy to let this clock run down.
Yep, just as Jersey said.
Now on Envy to be the ones to make the change, to make the aggressive plays. And they will take it to safety, and now the option is there. Get some points, sure, but play the ball, if need be. And the ball has now been played. Piggy's in trouble. 2 members of Luminon collapse. 3 dead for Envy once more, and they run the same play back. 3 dead again for Envy, and Luminon can continue to score.
Snipe Drone's doing it again. Lingering like a bad smell in the open bracket. You know it's there, but you just can't.
What?
Someone needs to
Gaskin, what? That
down
is crazy. That's a
and
crazy.
He's bullying Envy at the moment. 28 kills.
That's
and
crazy.
Luminon looking like they're going to close out this map and tie us up 2-2.
4 dead for Envy. 5 seconds all that's required.
Let's go, LG.
This game, this series is all tied up 2-2.
I think when we saw it on paper, we knew this was going to be a brilliant series of Halo. And these 8 players have not disappointed. And I think the right decision was made that this was a best of 7. Wouldn't have felt right if suddenly we go into a Game 5 Slayer here. But it is going to be a chance now for the players to take a little breather, reset, because it's all even Stevens. It's like these first 4 didn't really matter now at this point, right? That's how it works.
It's oftentimes when it comes to Championship Sunday, we talk about Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, FaZe, SSG, and we call them the heavyweights. And perhaps these 2 are light heavyweights, punching above their weight class. But they find themselves front and center, staring at one another, and a place for top 3 up for grabs. Both players, both teams have already hit the mat a couple of times, but this time the rules are a little bit different. Best of 7s. You can hit the mat one more time and still have life, still have some air in the lungs. But boy, oh boy, has this one been back and forth. One thing we can say for Luminon is they've gotten themselves back into the series twice. But what will it look like when they take the lead and they start to ask some difficult questions of Envy?
And this time when a Slayer comes round in the series, it will be a chance for them to take the lead rather than try and tie it like they did previously on Solitude. But as we look back at some of the highlights here of Lattice Oddball, what an impressively played game it was from Luminon from start to finish. From ball rotations, from the holds they had, to the breaks of setup as well. When Envy did get that control, it was very rarely for long. Luminon were just so quick off the spawn to immediately try and find a route to get behind enemy lines. As it's a beautiful series layout to look at, even at the moment, but we move into Slayer live fire. 3-3 for both teams. Be brave to try and call this one.
It's a coin flip. How often do we say that about a Slayer? But then when it's in your screens, your eyeballs lock onto 3-3 in the green and blue, nothing to separate them. There's been nothing to separate them in the series, nothing to separate them in the records on Live Fire Slayer. But someone is gonna have to take it. Taking a look at the stats then. 2 superstars. And perhaps they have not been superstars for long, but their reputation is growing and growing. Wutum and Piggy. 12 kills versus 20 with a KD of 2.50 and a damage difference of 1,009. The man from Finland, he knows how to put that crosshair in the right place, and he knows how to put down maximum damage.
And throughout this tournament, both of these players have been finding the sniper rifle on Live Fire Slayer as well, both Piggy and Wutum. So they will naturally be 2 players to focus on to try and be that difference maker. I remember yesterday, Piggy picking up a sniper rifle a few times, and when he was connecting with it, it was brilliant, but also it was about his movement and his positioning with that sniper rifle to keep it away from the enemy teams. You have a responsibility when you have the sniper. Yes, you need to be hitting shots. Yes, you want to be dealing damage, At the same time, you need to be making sure the enemy team does not get it out of your hands. Either be wasting ammo when you do feel like you're under pressure, tossing it on the map, of course, being on live fire. Just kind of staying and rotating with your team as well. You can take powerful positions, you can take off angles, but if you leave yourself in a vulnerable position where you can get flanked, suddenly you give the opportunity to the other team to take off with the map.
I think maybe something we don't talk about enough when it comes to the player who is trusted with that sniper rifle, and with that trust, Dan, the saying is heavy is the head that wears the crown, but maybe heavier are the hands that hold the sniper rifle at times, because you know, one misplay, you hand that sniper rifle over to the opposition, and all of a sudden your day can go from bad to worse. We all often speak about momentum and how important it can be. Confidence, momentum, snowballs, these are the buzzwords we use here and on the desk, and for good reason. And as the tide started to turn, is the wind now in Luminon's sails after a dominant oddball on Lattice?
Or could it be SLG who makes the difference here for Luminon Gaming? Both teams have already lost this map and mode so far this tournament. Luminon sadly lost to Cloud9 earlier in the tournament, and Complexity were able to take down Envy as well. But what that does mean is both teams have had VOD to look at. They would have known Saturday night when they finished their games, when they head into Sunday, they would have looked at this series layout and they could plan effectively. What went wrong? What did Cloud9 do that perhaps was the difference maker? Were they maybe taking too much control of that sniper rifle? Did they have better power-up control? Were we maybe a little bit hasty to try and push off spawns? Were we not waiting for each other? All these questions that have to be answered and then put into effect here going into Game 5.
What a weekend of Halo it has been up until this point. There have been upsets here, there, and everywhere. Cloud9 topping their pool. TSM eliminating FaZe Clan, but then getting toppled themselves right after it. But now Envy and Luminon locked level, complete deadlock after 4. This is the true swing game, I believe. We will see what these teams are made of come the end of this layer.
It's such a huge map. I mean, obviously, for reasons that are so evident I don't even need to explain, but importantly for me, when you look at that series layout, you look at Game 6, it heavily favors Envy, in my opinion, TTF win. Whereas then you look at map 7, a map that favors Luminon when it comes to Origin Slayer. And it could be this one we look back at really made the difference when it comes to this best of 7.
The arm wrestle continues. Score 2-2. We're in a shootout. Typically, this would be the one to decide it. But fear not, folks, there's still a lot more Halo left in this series. We're happy to say, best of 7s on Championship Sunday. We will truly see who is the better team. Not who got lucky with map mode combinations, with layouts. Who got their worst map pools, who got their best. After 7, there can be no excuses.
It's a far better start for Envy. Descendant's the one who gets the first opportunity with a sniper rifle, but this is where I said the responsibility falls on your shoulders. It's about staying alive at this point, and he is under fire from grenades, but does just about stay alive.
Oh my.
He can now put this sniper rifle to
I
work.
barely even saw anyone.
And sadly for Luminon, they were not able to shut it down. Wootum does spot him out though, so that means you have to reposition here. And it's about just finding an angle where you can maybe catch someone off guard, get a free shot to the head. That will allow the extra space, it'll give you that extra player on the map to then take advantage and push. Just about misses, does connect with a second.
He's gonna
Did that play.
throw it away?
Didn't, stayed on the ledge. And he actually thought the better of throwing it off this time. An extra body shot, and he's lucky. He did.
That's a little
Killing spree
questionable,
for
but
Descendant.
all right.
Not finding the faces, not flashy, but effective. Hit the body, take out the bandit, get the kill.
Glory and Snipe Drone do tag team to take down 2. Take us within 3 already, but this has been a fast-paced start to the game from Envy. A team who does like to play slow at times, but they also know how to change up that pace when they need to, and perhaps that's something they learned from Lattice Oddball. They have to try and match the pace that Luminon sets at times. Otherwise, you will find yourself getting backstabbed over and over with Luminon constantly trying to out-rotate you. Descendant, remember once tried to play this sniper rifle, but now will finally put that last bullet to work. It's a 5-kill lead here for Envy.
It's almost indicative of how important this map is. Not wanting to make the mistake and leave the sniper rifle on the map. And perhaps it just staying on the ledge meant that he could continue to be a force and a presence on the map. Applying so much pressure, the shots didn't even need to connect. As long as Luminon know where the sniper rifle is, they have to avoid it. Glory down bottom middle, just about uses that repulsor to get himself out of harm's way. But Descendant continues to be an influence elsewhere, continues to be a nuisance. Jackson with the camouflage. This is something that Luminon have not done time and time again in this series. They keep
Envy's
allowing
been
power-ups to go the way of Envy.
If there's a power up on the map, Envy's been the one to get it.
Over a 10-kill lead. Think back to yesterday when Envy were playing Cloud9. They did have a significant lead, up by 10. Cloud9 were able to recover right at the end, but did still lose out 50 to 48. Can't allow Envy to have such a lead because they will just slowly start to grind out this victory as they get towards the end of that game, just finding trade after trade so they can get over that finish line. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. It's 13.
All right, this lead is getting a little out of hand.
To get a little bit ugly. It's double the score line as Envy looking to try and make a statement and take the lead once more in this series.
The methodical machine of Envy. The gears start to really turn now. Putting Luminon on the back foot, putting them in the blender at times. Descendant has the sniper rifle again. Drops down behind Glory, who was not looking at him and had no shields. Easy pickings. This time, Descendant does play the sniper rifle as it just about hits the drink.
SLG gets shot down by Jackson from a distance. I mean, how do you even mentally recover from this stuff? Glory tries to push out, but had no support. Wootum arrives a little too late. And this one might already be over with how Envy are currently playing. Luminon would need one clean break, one all four dead, and then they would have to do exactly what Envy are doing to them. Showing aggression, pushing those spawns, not allowing them to push out for free. But with only now 12 kills to require, you feel like maybe this one, you already have the writing on the wall.
So far, this has been as close to perfection as you're likely to see in a live fire Slayer. Still almost up double the kills, requiring only 12 to retake the series lead. And Luminon with so much to do, you start to fear the worst. Descendant continues to hit shots. Did not miss a single bullet on Snipe Drone and puts him away. 3 dead now for Luminon. And perhaps this Slayer now just getting too far from their grasp.
I heard the roar from Descendant from here as well, all the way at the back of the venue. He let Snipe Drone know about that one. This game's over. There is no coming back from this one. Luminon are all over the place. They have not been able to find their footing. Envy looked dominant. Envy making a statement. Envy looking like they want to shut this one down in 6. Because remember, we head to CTF where they have been phenomenal so far. Not just this tournament, but this season in general.
This series has been absolutely incredible.
All right, yeah, come on. GG's go next. Let's rally back, LG.
Trying to tell you that story, trying to shift the narrative. Then the team comes out, bounces back. Envy, every single time the series has been tied up, they've had a massive response. And that's what we've seen here in the Slayer. As they are just 1 kill away from retaking the lead, and they are just 1 map away from the elimination finals.
That was incredible. In a map mode which had a huge question mark.
All right.
Both of these teams. Remember, both were 3-3.
Come on, EU.
Both have already lost this so far this tournament against teams that are already out. And clearly, Envy found that recipe. They found what went wrong before, and they adjusted. And they just felt full of life in that game. Compare it to what we saw in Lattice, where they were unable to get going. And it really is incredible to watch this pendulum swing back and forth yet again in favor this time of Envy. And just when Luminon maybe thought that they had momentum on their side, Envy are quick to whisk it away from them. Sadly now what this does mean for Luminon is they only have 1 more chance. Otherwise they will be out of this tournament. And for Envy, that's when the heart starts to race. You start to say, hey, we are 1 game away from top 3, from the elimination finals, from our best ever finish in our history. And excuse me, I think I said forbidden earlier rather than fortress, but I'm sure you will forgive me for saying it. They are 4-0 on Fortress CTFR Envy across this season. They are the second best team that we have seen on this map mode combination throughout the HCS. It is all pointing towards blue. We've learned already, Shurs, the form book is not always the way things go here on the Halo World Championship. Maybe Luminon can go against the grain to send us to a map 7.
The Slayer was absolutely textbook. 50-25, a stake on Championship Sunday. And every single time Luminon seems to be getting a sniff, Envy find a response. And this is the perfect map on the horizon for Envy to see in the series layout. And there are your flag runners. Descended 6 caps versus Glory's 2, with 7 steals apiece and 5 cap assists. These two players are the ones to get things started.
And it maybe tells more of a story than you'd think just looking at those stats. Descendant will start and will finish the run. However, Glory is usually the one who will steal it, hand it off to someone else, and then support and be a little bit more aggressive. How will those playstyles clash though here? Who will that actually bode well for? There's only one way to find out. For them to find themselves in the elimination finals.
Methodical Halo up against Chaos. Luminon Gaming on their final lifeline, and it's not phone a friend, let me tell you. Jackson's got the overshield. Yet another power-up goes the way of Envy, and he's already behind enemy lines.
Last alive though.
2 flags get pulled. Bootum hits a massive shot. Jackson will fall. And Luminon Gaming have an opportunity here, a massive chance to take the lead.
Come on, Luminon.
Snipe drone goes down.
Yep, Slays go against them.
Snipe drone was trying to toss that one out, and then again being that nuisance, that thorn in the side, but Envy are able to catch him out. And if it wasn't for the overshield, maybe it would have looked very different, but Luminon had to turn and face Yax, and they couldn't allow him a free run there. They did very well to shut him down, but that shows the power of the overshield and the difference that it can make. Speaking of making a difference, Descendant shuts down the other sniper and takes the ammo away from it as well. Snipe drone though will force it off the map. A heads up play here from Descendant.
Been really impressed by Descendant's performance in this series. He's not put a foot wrong. Making the right choices, the right decisions time and time again. Envy though all trapped inside this spiral staircase. Snipe drone gets through. Precision tries to get away, and they've dealt with the pressure and the presence of Snipe drone. As now SLG forced away for his teammates to spawn back up and settled for a trade. The map will slow down, and Envy can venture forward once more.
It's such a different map as well, with no sniper rifles on said map.
Nice shots, Bootum.
They know the ammo was scooped into one. They know it was tossed off. So you've got to wait for those snipers to spawn before really you can start to take any sort of control with said weapon. But now Glory's going to be the last remaining player. We're going to see the first attempt from Envy.
The sound cue came. Glory giving up the ghost. 2 dead for Envy. 3 for Luminon. Another power up, this time in the chest of Descendant. And Envy drive this flag forward. And Luminon just do not have a response, nor enough numbers on the map. As Envy open up the scoring.
Envy strike first. Envy start to creep their toes into the door of the elimination finals. And they answer maybe the first question that was posed from Luminon Gaming of can you carry on that momentum from the previous? But now Luminon need to respond here. Envy have been able to control that overshield, and it has paid dividends. Snipe drone is able to get into the enemy base though, and we've already seen what a nuisance he can be, but Jackson says, all right, you can play that game. Maybe I'll start to think about being a thorn in the side from this angle. And here's that run and gun strategy I was talking about from Luminon. There isn't even 4 dead for Envy, but they do start to move that flag together.
Let's pull the flag first, ask questions later. The 40, they've come undone. And now Precision with the sniper rifle in his hands. Envy send their flag back home. And Precision can plant his feet and find some angles, waiting for information. As he rotates over towards the snipe tower, he will be ever present on the map. Takes a couple of ticks of damage, knows exactly where SLG is located. But the Frenchman will wait for his shields to come back before he ventures out once more. Snipe Drone gets a kill. But Precision answers back in kind. And it's all Envy right now. They're the ones posing the questions. And forcing Luminon to come up with answers. And so far...
Oh my, he's 3 for 3. And they're about to get the OS.
And then he drilled the bullet into his hand, and it's going to be another overshield.
It's the freaking power-up control out of Envy that's really killing LG.
And sadly, Luminon are going to have to try and just battle from their base, but against the overshield, against the sheer presence that Envy currently have, it's going to be a difficult one.
Oh, a little fumble.
It's a slight fumble. Maybe an opening, maybe an opportunity here for Luminon to shut it down.
Hands are sweaty. These are weak arms spaghetti. The flag a little bit too slippy for the hands of Precision. But his trigger finger's been hitting all day long. The flag already made so much progress. Luminon trying to play defense, holding the high line.
Oh, I thought they had to stop.
And Piggy slams
Come on,
in
counter.
Second flag. One away.
3 dead.
Elimination final.
Such a good recovery from Envy after the small fumble. Luminon looked like maybe they had done enough to stop it, and they positioned themselves
Go.
to deny the capture, but Piggy just steals it away from them.
Damn.
And now are Luminon starting to think about what could have been here, or will there be a little bit of a late resurgence back into this game? There is still 7 minutes left for them to work with, but they have to start getting these overshields. And even though we've been on the POV of Piggy, of Precision, Jackson for me has been the key factor for Envy with where he's been positioning himself, the anchor position he's found himself in. And of course, when we go over to him, he gets taken down by SLG, but he has done so much this game.
Snipe Drone, with a little bit of desperation, tosses the flag, sacrifices his life. Glory spins around, tries to get the kill, settles for a trade. That suits Envy down to the ground as Jackson takes map control once more. He continues to output maximum damage, maximum pain here. And is the seed of doubt starting to really grow and flourish in the minds of Luminon Gaming? The biggest series of their careers. And is this to be the toughest defeat of their careers? There's still time to change things. 6 minutes to be exact.
But Envy have got the upper hand yet again, and look at the timing for it. It's another overshield. It's another advantage, it's another chance for Envy to move forward, but Precision is the last remaining player. At least that does bode well for Luminon, that it is not going to be an easy flag pull here, but they still have to worry about him. They still have to force him out of this base. The good thing is that overshield has been depleted, and Snipe Drone will get the trade. But who is going to step up for Luminon here? They've tried to run a couple of flags, but it has been when Envy is still up. They need to get something a little bit more solid.
Halo was incredible. The layers, the margins in which you can win and lose a game. Precision done the best thing possible there, and that was by doing absolutely nothing with the overshield, remaining in the basement. Why, you ask? Because Luminon were forced to all turn around and deal with that threat before they could take map. And what does that do? Buy Envy more time to come off the respawn and take space. But the Luminon siege, here it comes. They're laying waste.
Come on,
right now,
let's go LG.
On the move.
It's going to be their best chance. They were able to get a couple down. There was a sniper shot hit by Glory. Envy definitely on the back foot right now, but they are winning individual fights. They do get the trade. Is anyone in position to run this flag? That I'm unsure of. And it's again another big fight from Jackson in another powerful position as 3 go down for Luminon. Envy recover the map. Envy deny the pull from Luminon. And Envy creep ever forward here, closer to the elimination finals, closer to their best ever finish in Halo history. Guaranteed top 3 and a chance, a stab at either Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion, depending who falls from that winner's bracket.
And you can see exactly why this is one of Envy's best map and modes, one of the best in the league at this map and mode combination. Every single overshield has gone in their chest. Oh, one down.
Come on, get that OS.
Perhaps now is the chance. Because so far it's been perfection from Envy.
God damn.
And Descendant traps the overshield, settled for a trade, but Piggy is there now. Relentless pressure, and the pressure's really starting to tell.
Oh, he might have burnt it. He might have burnt it.
Can someone take control? Precision is the man to lock it into his chest once more.
Look how many players were just sent towards that overshield. Envy did not let Luminon even have it. There would have been so many teams that would have said, all right, we can leave it. We don't need to just send bodies here. But Envy know that by sending bodies, they are also delaying time. They are denying Luminon control. Glory will fight back to stay alive, but now the flag can start to move. Jackson is moving it, but there's already spawners for Luminon. But again, this all is advantage Envy. Snipe Drone, the last remaining player. Flag can start to move yet again, but Snipe Drone has to get the kill and will. Luminon hold on for now.
Snipe Drone gets a massive double kill. Precision remains a thorn in the side for Luminon. SLG finally clears him out. The issue that Luminon are running into
It's like every time I look over at LG's side, it's always like 2 or 3 dead, and I'm just like, ah.
2 minutes and 40 left for Luminon Gaming.
That's not what you want to see. And time is just burning. The clock is just running.
It would still be a disappointment for them with how close they are to breaking even further into that top 3. But now Envy can play defensive. They can hold the base. They can hold this 2-cap lead.
Even 1 fly cap seems like such a tall ask now.
They're happy to hold what they have for now. Snipe Drone slides forward. Descendant rips his shields away. Precision gets the kill. Over shield pops up once more.
And there's Precision.
Precision's got it again. Envy have got it again. And they drive forward once again.
It's tough really to say for Luminon that they have time here. But they have to believe. They have to at least try. And that may leave them vulnerable. It may leave their flag open to being run by Envy as well. But this is where you have to dig deep. This is where you have to throw all the eggs in the basket now at this point. You can't afford to just sit back and allow this to happen. But sadly, when Descendant has the sniper rifle in this position, you are so vulnerable. And SLG, he knows it. He wants to run that flag, but he knows exactly where Descendant was earlier. And that just delays the inevitable. 1 minute and 15. I don't think there's going to be time here for Luminon. And I think Envy know it as well. They are so close to tasting success here. Maybe they can already taste it.
At the start of this map, it was hope for Luminon. But that has soon turned sour to desperation into the final minute. And the issue is for the Europeans, it's not them with the hands on the flag. It's Envy who continue to put Luminon on the back foot.
R.I.P. Woodham. R.I.P. Woodham's mom.
Into the chest of the Europeans' hopes and dreams.
Desperate attempts from Luminon to pull the flag has again left them vulnerable, but they have not been able to progress with it. Snipe Drone trying again, but he will fall to Descendant. And Envy
Woodham doesn't even get the trade.
Over and over again, and they will be in the elimination finals.
SLG falls. Glory 2. Envy have done enough. And they might even add insult to injury here by pushing the third and final flag.
This is making a statement.
Into the final seconds, but time is irrelevant. Jackson picks it up. Jackson scoops it home, and Envy win the series. They're going to the elimination finals.
Well played, Envy.
Their best ever placement in Halo.
Congrats, Luminon, on getting 4th.
Uncharted territory. But they did
what a feat! What a feat!
Top 3 secured, and their eyes set on whoever drops down from that winner's bracket out of Optic and Shopify. It has been a season of constant progression for Envy. From top 8 to top 6 to top 4, and now top 3. At the biggest stage of them all. But can they go any further is my biggest question here, Shurs. Can this dream run continue? On the flip side for Luminon, again, we have to give them their credit. It is the best ever placement for a European team at a Halo World Championship. And whilst it will be a bitter pill to swallow now, they can still give themselves a firm pat on the back. And families in the audience on both teams supporting the young men on the stage. But it is Envy who get the last laugh.
Congratulations to Envy, and commiserations to Luminon Gaming. Both teams exceeding expectations at this World Championships, and confirmation of what we've seen. If you missed it, you missed an absolute banger. Games 1 and 2 traded evenly apiece. 3 and 4 traded once more, but Envy stepped on the gas and never looked like they were going to let up, Dan. absolute perfection in those final 2 games.
It was incredible from Envy, really. I've said it a few times, the structure that we see from this team is unbelievable, and I think the series layout, they managed it perfectly. They knew which ones they maybe were going to struggle with. And I think that swing game was the Slayer that we saw on live fire. That was incredible from Envy. The way they played it from start to finish, Luminon just had no chance. And then sadly, you go into a match 6 where we have not seen Envy lose that all season long, and they were probably licking their lips when they saw it come.
I think for Luminon, it must be said, it's easy to be downtrodden and shield crestfallen, but it has to be said, what a performance they put in to get this far. They'll go back and they'll be thinking what could have been, what should have been, but they have got to be happy with what they have. But there was one man who was massive in that series for Envy, and that was Descendant. Let's get his thoughts from Blaze. Take it away, fella.
Thank you, Shurs. Everybody get loud for Envy. Top 3 performance here at the Halo World Championship. And I got Descendant with me on the main stage, man. Jason, talk to me about how does it feel to be able to come out here and not go to a Game 5 and perform the way that y'all know that y'all can here on a Sunday?
Yeah, it feels amazing to definitely not go Game 5. As we know, we don't really have a good track record for Game 5s. So the key is, for us, to just don't go Game 5 at all.
Now, when it comes down to this series here against Luminon, it was some close matchups in this one. What was the game plan to take down these guys?
There wasn't really any game plan, particularly to how they play the game. It's more or less just focus on us, how we perform and how we play, just keep a clear mind and just work together as a team. And all the work that we've done, all the scrims and stuff will pan out.
It really did pay off, man. You guys' teamwork up there was phenomenal. Now, your past Worlds performances, top 12, into a top 3, your best place in all season. What do you want to say about your teammates and everything that you guys have done just to get to this point so far, even though the job's not done yet?
Yeah, so to my teammates, I'm beyond proud. This team has kind of been like a family to me in the sense of like, this is the longest team that I've ever had, and it's really, truly is like a brotherhood for us. We've all kind of came from the gutters, you know what I mean? Kind of just scraps left out to rot, and we somehow managed to, to find each other and to play on this big of a stage, you know what I mean? And perform so well. It's truly a blessing. So.
It really is a blessing, and you guys represent this Envy brand so well. Get it out the mud, get it out the gutter, and working so hard here on this Sunday. And I only got one question for you, and it's a simple one. You guys got what it takes to win this tournament today?
I truly believe, yeah. I truly believe if we come at perform at the best of our abilities, I think we can bring home Papa Hastro another ring. So
you heard it here. They want to bring home Hastro another ring here on this Sunday, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, Envy, they continue on their run. Actually, I love that interview from Descendant as well. You can see how much it means to them. And also just to take a little peek behind the curtain of the team and how they're feeling, and also the chemistry, and to hear about kind of the brotherhood that has formed, it being the longest roster that Descendant has been on. Tony, it's actually really important to have such good chemistry and dynamic as a team, especially in big moments like this. You have to have so much trust in one another to get the job done, because it's going to come down to the wire. You're not always on a Sunday going to come out and just completely destroy your competition. It's going to be tight. It's going to come down to the wire. And Tony, if you rely on each other and have trust and want to win for each other, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, Envy really are a beautiful underdog story. I mean, think about their paths to get to where we are right now. So many teams that these players have been dropped from, and people doubted them. Well, they came together and they found each other and now became a family, a brotherhood, like you said, and they are showing what they are truly made of. Envy have continued to get better and better, and the sky is the limit. When Descendant says he believes he can win this tournament, he believes that, and so does his team.
And you have to believe it. And Clutch, you've been there so many different times before as well. Belief is one thing, but skill and executing is a whole other ball game. Talk to me about what you've seen from Envy going into this one against Luminon. That's going to have you convinced heading into this Elim final that they managed to take a series from either Shopify or Optic.
Yeah, I think it's the growth and the development and the experience that these guys now have. We've seen such highlight clips from the likes of Precision, from Descendant, like some of the most individual skilled plays we've seen in all of Infinite come from those two. It was a matter of, do they ever figure it out in fours? And I feel like this Envy roster has figured it out online for so long. We've been waiting for them to create these moments at a tournament. And what a time to do it. The last chance they they get in their careers here in the HCS, and they make the most of it so far. I truly believe if those two are firing, they're going to be a problem for whoever drops down into that elimination finals.
The words I think of when I think of Envy, it's about dang time. And you saw the combination of the sensitive precision, the decision. That was beautiful.
It certainly was indeed, and what a beautiful run through the elimination bracket it has been for Envy. Going down into round one, they have made the most out of this opportunity, as was said by my analyst, and I've got to say Envy sitting pretty right now. 4-2 is a really convincing win against Europe's finest, and that brings me on to say, of course, commiserations to Luminon Gaming, but a top four finish for them. It is history making, so incredible stuff. Should be incredibly proud as well. Is the winners bracket side of things, of course, our winners finals happening very shortly. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. That one is going to be a banger. I cannot wait to see how that one goes, because I have questions. Shopify, they're looking really good, and they know what it takes on a Sunday to win this thing. Optic Gaming looking a little bit shaky yesterday, although getting the job done on the right side of things. Clutch, how are you feeling?
The appetizer's over. I'm ready for the main course, and we get the exact two teams that deserve to be in the winners bracket finals. We get the two teams that have won tournaments this year. The first two Optic, the second two Shopify. I can't wait, because when these two play, we get a best of 7 this time. It usually goes to game 5. Will it go to game 7? Man, that would be a show for the ages.
It certainly would be, and a show it will be regardless. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have plenty more action for your championship Sunday on the main stage getting set up. It's Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. This one is for the history books. Who will come out on top? We'll find out right after the break.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. betrayal.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
I think when fans look back on the era of Halo Infinite, they'll speak highly of it just because of how competitive it was and is, and all the crazy moments that this game has brought us. I mean, look at like Tommy's overkill last year. Like,
just gonna jump out and no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Hey, Lucid, you madman!
There's been some pretty insane moments, but I think this game has some respect on it.
I think when people look back on this era of Halo esports, they're going to see some of the most intense grand finals we've ever seen.
3 seconds left, Formal ties the game up once more. It's absolute carnage in the base. Optic make the push. Optic make the push.
The amount of bracket resets we've had, game 5s, game 7s, games decided by 1 kill, 1 point, 1 minute moment.
They've been quite the show.
It was this game time. Orlando was the second, and now the journey is complete. Stands tallest. As with just a few moments left. Wait a second, you're wait a second. ABG's headset was off. The game isn't over yet. There's no way. In quick succession coming in from Ryan Oob, and here's Renegade. 3 seconds left. They say, FaZe, you gotta get in the hill, and I've got a rocket launcher. I don't think it's over. Not again on streets. 0 seconds on the clock. These two teams will tie.
I feel like this era of esports, of Halo esports, would definitely be looked on as probably the most competitive. I think it would be probably the most fun and exciting time, I'd say. Going to an event knowing that like multiple teams could win, we always just made it fun.
I think it's the most competitive it's ever been.
The competition has still been so tight and so interesting, and the passion for Halo in general.
I think fans and players will look back on Halo Infinite as success, honestly. Obviously there's a bunch of rocky moments, but I mean, I feel like that goes with any Halo game. But I feel like there's been so many cool hype moments, a bunch of great events.
I think Infinite got a lot of like backlash. I think about it, and I think about it as like the whole like aspect of all 4 years. I think it was actually a pretty good game. I think it was definitely underrated.
I feel like Halo Infinite was like a core like era. I feel like just because it was so long, like there's a lot of history that happened. Formal came back from Call of Duty.
Some pretty crazy storylines that happened. Formal coming back to the game, winning his ring, like after playing COD, like that was pretty insane. Us, like Quadrant, like making history.
There's a lot of great memories that we're going to be able to have whenever the game does end.
I think like most other Halo games and video games in general, it'll be like kind of controversial. Like people will miss it. I'm sure some people want to move on from Halo Infinite and whatever too at the same time, but I think it'll be like one of those hindsight things where we really realize like how good we had it like in the moment.
They'll look back and say, you know what, I was pretty lucky to witness some of those games.
Well, the memories will continue because, of course, we have another main stage match here in Seattle for your Halo World Championships. And boy, oh boy, is it a big one. 2 Titans on that main stage are getting ready to go. And this means everything, let me tell you. This right here is the biggest confidence boost you could ask for. One of them will be heading into the grand finals, and one will be meeting Envy in the elimination finals with another chance to bounce back. This is huge. This moment is everything. I think it weighs heavy on both of our teams for 2 different reasons. I think one side we have Optic, who have done this so cleanly. Why stop now? Get that leg up, have that bracket reset behind you as a safety net. And the other side, we have Shopify Rebellion, who have done it cleanly. They've been there time and time again, and they know how to win. But Optic Gaming, it's a tall order. Yesterday, I didn't see what I needed to from them in order to get this done against Shopify. Have I seen it before, though? Yes, I have. I know they're capable of it. I need to see more out of the teamwork. It can't just be Renegade time and time again bailing them out. But I know those 4 individuals can get together, they can produce what it takes to win, and Clutch, can they do it on this stage?
That's the big question. Legend Bound, I'm looking at you two. Formal, we got to have a big series here because I do think that this is a must-win for Optic Gaming. Shopify have gotten the better of them at our HCS tournaments as of recent. So this would be a massive confidence to say that we belong, especially in a best-of-7 here. If you truly outplay Shopify in the winners finals, that gives you so much opportunity, not only the double opportunity in the grand finals if Shopify do get to come back here. And as we take a look at the Formal graphic, I mean, he hasn't missed a beat in what seems like 10 years.
It certainly isn't. I mean, I've got to say the support coming from Formal is unbelievable. Everything that you want out of your anchor player, and he's there just making sure his team are willed on to victory. And I agree with you, a big game needs to be seen out of Formal today. But I will say, Tony, I know that the biggest stage in the world produces the goods when it comes to Formal. And in history, he's been absolutely amazing on a Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, they put a lot of responsibility on his hands. You know, he's the human UAV, but he also has one of the best shots in the league and is the anchor for that team.
He certainly is indeed. And of course, Shopify, Tony, on one side, they have been fantastic, although coming into this tournament, they were defeated by Optic Online. So that could be looming over their heads, knowing they're facing their biggest competition right now for a chance in this grand finals. How are you feeling about the team and how they performed this weekend?
Yeah, I talked about Shopify Rebellion having the best bait and switch in the game. I talked about them being the team being the best at staying alive, but it's not going to be easy. Optic are the only team that can constantly put pressure and put enough damage to keep them out of the fight. This is not going to be easy for Shopify Rebellion, although they should be the favorites.
Why I favor Shopify in this series is because of the way this man on screen is playing. Roll 2 in that game 5 against FaZe made the difference between what would be an elimination bracket run for Shopify or where they are right now. Royal 2 has played out of his mind. We always have been talking about Psycho, Last Shot, Frosty. It always seems like they're the ones making the plays. Royal 2, we praise him for his consistency. He's not just consistent so far this event, he is dominant. And if Roll 2 is dominant, Shopify become even more of a problem.
I couldn't agree more. He is the outlier for me. He has been superstar on this team, which is difficult to do when you look at the caliber of teammates you have next to you, but he has been unbelievable. We're looking right now at basically what both of these teams have managed to accomplish here, and it's looking really good on both sides. I will say they're both undefeated in Slayers. And Tony, do you think that's going to have a massive impact on the series? How do you see this going? Is it in the Slayers? Is it in the objective work? What do you foresee?
Yeah, I think it's definitely important. You know, obviously Optic have made some huge improvements in their Slayer game, but I will say Shopify Rebellion have already been one of the top teams in Slayer. And Optic game, although we've seen the improvements, we haven't seen you specifically against Shopify Rebellion in the Slayer. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, both teams being undefeated in Slayers is awesome, but it really is the Slayers that determine the series difference between these two whenever they match up. So pay attention to those games 2, 5, and 7 when they come around. The fact that Optic is voting well in that shows me a lot of promise for Optic fans as well, because usually it's a bumpy ride for the Slayers. I know they haven't played against Shopify yet, so we'll see if they can get it done, but they're usually not perfect. So the fact that they are so far gives me some hope for the Green Wall.
I can't wait. I hope this one is a competitive series because it is our final one. Our winners finals for Halo Infinite starts in just moments. It's Optic versus Shopify happening on the main stage.
Washington, are you ready? Because it's time for the winner bracket finals between Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't get any better than this. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy right there. Yeah, he beat me last night. Well done, sir. Well done. You earned it.
Well fought.
Yeah, you know, it was, well, I mean, I didn't fight really well, but everyone else fought very well on my team. In any case, folks, enough about the shenanigans from yesterday. We're focused on the future. Let's go ahead and take a look at our series layout. We got Live Fire Oddball, Slayer Solitude, King of the Hill Lattice, Strongholds Recharge, and if necessary, and I think it will be, Live Fire Slayer, Bomb on Aquarius, Slayer on Origin. And what we saw in the stats earlier, Dave, these two teams coming into this winter final with perfect records in the Slayer, but Optic Gaming looking absolutely diabolical when it comes to on-ball. And that's exactly where we're starting things off here. And it goes without saying that either of these teams can really just turn it on at the drop of a hat. Truly incredible stuff.
We're getting to see a nice range of maps and modes, but one thing that we are missing from this Winter Bracket Finals is there's no CTF. We've generally seen Shopify be so strong in that, so we're going to see if that decides to hurt them in the series, or if there's going to be a rally back and take it to Optic on one of their best modes.
Oh boy, here we go. Players are loaded up. They're ready to go. Let's do this, baby. Winter Bracket Final time. We're kicking things off with your Halo Infinite MVP, Renegade. Let's see what he can do with this S7 to kick things off. He's already starting on the good foot there, getting a body shot with it, but he's going to need to get out of dodge potentially there. As Frosty is going to get the better of him there. Former teammate squaring off.
Eventually hunted down. That's going to be Frosty grabbing this ball. Look at this rotation. Decide to bring it straight towards Garage. They're uncertain where that last member was at. They don't know where Formal was at. And decide to push away. Now that they know where Formal's at, he's at the tower and he's down.
Big camo there, pick up, as we saw for Frosty. Doing what he needs to do there with that S7, with that power item in play. He's waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push around this. They know that the outside is going to be completely patrolled here by this sniper.
Look at that, Optic. Opt to just go for some slays. They realize sniper camo still in play, and so they need to go for some other kills and spawn kills. They don't give the free kill over at scoreboard, and this is frustrating for Frosty. He has to reposition and try to get a fight.
Why can't nice things just happen for him? You know, that's what he's wondering right now. I got everything I wanted. Where are my double kills? Where are my triple kills? Might actually find one here, but wait a minute. It's gonna get sent back over to the respawn screen. Is Optic Gaming gonna clear him out?
So brilliantly played by Optic right there when that sniper camo was in play. So many other times people would say, we have 3 down, let's grab a little time.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the opening that Frosty was looking for, not giving it to him one bit.
Now that sniper's gonna go in the hands of Renegade. Once again, he only had 1 bullet to work with there. Pressure though from the outside. Frosty targeted Renegade. Off-screen last shot's able to find a target too. That's going to bring 2 members of Optic Gaming down. Ball's going to be available. Renegade's still going to be alive, still going to be a problem. So they're going to have to handle this guy as soon as they can, but that's easier said than done. He will be out of the action for the time being though, which will allow Shopify Rebellion to be able to get back into this.
Look at this. Cycle not afraid just to put some points on the board. He has 3 assists for his team right now. And now we got the season MVP versus the overall MVP. And guess what? It's an even fight.
Who would have called it? Who would have done it? Granted, though, with 3 players down from Optic Gaming right now, this could be a prime opportunity, but you got to watch out here for Formal. He's always going to be a problem, especially he's in the back line like that. He's going to get shut down, though. That's going to open the opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion to be able to add on some more to this. They got a good setup here. Players playing in the forward position, Dave. They're holding the green side of the map. They also have some presence down low.
Yeah, right now, Shopify trying to sniff out exactly where the push is coming from. It's always a tough position when you have the ball over in the small window at the garage, because as soon as you lose the setup, the other team gets it. Shopify, they're hoping to get some sort of breakthrough over towards green or over towards camo, but to no avail. This is going to be Royal 2 trying to get whatever kills he can versus Renegade. And look at those peak shots. You give Royal 2 a corner, and you can't take him down.
That camo ended up doing absolutely nothing there, and the spawn ends up working for Rebellion. So they're going to be right back at it. Should be able to get this ball, as you can see there. They're going to continue to hold this one down. Great defensive play there from Rebellion. Great plays from Royal 2 to keep the drive alive here with this ball.
Look at this. Let go now has the snipe in his hands. Gets that ball down. He still has 5 bullets. but he's still not in too safe a spot. The crazy part, though, about all these snipers, all these players, is it doesn't matter if you're in a full setup and far away, or if they're up close and personal. They hit these shots with the sniper.
That's so good, so clinical with it. Look at that there, even managing, I believe that was a tag on the World Tour. I think I heard it.
Enemy has the ball.
Waiting to see if he can get that target. I got to say, though, despite the plays that we're seeing from Optic Gaming, it is commendable how Rebellion have just been able to hold things down. Because I thought that when that whole play happened and the sniper went back in the hands of Optic, Rebellion were going to have to concede that ground.
You would have thought so. But Rebellion, they do such a good job of talking it through and saying, hey, here's the threat.
Oh, he repulsinated back into Renegade. Oh, what a play.
I just want to go to a Shopify listen, hear how they're commenting.
Enemy has the ball.
Hello? All right, I'll calm for Cycle.
All right, I think we're going to get that sorted in a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll check out the listen-ins in a few. But hey, you know what? If we were listening in,
Oh.
we were just going to hear them feeling great because they're up right now 87-20. And they're continuing to add on to this. Could lock up the first round here and now. Great defensive plays coming through. Optic trying to break through that 50-yard line. But it might be all for naught. Formal's going to be very weak here. This could be that first round going for Shopify Rebellion. But he's going to have to handle last shot. A lot of these targets from Optic. And Optic know that they had to put pedal to the metal then and there. But they put themselves in a tough spot because one mistake and this whole thing's going to be wrapped up for round one.
On top of it, though, feels like Optic aren't grabbing this time to even put some pressure onto the board. At some point, Optic have to start scrapping the time and make it actually a threat. Right now, Shopify are saying there's no need to rush across the map.
Yeah.
They only have 25 points. We can take our time and go for any sort of slays. But now they're putting a little pressure. You see it climbing towards 30, towards 35. The biggest thing, though, outside of just getting those slays and putting that pressure, is Optic needs to get that ball in a play ball position.
Yeah.
They cannot keep it in the house because as soon as Shopify get the kills, Optic lose the game.
But it feels like Shopify more than aware of that, which is part of the reason why it's been difficult for Optic to be able to rotate out. As you can see towards the camo area, World 2's been patrolling around here, preventing them from being able to move. And you also saw some solid holds from Shopify Rebellion around the perimeters of the map. Now, though, Optic Gaming have an opportunity. This is where they're going to have to force their way out of this one.
No way Optic win this round, right?
Still going to be tucked away inside of the room. Cycle could end up making a big play here if they're not careful. And here comes the push now. Actually, Cycle just goes and swoops the ball away.
The cojones on Cycle!
Just like that.
That is so sneaky.
Right from underneath their noses.
2025 MVP Cycle just decides to scrap up those last 4 seconds, secure that first round, and right like that, they're going into round 2.
That's what we're saying, man. You know, they had no room for error. And that was one that, you know, it could have happened to anyone because you got to worry about so many things at once in an oddball game, especially when you only have 4 points before that round is wrapped up.
I don't know if it happened to anyone. I saw Uber Nick just camping the objective yesterday in the DTV battle.
He was doing the Lord's work with that hammer, okay? I will defend that man to the grave. Now, guy who was supposed to be on my team but ended up not showing up on screen here.
Not salty about that. He could
not at
you a
all.
little bit.
Not at all.
Sorry, you got Guy Blaze instead.
Hey, good start though for Optic Gaming. Right where they left off, we were seeing them really start to put things together in that first round toward the tail end of it, Dave. And they have really picked up that momentum. Rebellion now need to break this setup, and they have that play ball set up in the back of the map.
Look at this. Quite opposite from what we saw during the first round. Optic grabbing a bunch of time, getting the ball in play ball positions, being very efficient this time about. And now they get to play with a bit more patience. They're not playing exactly just Shopify's game, but now we see the kills going in the favor of Shopify. I'd love to see where they're going to set this ball up this time.
Now, they've been loving holding the ball inside of the garage side of the map, so maybe they're going to continue to do this here. When they get that opportunity for a rotation, perhaps they could bring it over to the green side if they want to, which is Last Shot doing a ton of work out here.
Last Shot doing a lot of great work.
All right, looks like we lost the casters. Jumping on board with Last Shot. Currently trying to bring his team back. Oh, listen in.
That's it. That's water. I'm looking at Mike. He's front water. You hit him with that. Another one. He's one shot to me. And the elbow's one. Yeah, try to live off that. Correctly. Look, press like a Nest form one. In my wall, came in. Bottom now. Hitting Heater Box in A. Sneak in A. Box in A. A-fly. Is that huge? A-fly in A. That's a street. Back A, guys. One shot. Still much small. I got one. Let's kill small. We're killing this guy. We're small. I think he's holding here, Wyatt. Yeah, okay. Where is he? Still small behind you. Nice. Brad has snipe, guys. Brad has snipe. Screens, never go. Holy fuck. 3 dead. Holy shit!
That whole thing was there. You ended up seeing Shopify Rebellion taking this lead in a commanding fashion, 74, 75, and counting. This garage setup has been meticulous for Shopify Rebellion, and Frosty with this sniper, he's just giving him so much info.
Yeah, every single time I keep talking about that, man, shouldn't Shopify rotate that ball over towards tower, towards green? Yeah. It's like in a play ball scenario, but it feels like they just never lose control of this house area. It feels like they have control of it the majority of the time.
Yeah, the defense is truly something to marvel at here.
And what a good spawn for Cycle there. As there were 7 people down the map, Formal Last Alive, Cycle gets the dummy spawn and just makes its way over towards house to block the rest of these players.
And sometimes it just be like that. You know, you do all that work and then the guy ends up getting a god spawn. Nice shot, won there by Cycle. You only got a couple of points. Is anyone from Optic Gaming in the vicinity to stop it? No,
and looks like game 1's going to Shopify Rebellion.
Goes to Shopify Rebellion. They strike first.
They strike first, and I guess it shows that all levels of play here, Golden Boy, whether you're gold or whether you're playing in the Halo World Championship, sometimes just meant, what a lucky spawn. What's up with that spawn, man? We would have had it if not for that.
But you know what, though, Dave? You got to commend how Rebellion, because even with that spawn, they were still up at 86.
So far ahead. They took the first round.
Absolutely owning on that garage side of the map. And this is a team, Optic, that came into this one with just high marks across the board in the oddball game type. And Shopify Rebellion just handled business.
That's looking dangerous there if you're an Optic fan. Optic, we're looking so good there on oddball. But Shopify just showing their house set with that ball, just played so much better. They played around the spawns better. It felt like any single time these players spawned out and tried to make their way back towards the house. It felt like Shopify were getting slays along the way. Shopify were buying more time in that window. Shopify just doing everything better in that corner of the map.
Yeah, and think about even the times where you were seeing, you know, like the pushes that we were getting from like Frosty and World 2, just getting up in the middle of the map, getting in the face of Optic Gaming, putting in a couple of shots, allowing the likes of Cycle, allowing the likes of World 2 to be able to pick up those big kills. Just a really well-executed game of oddball from Shopify Rebellion, but now we set our sights to Slayer. And as I talked about at the opening, Dave, both of these teams walking into this one with a perfect record here at the Halo World Championship. Someone's going to drop an L here. Someone's going to have to take an L.
It could be a multiple tie. You know, like game 2 of the Big Team Battle Bonanza.
Okay, you need to. This is now you're rubbing it in. Now it's just me. Not kidding.
Hold on, GB. You rubbed it in 3 times in the Walshy's face. I think he's earned a little bit of rubbing in time.
You start to say what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
Right.
You should say one of those is inclassified. They're classified improperly. So one of these teams is going to falter right here and have a single spread stick in that loss column.
You know, I never thought in all of my... It took the last event for you to quote the legendary Gorilla Monsoon, one of the greatest wrestling commentators of all time. Truly mind-blowing stuff. You win a championship belt, you think you know wrestling now? Unreal. Unreal, Dave. Hey, but you're right, though. You're so right. Everything that you said about both of these squads being unstoppable forces, being immovable objects, and especially Optic Gaming on Championship Sunday. A lot of teams fear them. Talking to a lot of fans out here, and they're all saying the same thing. Optic Gaming, Champ Sunday, different breed. Let's see if that comes to fruition here in the Slayer. They're going to need it. They got to hit Shopify with a left hook and get themselves right back into this series.
And that's just insane stats right there. 10 Slayers wins in a row for Shopify. 7 Slayer wins in a row for Optic. both teams. We used to talk about Slayer being the more random mode, the one where the teams that are on the up-and-coming roster side are getting wins against the Titans.
Yeah.
Instead, it feels like Slayer is now the true test of skill.
Yeah, the game really has matured in a very unique way. Frosty gets out of there with that camo. Feel like every time you're looking at Frosty's screen, he's invisible. He's always
on
prioritizing
top
that.
of those power-ups and power weapons.
So good. He's getting a lot of info. And, you know, of course, you can deduce where these players are based on where things are here.
And Optic did this so well last time. They just stayed hidden for a bit. And one thing I like about Optic as well is they'll do this play where they'll stay hidden for a bit, and then they'll make a random charge out through a side.
Yeah, and they're
when
doing
that
it right
sniper may have just reconfigured over a different location, but just like that, walks into the U-turn, gets killed. That's 3 down.
An early lead out of Shopify, but again,
doing anything.
if there's any two teams where an early lead doesn't matter, it's gonna be these two
And
teams.
it's a really tough, even if you know what's happening, it's tough to counteract because on the one hand, you want your sniper to get in the action, to get a new angle. On the other hand, you don't know where that push is coming from.
Yeah, especially when that sniper rocking camo is invisible, able to just kind of run around the map willy-nilly. I do credit Optic for trying to give themselves an opening there, but Shopify, great response. That's going to give them this 5-kill lead to start things off. It's still early days
team
here,
nade.
so plenty of opportunities for Optic, especially with Bound holding the shock rifle here. Could find a lot of targets. Frosty, I thought he was going to find Frosty, but instead it's going to be Formal. Ends up getting the connection there, looking for another one as well. That's going to be World 2 going down. But while all that's happening, though, more kills coming in for the Rebellion.
Let's see what Bound decides to do here with the rest of the shock. Only a couple shots left. Not making the greatest use of it, but end of the day, it's in their hands.
There's one.
No longer in the hands of Shopify. And anyone who's opening kills, it's not just the kill that they get on the board, it's more of the map control.
There's two.
From that kill.
Hey, well, Bound ended up getting a couple of frags with that, so that worked out. Double kill for Bound. Looking for another one, but World 2 is going to run away into the loving hands of Renegade. But it seems like Renegade
Into the loving hands of Renegade.
hit with a melee. All that going on, though.
Something tells me
Rebellion still keeping
those hands weren't too loving.
within 4. It's 1 round of slays that Optic would need to get. And these kills are coming in fast, and Shopify keeping the pace the entire time. It feels like they've, you know, a lot of teams sometimes in these moments, right, especially when power items come into play, you would think, oh, yeah, there's opportunity for them to come back, but Rebellion just keep on going the same way, and they got the
Second camo to Shopify Rebellion.
Fast-paced times. Shopify find these ways to get trades, so they're not just going.
Oh, they take out the camo rather
finish
efficiently.
Finish off kill.
Yeah.
All sort of ways so that they are never getting themselves in.
Still though,
Optic
6
keep full strength
make
of
that
4
7 kill
mowing
lead
down
for
player
Shopify
after
Rebellion.
player.
It just gets so difficult, too, when you see how Shopify move around the map. A lot of teams do this, but few do it as good as Shopify does, where you're never really in a 1v1 fight with someone when you're going up against a member of Shopify, because there's always going to be someone else there to take the fight. If you think, oh,
You know, I'm still not counting
out.
Optic out.
You're going to be dead
It's a
immediately, and that goes to what you were talking about.
8-9 kill lead, but
They keep coming in. They keep getting the value where it is.
until it's
Now they
like
have an 8-kill lead here.
49,
4 kills at one point.
40.
I love that move from Royal
4,
2 there.
I still won't count them out.
Saw that small open and go towards garbage truck to continue putting pressure on the Legend. Just not letting the player get comfortable. The way that someone like Legend or Renegade are going to go off when they have shock rifle is they get to hit their shot that they want to take, then they reposition, hit a new shot. But if you can find that player before
I don't
they
think they're shot connected.
continue to pelt them with shots, put that pressure on them, it throws them off their groove.
Yeah, I mean, hell, even right there, you were seeing on the opposite side of that what Optic was trying to do to Rebellion there. End up getting 4 down, so that's going to get things at least a little bit more manageable, because this lead was looking a little out of hand at one point. I think they were up to like 10 kills. So credit to Optic Gaming, keeping themselves very much in there. And they keep on with these big moments down low for Formal. He's looking around to see if anyone's going to try and challenge here. Now Rebellion all going to be grouping up, waiting for a time to strike. They know Formal's patrolling down here. They got to handle it.
Yeah, Formal's in such a smart spot. He's not overextending just yet. They knows they're all stuck over at top shock, and they're just trying to squeeze in here and eventually trap them over at this tower. Here comes the final flank, and kill after kill going in favor of Optic. Well executed.
But even when that's happening, though, you're still seeing Shopify get 1 or 2 in those exchanges. That keeps that lead going. And it's been the theme of the entirety of Game 2 here, where Shopify seemingly don't want to give an inch to Optic Gaming, as they shouldn't. But Optic are doing a good job of just trying to force the situation, get themselves back into this one. And Formal holding things down over here, but now things are going to slow down just a touch. But just as I say that, Cycle manages to break through the lines.
Just somehow seeing these different
Let's see who gets this next camo. Looks like Legends making.
Assume a squad like Optic has every single angle.
Well,
but the fact that
he gets taken out.
Just hit those rounds so fast. There's zero hesitation.
Maybe roll two?
Not waiting for a stalemate to do this. They're doing this in the middle of chaos, and that's why it's successful.
And that is another power item. Camo grab for Shopify Rebellion. Ball's been made though. World 2, or sorry, Formal is going to be weakened. World 2 playing his life here. Needed to get outbound, had those camo eyes, was able to see it. And they're just exchanging those kills over and over, maintaining this 5-kill lead. It's only continued to frustrate Optic. And with this camo too, they're kind of in a position where they don't really have the freedom and understanding of where things are in the map because this one player is able to just run around willy-nilly and grab so much info.
I like this play by RL2, just realizing he has the damage, continues to put this squeeze onto these players. And how he decided to get the hunt, because right now they're not getting the finishes on these kills. They finally take down Legend, who was that original kill over in the yard. And it's just hunt after hunt. Bound goes down after Legend. And just like that, we're back to the 6-kill lead that Shopify has established at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, Rebellion have gotten the lead and never let it go. And also credit though to Cycle World. Two incredible games with how Frosty is as well. Got himself a big shock rifle kill there. Trying to see if maybe there could be another target. It's Renegade up top. He's weakened. Might have to commit to this fight knowing that there's going to be pressure right behind him there over toward the snipe, but the help comes in. It's beautiful. He gets right out of dodge there. You think he's going to be cooked, and he's still getting kills.
All right.
It's just such a difficult
At this point,
kill. We always talk about how
Shopify should be thinking about trades.
That
Or that works too. That works quite well.
Top pro in Halo. So many times he slid back and forth, dodged the perfect grenades, hit the perfect shots along the way. Just all this movement while perfectly precise.
Nade fest.
Okay, this nade might have to slow things down here for Frosty. He had a read on him. I don't know if they're aware of it. They were, so they were able to take him out. Good calls there from Optic Gaming, but things are getting a little dicey here. Shopify could just trade their way to victory at this point. You get a kill, you get like a little melee, right? Just try and force those trades to happen. Optic knows that. They're going to have to play wiser here.
So patient, too, from the Shopify side.
Now, every single kill on the side of Rebellion,
and doesn't decide to
it's just
instead just puts down damage, stays alive.
One more in the dagger.
That if he does not have the perfect charge,
the Optic has to get to 40, and they do.
To make the play. And that's what perfect Halo looks like, boy. It's players.
And finally, Renegade, someone from Optic's able to get that camo, so
forcing plays if they don't need to.
Yeah.
Renegade has to go huge with
Goes
this.
back to that ball game, right? When Cycle just kind of swooped in. He could have, went in for a fight, right? But instead, he opted.
Yeah, they're watching that ledge.
Just go for the grab. End the game, right? Don't try and be a superstar, right?
Oh, he gets spotted out. They take him out. That is brutal for Optic. That may be the nail in the coffin for this game.
Being a 2-0 for the Rebellion. Cycle's got a couple of people in front of him. That's going to be kill number 49. Looking for the other one.
Yeah, I don't see them not winning this game. Let's go.
But it does not matter. That final kill came in courtesy of Last Shot. 50-42. Now, this is where you get a little nervous if you're an Optic Gaming fan, and I know we got a lot of those in this venue today here, Dave.
Absolutely. I mean, you lose the first mode, which is looking very favorable to Optic, but it looks like they're going to take a moment just to regroup. But hey, we do have ourselves a best-of-7 Golden Boy. Plenty of time to get momentum and get steam. And one thing I tend to say about these two teams when I look at Optic and Shopify, as I do think in the world right now, Rebellion is the best team. I think that they're consistently the best right now. However, with that being said, I think that Optic has the highest ceiling out of any team in the world. I think if Optic's playing their best against Shopify's best, I think Optic win. There's a moment that they can get steam and momentum and bring this series back.
Yeah, there's like a fire that lights up inside of them whenever you see them in these pressured situations. You're so right there, Dave. But I will say, though, the thing that I enjoy about Shopify is, they have that that icy demeanor. You know, it kind of brings me back to when Royal 2 and Frosty were teaming with Snakebite, you know, and Lethal or Snakebite and Renegade, like back in the day when they were in like FaZe or Optic or Tox, where it was always like the icy team, you know, keeping it calm, not getting too crazy, focusing more on just getting the job done. And it definitely works out. Both teams certainly have their own unique ways of approaching, you know, professional Halo.
Yeah. But these guys just looking so good here to kick off this Sunday. I mean, that's the sort of start you're looking for. A very dominant game number 1, a comfortable game number 2, and next we're going on Lattice, which Shopify, they've looked so good so far ever since the emergence of this map.
Yeah, this event in particular, Shopify didn't get many opportunities to play. No shocker here with how both teams have been performing, that, you know, they're going to be in a good position here. But now that we've seen kind of how the Slayer played out, Dave, it goes without saying Shopify certainly in the driver's seat for this series. And Optic, I'm sure Coach Lunchbox is giving them the speech in the back, being like, guys, we can't do this. Because other teams were taking it to Shopify Rebellion as well, right? And this is, ooh, okay, let's take a look at these stats here, right? Last 7 King of the Hills for Optic. That might not bode too well, but hey, anything's possible.
It's possible, especially when those players in Optic are on fire. I truly do believe when you see the likes of Renegade, likes of Legend, just moving around the map so comfortably and confident when they're on fire, they can take out any team at any time. But the consistency from Optic has been missing this whole year. Even though Optic takes the first 2 events, the consistency's not there. They're losing in pool play. They're dropping to teams that I would say are slightly below their level.
But when you do have the Halo Infinite MVP on your team, Renegade right there, you know, anything is possible for Optic Gaming. And of course, we're seeing how this is all going to be playing out in just a moment. I mentioned before Optic taking a little bit of a break here, but yeah, I mean, while we, you know, have this opportunity to kind of take a second here while Optic are chilling things out, want to thank everyone for tuning into this event. Obviously, Halo World Championship has always been an amazing event, especially here in Seattle. Ever since we started doing Worlds out here, it's always been a blast. So big shout out. Give yourselves a round of applause, guys. Thank you so much for coming out, making this last HCS event something special. We got a packed house out there. You know, it's crazy because I remember like working on HCS when I was a Twitch employee back in the day. And I got the email showing me the HCS logo, and I was like, HCS, I kind of like it, you know?
We'll see where this thing goes.
Yeah, let's see where this little project takes us. And here we are, all these years later, doing this thing. So
I always get photo memories that pop up, and I see like something from us cast in 2015. I'm like, haven't deleted this photo yet. Thank you. Reminder, get that out of there.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm deleting all the photos with you every chance I get. If I see your wedding photo, delete. You know what I mean? The time you and I hung, delete. You know, like time you came over to my house, delete. It's been great. You know, just truly clean out your photo inboxes, everyone. It'll save you some storage. But no, man, it truly has been a pleasure to be a part of this, and I think like one of the things that makes this event so special, and just Halo in general, is really like the people who come through from all over the world to watch this game be played. So many folks came through, so seriously cannot thank you all enough. Speaking of folks who are coming in from Australia, from all sorts of parts of Europe, tons of locations here in the United States, it truly is something special. So thank you all so much. But now that the players are back on stage, fist bumps across the board, we're getting loaded up. Let's see how this one shakes out. The Shopify Rebellion go up 3-0 in this winter final? Or can Optic Gaming finally strike back against these tyrants in the Rebellion?
We will have to see. I mean, this is an unforgiving map. There can be so many brutal spawns here.
Yeah.
Hills can be very easy to hold outside that very first one. You can get some strong setups. So we're going to have to see what happens here between these two squads. Taking a quick look at some stats, though, between Last Shot and Royal 2. 2 insane KD ratios, 2.33 and 1.91.
It's almost like Last Shot's really good at this video game.
You know?
Damn.
What do you know?
That's crazy, man. An absolute beast. What a tail end to 2025.
Uh-oh, texture glitch.
I gotta say, kind of like the new update. In any case, let's go ahead.
Oh gosh.
And jump into the action.
Oh, it got fixed.
Clear it up. We're good to go. Let's see. Last shot versus Formal.
Oh, last shot gets the last shot.
That's crazy too, with the confidence the last shot approaches these fights with. It's like he'll just go at you with no problem. Because
I don't think I've ever seen the texture glitch on an actual main stage match.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players these days don't remember the windmill shots that you'd hit from time to time when things got panicky. You were just you start windmilling your cursor everywhere.
I do that all the time.
I still do that all the time.
Anymore here in 2025 on the stage.
Yeah. So the amount of work our players have been putting in to this game truly is something special. Shopify Rebellion certainly exemplifies that with the work ethic that this team has put together. I remember seeing this lineup coming together thinking, that's interesting. I wonder how that's going to play out. And now look, their potential contending to hold a trophy over their head, the biggest trophy of it all here in Halo, the Halo World Championship trophy. And there's a big opportunity here for the Rebellion to be able to close this one out in dominating fashion with how this series has gone so far, Dave.
Yeah, just looking at how much progression Shopify have on this first hill. Optic are in a tough spot. Do they commit towards this hill and try to see if they get capped, or do they set for hill number 2?
Seems like they were trying to see if they can get the setup there, but Frosty met them with open arms and was able to stop them right in their tracks.
The best part here for Shopify is, since they have so much progress on this hill, they can even just go set for hill number 2 right now, since Optic hasn't put any pressure just yet. So they can wait till they have the right spawns, the right setup, before they even finish the first hill.
Maybe this is the chance for them here. They do have control on this side of the map, only really needing to remove last shots. Easier said than done, obviously. He's going to make himself a hard target. Formal should be able to get the better of him here, and he does. Now Optic need to get some bodies onto that point.
Yeah, but it feels like they're still opting to just go for the new setup. But here they go. Optic finally getting some points on the board. And this is going to actually force Shopify now to finish up this hill, whether they have the superior spawns or not.
Shroud screen, excuse me, giving them a little bit of cover here. Thinking maybe there could be some pressure from top mid. But instead, you're going to have Rebellion because they know they have a little bit of time to work with. They're going to work around the map here. That kill-off screen could be pretty big there onto Renegade and Bound. Leaving Formal in a precarious position here. Bound as well, and that's going to wrap up. Oh, you got Frosty with a double kill there. He's looking to get this first point on the board. You got those spawns all the way in Carajo land. It ain't happening. That's number 1.
Carajo land.
And just like that, it's
oh, I love Golden Boy.
They get the setup they want, they get the first hill, and also some more time torched off the clock.
Yeah.
Only 3.5 minutes.
This is textbook right here. An Optic reeling, needing to get out of this blue side of the map. Formal tucked in the corner, needing to play his life. Renegade might be a problem over in the distance there. You can see him in that action, and Cycle's getting the call, but hey, last shot's got that covered. He's trying to put together an MVP performance of his own here at the rate that he's going at. They might be able to get this 2-0 really quickly here, Dave, which is quite problematic for Optic.
Such a good setup here from Shopify. They're pushed all the way out here against towards blue, so they're fighting Optic as they're coming out of the blue spawns. And they're going to get multiple spawn opportunities to go back and fight. And so right there, as all these members of Shopify were taken down, they were able to grab that last few seconds of time and get new spawns.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were seeing in that first point, right? Where Shopify had so much progress, whereas Optic were really just playing from the back foot here. Now you got 3 down, and this is right back where we started.
And there's the difference, too, from how Optic held. Optic held right next to the hill. And so the second that they were taken down, they already had somebody in the hill from Shopify. And on top of that, Shopify can go across the map and set up to get spawn kills against the blue spawns.
And that's number 2, folks. Optic Gaming need to wake up here if they want to try and get into this.
Oh, good job checking his corners.
Like Frosty and company are just running roughshod all over them. But this area of the map, hey, Optic's been here for a hot minute, so maybe this could work out for them. But last shot has other ideas, has other plans alongside World 2. He's having a great game so far.
Yeah, their first target here is going to try to be blue. They know Bound's at the bottom of the stairs, but if they can get blue control, no longer can Optic be comfortable in the Crystal Hill.
But they are doing a good job of holding this one down. Like I said, they had a lot of familiarity with this blue area of the map. They've been here for a minute now, so it should be at least a territory where they can hold things down. The Rebellion making it so difficult. Beautiful plays there from Royal 2, getting them right back into this one.
Yep, all 4 down. Let's see how aggressive Shopify decide to be on this hill. We saw in red, they decided to push all the way across the map and put pressure right on the spawns. Here, I don't feel like they're afforded the exact same luxury of pressuring towards red. So you might see them hold back a little bit more.
It's really this top mid control here that's so pivotal. That's why Optic prioritizing getting bodies inside of there. They got 3 down now, and they're right back in it. So Optic Gaming trying to get one on the board, and they're close to it.
And I feel like Shopify, they have the room for error for this, so they're just going to likely let this hill go and set up for hill number 4.
Yeah, and that is what's going to happen here. A little bit of progress, and that'll do it. Optic's on the board. Now they need to get themselves one more, not this game up.
Just like that, they got the first kills on the board. These next kills are going to decide everything. That huge kill by Legend is going to disallow Shopify from having full control over at Blue and Crystal.
They fight here as well. Royal 2 trying to win this one out. Sends a nade over to Legend. Actually, just a good use of the items there. The repulsor and the nade into the corner. Brilliant.
Yeah, you start to see that more here in the 2025 season where people are doing that with the frag grenade plus repulse. You saw that consistently in previous years where people do that with a sticky grenade and the repulse and get that stick.
Yeah, very well executed there. Optic Gaming, so far so good for them. Greenwall's looking pretty strong right now with how they're playing in the mid game here.
Oh, just barely missing that shot.
Those key shots could have really held back those members of Shopify Rebellion on the push, but instead he's going to lose his life in that exchange. Now Legend on the flank knows that this area is going to be quite important to have to clear, but Shopify's Frosty so on top of that. While all that's going on here, finally managed to get bodies onto that hill. Formal in the back, got to handle business. Now Frosty tried to juke him out. Formal's a little too wise to that one.
Little time going for Shopify, but I don't feel like they're in a safe enough spot. There goes Royal 2. Frosty's down. That's going to be Cycle. And just like that, last shot, the last one remaining, and they're going for the hunt. Has 1 bullet here, but can only do so much with this.
Yeah, misses that body shot. Would have loved to have been able to get that one there, but nope, not going to come to fruition for him. And it continues to be Optic Gaming in the driver's seat. We were seeing in the beginning, Shopify Rebellion started off hot, getting those 2 caps right out of the gate here, but Optic showing that they are not out of this, not by a long shot.
No, look at
yeah, I think Optic are going to tie this up. But Optic needs something.
Also on top of this, Shopify, they've been outslain by
they cannot go down 3-0.
Yet they're about to go even in the objective.
This goes to show the great defensive hold that we've been seeing from Optic. I think a lot of that probably came from the start of the game too. I wouldn't be shocked. I think if you look at
a little overslaying at the beginning.
Yeah, I think if you look at like how the slays kind of matched up with like if there's a graph, if you will, probably would show that now both of these teams, probably Optic winning more of those exchanges here. Got to close this one out though. Cycle's having a bit of a tough start to get things going, but he's still putting in a lot of work with those assists. Trying to help his teammates out here. No one's really been in a comfortable spot to move into that damn hill either.
Looks like Optic gonna grab that second hill.
There we go.
And I don't think we're
3 dead for Shopify.
Boy, I think it's gonna be ended right here.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what an area for this one to be where that last fight is going to take place here, Dave, because, you know, this hill can get a little scrappy sometimes. The box hill, which Optic has presence right now. And it's kind of ironic that considering, you know, the way this game started, where everything was really catering more towards playing on the outside, playing red, these last 3 hills have all been on the blue side, and Optic have been there the entire time.
The momentum is turning. 4 dead.
And I feel like we're going to see Optic play some defense after this.
Yeah, and they have every right to. 55 seconds left on the clock.
No, I say go for the win. Nice shot, bound.
It's going to get shut down immediately, though, by Royal 2. They're going to get it. That's the lead, 3-2. And for the first time in this series, Optic Gaming takes the lead over Shopify Rebellion. Perhaps that's the juice they're looking for.
Like this play from Legend, though. No need to go directly towards the hill just yet and try to take over some height, try to take over the catwalks. There goes Frosty. They know Royal 2 is 1 shot as well over at red. And look at this clock start to tick down. 46 seconds of defense left here for Optic.
Bound with the snipe again. Whoa, good shot.
Looking for another one. Last shot, the lineup, the pitch. And he misses, but hey, it's a very least, it's the pressure that he's applying to Shopify Rebellion. That clock begins to tick down. 30 seconds remaining here. Things are getting dicey. But Bound's got good control this night. Gets the shot. Love to see it.
Bound's starting to heat up.
To add on to this, Frosty, though, finally stops Bound's reign of terror. But no one's in a great spot to be able to get into that hill. We only got 14 seconds remaining here, Dave.
Yeah, Optic. Now I just need to let this clock run out.
Legend and crew even right near the hill just to defend it.
And now Shopify just have to go. Just have to four-man push it.
Get inside the hill, but time is fully on Optic's side. They can step back. They can even get outslayed one round and make another push.
Yeah, this is where Optic, they're in a great position to close this one out. They cannot afford to take a body off of that. You saw it just tick down to 2 seconds there. World 2 with a big win. Legend trying to keep this thing alive here, but now things are going to get a little bit dicey right here, Dave. Big play here for Renegade potentially.
That Shroud and that Rock. And there it is. The first on the board for Optic. Here's the inch they need. Are they going to take that mile and run with it? We shall see.
For this team in the previous few matches. And they showed that despite that hot start from Shopify Rebellion, you can never count out the green wall.
Especially going down to that 0-2 lead. They just started to click, started to get the slays. It felt like you're starting to see Optic really have that life. You're starting to get hope.
I think this is exactly what Optic needed here. Just to get that motivation going, just to confirm, yes, this Shopify team, they're absolute menaces, they're beasts, but we are too. And they have shown that they can come back against the wall. They were pinned for a majority of that game, played to those small advantages that they were able to build up, and those small advantages became big advantages, and before you know it, Shopify Rebellion, they received an L on this one after having a pretty damn good King of the Hill run too.
Just perfect play out of Optic to close that one out. Clutching up, getting the kills on the spawn areas that they needed to at the right times, executing when they needed to.
Yeah.
Just so well played by them. And I love that last play by Renegade as well. Just says, you know what? I'm going to take out Cycle, and I'll take out Last Shot. The only two people near the hill, and this clock is going to tick down.
You see that moment too for the team when that kill came in. Renegade goes back in his chair. He's like, whew, all right, we got that, guys. Let's keep it going. And now we go to Stronghold's recharge. I think we're going to get ourselves a little bit of a series here, Dave, perhaps. Now, this is going to be how Shopify Rebellion perform on Strongholds. And hey, would you look at that first across the board? Oh, like we just saw that.
Yep, I mean, that tends to happen when you are the #1 seed in the tournament and on a 15-win streak on this mode. Just absolutely insanity.
It feels like every time we look at those stats, right, it's not a shocker to see Rebellion performing so well. And I feel like even at this point in the competition too, like, yeah, stats are always going to be valuable, always going to be important, but you know, it's Championship Sunday Halo. You just got to feel it out, right? It can't.
Doesn't matter how you got here. Doesn't matter the records before. All that matters
close it out
is these next games during this match.
Record-wise, there you could see both teams having pretty decent results. I mean, Shopify Rebellion having an incredible result. Optic having a decent result. So this is not going to be one where Optic are going to be in a tough position, so to speak. They should be able to contend here early on. I have no reason to believe they wouldn't. But of course, for Rebellion, you know, you were seeing Frosty really hit some nasty shots there. Last Shot had a great start to that game. Cycle kind of slowed things down a little bit. Curious to see how he steps up coming into this one.
Yeah, you cannot have any soft or cold games here against a squad like Optic. You need to, especially once you take that lead, finish them. Finish them while they're down.
Yeah. If it bleeds, kill it. You gotta take it out. 250 points to win. Sure, you all know that, but for the new guys, you know, got you covered. These are gonna be the players to look out for here without a doubt. Our two MVPs, our season and overall Halo Infinite MVP, squaring off against each other now.
All right, let's go.
Let's jump into this action.
Yes.
Come on, Optic, tie it up.
Going straight for pipes. Now I hate this play. Uncontested. but does not grab it. Actually, a little surprised as to why he didn't want to grab that weapon while he made the jump. Maybe he left it for a teammate.
I think that plasma pistol is going to handle anyone who comes up on the bottom.
Yo!
Right? That's a double.
Oh!
That's why. Good old-fashioned noob combo, baby. My favorite. They'll get that shock rifle here, Shopify eventually.
Ooh!
Shot managing to stay alive there. That's just silly.
Yeah, Bound hitting that melee just a little too early. Not getting those favorable lunges here
Oh.
on land, and his team is punished because of it.
The last shot did get a call like, hey, they're probably going to be pushing over toward elevator side. This is going to be Frosty and them working together. TripCap now coming in. They're going to clear that one out. And they're not going to get an opportunity to flip that. So that is just going to continue to add to the pain here for Optic Gaming. A strong start for Rebellion. I feel like I've been repeating myself with the way Rebellion have been starting these games, Dave.
And look at this. Shopify has such a strong setup, almost a little U shape here from control all the way towards pipes. And they aren't even contesting C. But Optic don't know that. So Optic feel like they're out playing Shopify. They're saying, hey, don't go for the obvious hill. Don't go straight for C. Let's go for something else. Let's go for elevator. And they're kind of walking right into Shopify's trap.
Yeah, but they did manage to flip B here. Is it going to be enough, though, right? You got last shot going to be moving up. Frosty's got a big fight happening that he ended up getting the melee off of there. So the flip might be coming in here. Start to see Optic Gaming add some points to the board, but it might be short-lived, as that A is going to get flipped instantaneously, and they're going right for B. So they're just continuing to apply this unrelenting pressure to Optic.
All that work just to get the one point. They got a couple strongholds there, but in the end, did not pan out. Now, Optic finally grabbing C, which should have been a free grab earlier. But like I said, it's generally a trap. Most people say, all right, you can't go for this open one. They're going to expect for us to go here when we're spawning Hydro.
Yeah, they did a good job of trying to make that flip happen. But Rebellion, they're just so icy at these moments. Plasma Pistol's doing some big work here, especially in these chokes. Check your corners. Oh, missed that one, but maybe the fight comes through. Instead, you're going to wait this one out. No reason to get crazy with it. This is a wild lead that you're starting to see the Rebellion build off of here. 140 and counting. And now it is Stronghold, so it is possible for them to... that sucked. It was a spider. It is Stronghold, so they can get back into this one, Optic. They just need a couple clean Ronda Slays, and hell, maybe a trip cap or two could help out.
Yeah, starting trip cap will do the job here.
There we go.
Look at this difference now. Shopify, the moment that they're over at Long and Hydro, instantly grab C. Stop that bleeding from a trip cap. But there's only so much you can do when you got a camo shock rifle renegade roaming around the map.
Yeah, but Royal 2 is wise to this one here. He jumped up on to the gold side, and he's just been waiting it out. You saw that notification come up instantly of the shock rifle being available, and he saw it disappear instantly. So that, you got to deduce, right? There's just no shot that this guy hasn't left this area anticipating where this push is going to be coming from. And they're going to try and slow it down. So instead, prioritize resources in other areas of the map to try and see if they can make an opening happen here.
Wow.
Well done.
So well done. Like you said, so smart and patient from
Dang,
Royal
they
2 there. Just waiting at gold to see if and when.
Like, he did not get any use out of that camo.
Second to go long haul, decides to get the cutoff through batteries. Doesn't take the obvious route, just through pipes.
Yeah, what a difference in approach there. Oh, just as I say that, Renegade, he's going to get his pound of flesh, manages to take him right back and grab that shock rifle too, perhaps. Make that flip happen. B and C going over to Optic Gaming. Chance for them to add some
I feel like they get these trip caps out of nowhere.
Renegade's got this shock rifle. Let's see what we can do with it. Trip cap now in effect for Optic. Maybe they'll start to add and get to this lead. Renegade, though, they need him. They got the double.
Oh,
maybe
he's got a triple right in front of him.
for the shot. Is anyone there for him? Oh, boy. So close to it.
Half the team down. They know where the other half is. That's going to be Frosty going down. They knew
Okay, this should be a good chunk of time. I think, I would imagine they'll cross 100 before any of these,
Kind of in a
before the scoring is stopped.
About earlier, Dave, about how like C, seems a little obvious, so on and so forth.
There we go.
And you can see where Optic are positioned in that.
Such a smart flank there from both sides. Amazing flank from Renegade. Also a great flank from Frosty, but both sides kind of shut down. Looks like that flank from Renegade's able to punish through, and now Shopify don't know. Do they turn around and try and deal with Renegade, or do they push through and stop this trip gap?
Well, the good news is that they were able to accomplish both seemingly here. Get themselves, he did not get an opportunity to pop that camo. So it is going to be up for grabs. Frosty gets it. Great reads from Shopify Rebellion, and now they're going to see if they can stop this bleeding here. that Optic Gaming put a world of hurt on them. Big fight happening. Renegade Frosty. Renegade gets that dub.
But looking just like that, Frosty roaming with this camo. You know Optic are trying to hunt him down. They need to stop this cap. They need to stop this camo. Let's go to Optic. Listen to hear how they're going to break out of this trip cap.
They gotta start getting into these strongholds. This trip cap is starting to hurt.
All right, Optic Gaming there. You can hear the pressure. The call
Oh no, that's not what he wanted.
They're making this work, and it was a little bit of that indecision on the on just getting B, right? It's just so much work that they have to.
They need to go. Where is it?
We're getting close to the danger zone here, David.
Okay, it looks like
well into the danger zone. 240 and counting if they can stop the bleeding here, which they have been at the very least for a moment. But last shot has other plans.
Yeah, they've let some of those trip caps linger on a little too long. Feels like Shopify had control of the elevator just so much longer than Optic in many of these situations. Renegade flipping it, but no room for error here.
None at
Shopify
all.
are just looking for a dub cap and just hold that. And they got
yeah, Optic
plenty
are
of
on the
time.
back foot.
Optic's only real pressure moment here is to get around the slays, get trip cap, and play perfect Halo.
Last shot gets the big kill there onto Bound in the back of the map. Now he's got control here. They're going to move immediately toward A. That's going to be another target. Looking for a second, but he does not locate it. But the rest of the team now looking to dash on over toward A. Flip this one here.
They gotta maybe head towards C.
Doesn't seem like it. It's just Renegade.
Last shot knows it.
Who's going to get the better of who in this exchange? Little game of ring around the rose here.
Renegade gets it. He's got to get into C though. He's taken out.
Cleanup comes in. Only a couple of points, but Optic's trying to.
So they're in A. They're in A.
They got bodies on A, bodies on C, trying to make the flip happen here.
Frosty goes down.
Feels like every stronghold's contested in some way, shape, or form.
Oh
right
my
now.
God.
There goes B. C is being grabbed by Renegade.
Renegade's
All
about to
these
die.
players from Shopify are going back to grab C. And Cycle can't walk into this trap. If he gives up this free death over A, this could be disastrous. Nice play. Smart play by Cycle just to back down.
He can breathe for another like 10 seconds.
And he'll try and hold out here toward the B side of the map. They got to get this flip happening ASAP, but Bound's going to get exposed. He's weak and he's down.
Look
A gets reset.
Have a little bit of capture on all of them because these players are just making it such a chaotic situation. Optic still alive, only 3 points away. Shopify just need to grab one of these strongholds, but it's really going to come down to these slays. This opening kill against Renegade could be huge.
Renegade manages to get out of there though. A little beaten up, but not done yet. He's still
Frosty's first to go down.
Another one above him. He's gonna get the melee.
Renegade's going huge.
He gets B and C control. A's going over to Shopify, but they're trying to hold this one down. It's getting dicey, Dave.
This is fine now for Optic. No longer do they need the trip cap. They can hold this for 22 points. They just have to get a couple more kills. Royal 2 has a standard.
No.
Shopify wait for Royal 2, and now they make their push. But just like
Frosty's
that,
first to go down. Royal 2 is in trouble. No, Renegade can't close it.
Finally stopping him, but we're getting close to the wire, folks. Look at that, the progress.
They're gonna desperate. They're gonna desperate.
And they're getting right back into this. But just as I say that, Shopify Rebellion put a body on B.
They got
They're
it.
gonna stop the bleeding.
They got it.
Is anyone there to prevent it?
They gotta go into A.
But does anyone on Optic get
No!
And instead, it's the Rebellion.
Oh, they were so close to getting into A.
Dramatic fashion after one hell of a comeback from Optic Gaming.
Woo!
Back so beautifully. But
Oh
just
my
at the
goodness.
end, Shopify realized
I thought Optic was gonna ice up and clutch up.
the batteries and get the last few points.
You want to know what's really incredible about that too, Dave? Optic Gaming were completely outslayed in that map. 58 to 47 kills. Goes to show you that when Optic needed to turn it on right at the end, damn, they are a scary, scary team. But Rebellion, they had that little bit of cushion. They just needed to get that one play, and that's all they got.
It's crazy. When you put Optic backs against the wall, they show up, they play, they fight out of those corners.
Yeah.
You saw it in game number 3 on last King of the Hill as they were down 2-0 and bring it back the next 3 hills. You saw it here in this game.
Yeah.
They were down by over 110 points and bring it back at the very end. This time, narrowly being edged out by Shot by Rebellion.
Crazy to think too that had they been able to take out Renegade before he was able to grapple shot into pipes, this could have played out. This could have been over in an instant. But instead, Optic Gaming showing that when those moments, when they need to clutch up, they can. Thing is though, is that they were in that situation to begin with, and Shopify Rebellion, just with those strong starts and continuing to just put that pressure. I mean, you were even seeing when they had 2 strongholds locked down, they were fighting always for the third.
Always fighting for that third. And right here, this is the time that Optic got caught off guard. They had too many players over at C-Plat, over at Hydro side, and they didn't make a play quick enough towards B or A. And Shopify, because of that great last-minute decision and disadvantageous position from Optic, close out a game number 4, putting themselves 1 game away to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
What an achievement would that be for these guys here as we get ready for live fire. Look at that. Tied up 7-2, 7-2 on this map and mode. So if you're Optic, you got to be feeling a little bit of confidence here, because look at the rest of the series layout. You get yourself that neutral bomb. You get to that point, force that map 7. Shopify, you know, kind of sweating on that stage after how they started this series. You're right back into this one. And we're wasting no time, folks. Let's jump into the action. Live fire Slayer. Can Optic do it? Can they keep themselves alive? Or does Shopify Rebellion punch their ticket to their first ever Halo World Championship Grand Final?
Take a look at those stats though from Cycle. During game number 2 on Slayer, 16 kills and 2.67 KD. Damn. Also 4,000 damage, 4.1k damage in a
Come on, Optic.
It's like he just spawned up and just had.
Let's make this an interesting
everywhere,
series.
You know, it's insanity. Frosty, probably one of the best QT players in this tournament. This quantum translocator in his hands is something of beauty, but
doesn't get the stick.
Get the kill there, but he'll be able to pop in and out when he needs to. Pound, gorgeous reads from there, not having any of those shenanigans.
No, just solely aware of that. You saw the respect that he's giving that sniper rifle, saying, my best chance to get the sniper is to somehow get a back smack or throw a plasma. But
who do you give the snipe to? Oh, Legend. Good Legend has camo.
To his teammate Legend.
And that's because he's got this camo here. Frosty, not sure when that push is going to be coming through, trying to use those grenades to push him back, but that was just a clean, easy kill for the Legend himself. Early days here. This Bound's looking to get a fight going with last shot. Nice headshot on
Hits him in the cheek.
A good play from Bound to take advantage of the opportunity. One thing that Bound doesn't get enough credit for is how aggressive he is and how he can make plays during these neutral scenarios. So when he has a teammate who has a sniper,
oh my God, he saw him for a second.
Let's our snipe do something.
Yeah.
Instead, Bound is creating opportunities, getting information, and finding out easy spots where Legend can actually go get a pick and reposition.
Yeah, that snipe that came through with the camo prompted all of Rebellion to just work the nest side of the map here. But Optic more than wise to it, stops them, and this feels like the opposite of what we saw in that Solitude Slayer game, right? Optic Gaming with that strong start now. Exactly what the doctor ordered. You have to think too, after the way that King of the Hill game, or rather Stronghold game, excuse me, played out, they have to have that confidence, and they should. They're Optic Gaming for goodness sake, but they have to be feeling good about how they've been playing in this one.
Feeling real good, that's absolutely certain.
Again, still an early Slayer lead. Oh,
look at his comfortability now.
You can't miss that beatdown, Frosty.
There before in the first couple games of the series,
but
they're catching Shopify off guard.
I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back.
Every single moment like this. Look
if Shopify comes back.
Already prepping on.
Renegade, so smart, slowing it down. You heard him just clanging and banging down low in the mud, and they were ready for it, but he stopped, he waited, he crouched for a second, and then he went right back in for the attack. Even though they end up dying there, he does manage to get, at the very least, his players tucked away in the back, allowing his teammates an opportunity to be able to make those pushes happen. And they'll get a couple of kills out of this one, keeping that lead to 8.
What a great answer kill there by Bound. He was the only one alive, only one near top center. Finds out that World 2 is weak over there, gets at least that finish, and now his team off the spawn, despite having inferior positions, have the numbers advantage.
Last shot looking for a target with this. Does find Renegade. Quite low, but is able to get out of there. Split spawn too for both of these players. Last shot, knew that there was going to be someone behind him. At the very least, he's able to get something out of that camo. That's going to be 3 players down here for Optic Gaming. Sniper's going to be available to grab.
Oh, Royal 2 survives that nade. I thought he was going to get taken out by it.
Royal 2 trying to reposition. What does he decide to do with this?
They're coming back into this one, Dave. This was quite a lead that Optic had at one point, and we are within striking distance. But this does, like I said, feel a little similar to a Solid 2 game, except the roles are reversed here. Optic need to do everything they can to just keep that pace.
Non-stop pressure on Royal 2. They're not letting him get comfortable. Look how long he's been at no shields for. Has to jump that sniper off the map, and what should have been Shopify's key to get back into this game and try to tie this up. All of a sudden, swim in the water.
Yeah, but Optic knew that win con though, right? How many times have these guys played against Royal 2? You know what he's going to do when he get his hands on that snipe.
Only a 4-kill game right now. Make that 3.
They shut him down. All that to say though, Shopify Rebellion, despite being down by insurmountable numbers, have been able to come back into this.
Look at that, they're about to tie it up.
1 kill from tying this one up. Wow.
Look at the spike for the tower though.
Oh my god, that nade.
Coming on up.
Able to take out Legend.
Moment-to-moment decision-making there from Frosty, which is so gorgeous because he throws down the spiker, knowing that that player had to push. He takes the other side of the fight rather than going up against him on the right. Takes the left, forces him in front of that spiker, gets the kill, and now Shopify Rebellion have the lead.
Yeah, you'll notice consistently these top players, especially when they're at a numbers disadvantage, are able to isolate a melee. They're able to force a player into a close range fight where they either have to decide, am I going to get grenaded or am I going to get meleeed?
Found, trying to play his life in the back of the field there. Won't be long for this world as he's taken out. And now Rebellion have been able to get themselves a little bit of a lead here, but it's a fragile one. Just 2 kills.
Yeah, fragile lead, but like the fact that they were able to take the lead when they were down at least 10 is, I mean, just shows you how great of a team they are.
Who's going to go and grab that one and use it to great effect? It's only a 1-kill lead. Great reads from Royal 2, getting behind enemy lines here. Key doors available.
Oh my.
Better than that for Royal 2. Might be able to even
pop the triple
kill for the one and only.
Capitalizing on that chaos, giving his team now the lead after Optic got off to such a strong start, and he's not stopping just yet. Finding where these players are at, getting so much information. And this is what's so dangerous about Shopify. There's times where they get that slight lead, and they know when to press gas, and they know when to press brake.
40-37 now for Rebellion. It's kind of what we were seeing earlier, what Optic was doing to the Rebellion, making them having to take those, you know, weird, awkward fights, 1v1s, right? Or you think it's a 1v1, but instead they're just someone lurking in the shadows, little plays like that. Now Optic looking to actually group up here, receive this pressure that's going to be coming in from the Rebellion on the garage side. And they know they have to anticipate this because the camo's in the hands of Cycle. He's able to get himself one, looking for a second.
Everyone's there too.
Oh.
Shopify heard the calls at Key Door, and everyone is collapsing wherever they're at. You look at Shopify, or you look at Frosty fighting those players over at Cuts. You see Last Shot hunting somebody down over, also at Tower. All these players have been doing such a good job of hunting Optic down when they're stuck in a bad position.
6 kills remaining though for Shopify Rebellion to punch their ticket to the Halo World Championship Grand Final. Can they do it? Optic Gaming have shown that they can come back when the moment calls for it. There's only 3 kills that they need to get to tie this one up. And they gotta remove this snipe from the hands of Last Shot. If he has it in his possession, it's going to be a problem.
Look at this play, having Royal 2 lead here. I like this play, how they do this now with Sniper. Instead of always having the Sniper be the first one to expose themselves or peek out, they have somebody else do the dirty work, someone else lead the fight, get some information so that Sniper can more confidently go around and take their fights.
Last Shot didn't get the info that he wanted. Optic turtling. Last Shot creeping.
No.
Able to find one. Looking for a second. Here he goes. Might actually get pressured from the player down low, but no, he's going to die out of that one.
3 go down for Optic.
Rebellion are going to have bodies all around it, so they should be able to reclaim it now. 47-43. Only 2 kills remaining after that 48th one gets locked in.
I don't think anyone grabbed that snipe, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
The fight's going down in the garage. He's coming out to make that 50.
Wow.
Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals.
Shopify are the real fucking deal.
Over Optic Gaming.
And what a game and what a series that was. Optic showing that they can't fight back in those moments, but the Rebellion are too strong. They will punch their ticket for this Org's first ever Halo World Championship appearance and an opportunity for the likes of Royal 2 and Frosty to hold the trophy over their head yet again, and to do so for those young men on that stage right there, last shot in cycle, for a World Championship. Unreal. But now Optic, they have a date with Envy, which is quite ironic, you know, a little El Clasico, right, from back in the day in Call of Duty. Circumstances a little bit different this time around with both of these squads, but Optic Gaming certainly are going to be looking for blood when they get ready for that elimination final. But Rebellion, the day belongs to them for right now, but the job's not done yet. But if you're looking at the score line, you're thinking about Rebellion's chances in that grand final, well, I think you have to be feeling pretty good about your squad.
They're looking good, looking icy. You know, you had a lot of close games there going in favor of Shopify. You had moments where Shopify were down.
Yeah.
And somehow brought it back. But that's not the last we'll see of Optic, as you said.
Yeah.
And also, we're going to see how Envy comes out. I mean, they look so good against Luminon in their first match of the day.
My guy Descendant holding it down for the Boricuas out there. He's having a damn good event. Looking forward to seeing what he could do. But that is, of course, going to do it for us here. Dave, love you, buddy. Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate it. Thank you so much to everyone who've dealt with our shenanigans over the course of the Infinite HCS season. We're so grateful for you guys. And that's going to do it for myself and for the Legend Walshy. We thank you all so much. And for now, let's send it over to another legend.
Golden Boy Walshy, we love you. We love you. Thank you for the 4 years of back and forth. Probably more than 4 years.
They're going to the grand finals, and I got last shot up here, and I believe you got the last kill in that series. Talk to me about how you and the boys are feeling now going to the grand finals, and what was y'all game plan going against this Optic Gaming team who really wants to beat y'all, man?
Feels good to be in grand finals, first time in the Worlds. You know, going into the series, we just wanted to, focus on the first two game types, and we got the job done.
You guys got the job done, but the big one isn't done yet, okay? And this is so far your highest place in Edo Worlds. Last year you got top 4. Just talk to me about how proud are you being able to play in this grand finals. You've had a crazy career, you know, even being trained by your sensei, Rescue Killer, coming all the way up here to the stage to playing with some of the best slayers in the league. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Shout out my teammates, shout out my family that's here. And yeah, we're gonna go back here and get ready for these game types.
All right, that's gonna do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow. Shopify Rebellion, my goodness me. I was hoping for a competitive series, to be honest with you, just because I don't want this day to be over just yet. But you just cannot deny how perfect Rebellion play, consistent game modes and game types. It's just unbelievable. And honestly, when you're looking at the graphics, right, and you're looking at the charts, who's better at what? It's really out the window at times for Rebellion. They're so strong on pretty much everything that you can never count them out, no matter who's best they're going up against. Clutch, when you're looking back at moments where you thought Optic had the lead, where you thought Optic had a hold on it potentially to come back here in this series, Rebellion denied. What does that come down to for you? What are you noticing in gameplay that really does stop their opposition from applying that pressure and apply it themselves?
Yeah, I mean, when you're watching these two teams play, this is the fastest Halo you've ever seen. And coming into the season, this Optic Gaming roster formed, and we talked about how they're going to set a record for the pace of play in Halo Infinite. Well, it's actually Shopify Rebellion doing that. I think Optic are struggling at times with how fast Shopify are in their face, forcing these split spawns, forcing them to be uncomfortable and not really letting the individuals on Optic shine like we know them to be capable of. I think it's poor for Optic to have started off slow in this series, because I do think the games got super competitive throughout the series later on, but they started slow and Shopify took all the momentum with them. I think if we do see these two again, we can hopefully see a more warmed up, ready to play Optic, because I don't think that they were quite ready in games 1 and 2 really specifically, but game 3, did turn into more of a series than what I thought was going to happen after the first two.
And Tony, you're looking here at Shopify, just little to no hesitation there when you're looking at the B-roll as well. And I think that's something that is massive for them. And it also adds to that speed and that pace that we're kind of picking up on a little bit here. You see in the final moments of the Slayer, last shot takes the head of top tower. And then immediately following that kill, and I mean immediately, it's a swarm. The pressure is applied the second that goes into their favor. They cannot take their foot off the gas. I don't think teams are ready for that. It's incredible, and they're only growing consistently in terms of that pressure that is applied.
There's no timing loss. There's no hesitation. You give them an inch, and they often will take a mile. And the reason why Flights are able to do that is because that man on screen with the highest KD. It is so easy for Cycle, Frosty, and Last Shot to move as smoothly as they do on the map when you know World 2 simply has your back and is covering it. I love what World 2 did this series. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think you'll get the veterans, the guys that have been there before, the three-time world champions, Frosty, World 2, what they brought to the table in that winners finals was everything for this Shopify team. Usually it's Cycle and Last Shot, I feel like we talk about a lot, but Frosty had so many big moments to start that series. World 2's been dominant this tournament. Those two are really having MVP-esque tournaments, and what a better tournament to do it, right? They've had such successful careers in Infinite, and they want to end this with Cycle and Last Shot getting a ring of their own as well.
You know what I love about Shopify Rebellion is my mind changes on who's performing the best. Literally every single series.
It could be any,
and honestly, every map too.
It could be any game.
It really can. It could be any game, any map. It changes for me time and time again because I just see something unbelievable from every single one of them. I just, honestly, it's pitch perfect right now. We'll see what can be done about that in the grand finals, but of course, Optic Gaming, they do fall flat there, 4-1. They'll be in the elimination bracket. They will be going up against MB, who have been waiting and watching and really looking at what they need to do to take down Optic Gaming, because it was right there for them. You know, they watched that series, they saw how it was done. They now need to execute that themselves. Tony, how are you feeling about this matchup for the elimination final?
Over Optic Gaming, you know, obviously you got hit in the mouth real hard, and now you know, you're shaking up a little bit, but obviously not knocked out. And we've seen Optic time and time again get knocked down to the elimination bracket and come back better than we saw in the winner's side. Envy, you stand in their way. You have an opportunity to take advantage of this, but it ain't gonna be easy.
Yeah, we've seen veterans several times this tournament lose in the winners bracket, lose in the elimination bracket immediately following. So I'm looking at Optic Gaming to not fall into that same mistake. It's going to be tough to get back on your feet. You saw Renegade at the end there on the camera looking dejected, like that series got away. He knows how important that winners bracket final series is, but I actually know that Renegade and the rest of Optic are capable of winning this elimination bracket finals and getting back to what their mission is, what their goal is. It's not the easy way, but Optic all year has never done it the easy way. It doesn't surprise me, and it won't when we see them.
I will say, let's talk about what we have going on, of course, in this incredible building. It is a celebration of Halo, and of course the final day here at Champs. It's unbelievable. Sunday brings so much, but of course all weekend we've had something amazing on standby for you guys here to get your hands on. And Blaze right now is over at the playable area. Blaze, what's going on over there?
What's up, everybody? It's Championship Sunday, and we are here in Seattle in the compound. Now, this compound has been an exclusive gift to us here at Worlds, but don't worry, you guys get a chance to play Halo Campaign Evolved in 2026. Now, we got the stage set ablaze here early off as we got our players out there competing, trying to hoist the trophy. A lot of cheers out there, but if you're in the compound, don't worry, we got these amazing HyperX headsets here for you that's toning out everything in the background so that you can get a clean, authentic Halo Campaign Evolved experience.
According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. They call it Halo. They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon.
What sort of weapon is it?
One with unimaginable power.
You gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him
Charlie. We're on our way.
Touchdown! Hit it, Marines! Somebody order a warthog.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Rock and roll! Rock and roll!
Give them hell, Chief.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Halo Infinite means to me the world.
I mean, it means everything. This is the whole point of it. It's the whole journey. It's the whole passion. It's just everything.
It's up there just for the simple fact that I thought I was done and decided to compete again. So it's always going to be special in that way.
I'd say Halo Infinite definitely was up there. It was a little rocky for me at first, but I grew to definitely love this game. It's definitely amazing to compete in this game and play it every single day. It's been a really fun time.
A game that, for me, has seen competitive Halo return to the top. It, for me, has been the best Halo title since Halo 3, and I can say that fairly comfortably. So, for me, Halo Infinite means absolutely everything.
Putting all of pretty much my free time as much as I can, and then some, hours and hours and hours and more every week for the last 4 years. Yeah, the opportunity's been amazing. I hope to still have more and keep doing the exact same thing, keep giving my all.
I mean, I just love Halo, so I'm just gonna play any Halo that comes out, to be honest.
Well, good afternoon, Seattle, and welcome back to your Halo World Championships, and welcome back to the biggest Halo stage in the world. It is now or never for our teams, and never more so than on this moment, because elimination finals, they bring a whole different level of pressure to the table. On one side, we have Optic Gaming. On the other, we have Envy. One team just got knocked down on a path that they were really hoping they could pick up on, something that they haven't done so far this season, but it's okay because they also do have plenty of skill in the elimination bracket, so bouncing back in this final hopefully shouldn't be too much of a tall order for Optic Gaming. On the other side, we have Envy, of course. We're gonna have to take down the powerhouses. This Green Wall team are very, very tricky. Yes, they didn't get it done to Shopify Rebellion, but Clutch, they do have what it takes here in this elimination final. I can say that very confidently. But it's what type of team they're going to meet. Can they keep their heads up? We've seen what happens to the likes of FaZe, who take it all the way down to the wire with Shopify and suddenly get knocked out of the tournament by TSM in a sweep fashion. Will the same be said for Optic Gaming, or can they regain?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Envy's on a heater right now through the elimination bracket, making it all the way to the elimination bracket finals. Optic are going to find a team that's very comfortable and believes in themselves, but Optic are going to be the favorite, make no mistake about it. They just have to have a little bit more from everybody on the team. Looking at these two, I think Bound actually had a phenomenal series last series. 0.93 with the way that Bound plays is very impressive in the fashion that they lost. So if he can continue that pace, you get a little bit more from Formal and Legend, I think they'll be just fine.
I certainly do agree as well. There were just moments in that Shopify series for Optic Gaming, Tony, where it was really just a decision, a split decision. It could have been turned on its head. That Strongholds was really tough to watch. There was a moment there where Optic Gaming had it in their hands, and unfortunately they gave it away. So many different pathways you could have taken, but yes, it's hearsay now. How do they regain in those moments, in those decision-making aspects, and try to do this against Envy here?
Well, I mean, you're leaning on Bound. I mean, you saw in those stats right there, you know, obviously sub 1.0 KD for him, and even Formal as well. But when you look at when they're winning tournaments, you often see Bound is top 5 in the entire tournament in damage per minute. If he can get back to that, I don't care about his KD. I want to know that damage.
I love to hear that. Well, the other side of the stage loves to see what just happened to Optic Gaming. Obviously, the series didn't go the distance. Now they're looking to capitalize on that. And Envy, they had a really hot series against Luminon Gaming, knocking them out of the tournament. And I will say that final map for them was a heater. It looked great. We saw what happens when Envy are all playing at the same caliber. We saw Descendant start to pick things back up again. Clutch, what do you want to see them bring to the table against Optic that you did see in this Luminon Gaming series?
I think it was that objective efficiency that Envy was showing us, that they actually can play Halo at a very high level and not just shoot better than a lot of other teams. And I think that individuals on this team will be able to stand in some gunfights with Optic. It's a matter of, do they capitalize? Are they actually efficient with the objective? Is their movement around the map, their rotations on point? They showed against Luminon that they can do it. Let's see now with Optic being the new line of defense here, if they're able to actually replicate that same level of gameplay.
And of course, this was their road in the Halo World Championships up to this point. And things had been looking so good for Envy. They had a bit of a struggle in the middle against Space Station Gaming and against Cole, who were heating up there in that winners quarterfinals. Ultimately, that pushed them down to round 1, but it's been great ever since. And then for me, I think the big outlier, what really turned this on its head, and I think made me believe in Envy the most, was that TSM series. The fact that TSM came off basically their championship kind of series against FaZe, knocking them out top 12. They were on cloud 9, excuse me, and the pun obviously with cloud 9 there. But they certainly were indeed, and to do that to a hot TSM is crazy, Tony.
It really is. And the one thing I love about how Envy played the game is they like to play in twos and they like to bait and switch a lot. But once they get those kills, that's when they start to widen their influence on the map. The problem is when Complexity caught them off guard, they caught them in isolation plays. And that's what Optic like to do as well. Envy, you got to be careful. You got to be quick. Do not allow Optic to dictate the pace.
I know Envy hadn't had a lot of success on LAN coming into this event, but looking at that graphic, I'm a little bit less impressed with Envy's run. They, in my head, are favorites against Cloud9, our favorites against Lumen, and our favorites against Akave. Like, they haven't created the upset I feel like we probably think they have being in the elimination finals. This has been a weird tournament, everybody. This is a different beast for Envy. This is where you prove that you can play with the big dogs. You got to go against the green wall.
There is a lot on the line here, folks, and the main stage is ready to go. This is going to be now or never. Do not leave anything in the tank. Leave it all on the stage. This is your elimination finals, and it's Envy versus Optic.
It is our elimination finals. Resurrection or redemption. Envy coming back from the ashes, roaring like the Phoenix, an organization that went away. Their first time in a final since 2017. Snipe Down, Pistola, Mikwin, and Hook.
Oh,
but now they've got new
those
superstars.
names.
Redemption for the team that was made to win world championships, forged for moments like this. Formal, Legend, Bound, and Renegade. Superstars on that stage. Some have been here for a long time, some only getting comfortable. And it all comes down to this. Envy have caused ruckus already, exceeded expectations, and for Optic Gaming, fallen below their standards far too many times. But still time to change things. Still life left in the tank. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here.
Woo! What a way to start it as well, with it being CTF forbidden here for Optic Gaming. This maybe could be the perfect balance in terms of a map and mode, just to give them that confidence once more after being sent down into the elimination bracket here. Or perhaps could we see something that we saw just last event, only merely weeks ago, when they dropped down into that elimination bracket and they were caught out by a very hot FaZe clan. Or Envy, maybe in exactly the same position. They are on a run at the moment, taking down anyone in their way, but Clutch made a very valuable point. They have not necessarily been tested by any of the really big teams now. And if they are going to take down someone like Optic Gaming, they almost have to find another gear here in these elimination finals.
The game slows down. All 8 players on the map and not a round flying through the sky. Renegade is clearing his angles. Envy trying to bait Optic Gaming in before they explode out the blocks. Jackson's found Renegade. He's down to no shield. Piggy arrives to try and finish that kill, but has to settle for a trade. Legend with the sniper rifle now. Optic Gaming are taking control of the map. But Precision, with that sniper rifle, finds the face of Legend, and now all of a sudden, the sniper rifle that Optic Gaming controlled, no longer a factor, no longer an issue. It's in the hands of Jackson. Envy have got 2 snipes here.
I wonder if once more Optic will fall victim to something that's happened many a time in this tournament already, where for Envy, this is their final, really. This is further than they would have ever expected to get, but for Optic Gaming, this is the expectation that they would go through this and get another stab at Shopify Rebellion. And sometimes when you have that mindset, you just allow the other team to just get a leg up on you. Optic Gaming have to be careful. They have to respect what Envy have been able to do to get to this point. And we can already see Envy confidently holding the map at the moment, but Formal has got the overshield. Remember, one of the key reasons why Envy were able to take down Luminon earlier was their overshield control. And Optic have maybe already sensed that. They've already denied that. And now they're going to have a lot of map control, and Bound might be able to pull this flag off the back of it.
Precision was trying to make it an awkward fight for Formal. Formal gave up on it. Left it for somebody else. The kills have come their way. 3 dead for Envy. Flag was on the move. Bound is taking it. The scenic route must be said. Precision makes Formal miss the first shot, but the second one will find a home.
Redad, this should
Bound
be
taking it through the street.
Should be an easy cap.
And Picky is the only man on the map that can stop this. Bound shields come back and they're not taking any damage. Optic Gaming.
Let's
They
go.
open us up.
That'll settle the nerves for Optic Gaming a little bit, and for the fans in the crowd here. I think if Envy have come out of the blocks hot, they got the first flag, you might have just planted that seed of doubt in your mind, but now Optic Gaming just need to reset here. After committing to that flag, Envy gain a little bit of map control, but I think the first spawner has been able to really push out. I think it's going to be Legend, who's just a little bit further up as the first point in defense here.
Well, Optic Gaming, as the game slows down once more, they have that lead. Coming off the back of that tough loss against Shopify Rebellion. Let's just have a little listen in and see how they're navigating things.
You didn't move in.
He's just sitting there.
What's this in 15, guys?
Hard, shoot me. Nice, man, nice.
Nice, shoot against him.
Go for West,
I'll get away.
Watching that flank. I'm watching this one. Where's our head? Precision. Here's the Thor.
So hard.
One shot descendant. We have OS. Is there street thing?
Slow street.
Archery. I'm killing this guy. I'm just killing this guy.
I'm in right. Top left. Kill our head.
I'm gonna pop.
Ready, I'm gonna get top left.
Where to separate?
Pretty good. He's pissed on me.
To the head.
Look at my back.
Nice, two dead. You guys are head.
He's on you, back. One top, I think. Watch over rebound. Watch over here.
To the head.
Yo, one's front. He's weak front. He's weak on the front block. This player.
Too low, man.
The one's island.
On the pass.
The one's island.
One.
Ready.
Nice.
Walk, saving. Walk.
Watch Mark. I'm pulling.
Watch out low hit.
You kill him?
He's still there.
He's
low.
Yeah.
He's not sticky.
Stop her down, Max. I'm trying to kill the guys. Watch this. On a wing.
One's top left.
Ready, I'm revving.
Guys, there's one on Ray.
Top left, descendant. One's on Ray.
Back front, quick precision.
One there, back right.
A lot of small talk. Things have slowed down. They had control of the map. Descendant soared to his death, much to his own maker. Formal puts down damage. A couple of those snipe shots just not finding a home just yet. Did manage to find one to the face towards the end of that run. But it's Optic Gaming in full control here of the scoreline and of the map.
I like the energy on the comms though. Optic don't sound deflated after the loss to Shopify earlier. They know there is still a job to do here in this elimination final. Envy are going to be no pushovers. So like you mentioned, a lot of small talk, a lot of effort around where they need to be positioning themselves for these flag runs. Couldn't quite get that one converted before when Renegade did move it. There was just one player that was out of their sight lines they couldn't get hold of. But they still find themselves a flag up. 6 minutes now remain. Sniper rifles and overshield about to spawn, so this is a big moment. Could be a good turning point for Envy if they're able to get hold of that Ovi as well.
You have to ask the question, when we've seen teams like Envy in the past get to this stage, playing against an Optic Gaming, a Rebellion, or a FaZe, how often do you see that team almost as though they're happy with their exploits? They've set out what they plan to achieve. They've actually exceeded those plans. And they always come out flat. That's the challenge that Envy have here. Find a way to respond to this aggression.
Piggy almost got it off spawn.
Now, it's all going swimmingly for Optic Gaming. Descendants in the respawn screen. Last 3 members of Envy back towards their own base. Precision slides out to his death. And it's now a 2-0 Optic Gaming lead.
Optic have done very well at shutting down Jackson and not allowing him to get into those anchor points. When you look back at that elimination semi-final, Jackson was here, there, and everywhere, finding all sorts of angles to lay down the damage. And for me, might have even been the MVP on that Envy side with how he was playing and the positions he was able to find, but it's just not been able to have that same comfort here against Optic. You're never going to have that much freedom because Optic, just that little bit better. They catch you out, they spot those kind of things, and they will hunt you down if they feel like you're a threat on the map. But Descendant does find one with a snipe. Maybe a slight opening and a chance to push towards the base here for Envy, but with 4 minutes and 40 on their clock, they need to start thinking about getting a flag soon.
They're thinking about it. They're putting it into action. Found the Legend, make it formal as well now in the respawn screen.
Oh no!
Renegade tries to put down as much damage as he can.
Oh my god, I thought that flag fell off the map.
That will buy Optic Gaming just a little bit more time, but this one should, now I say should, go home. As he slides up. Bound is trying to close the distance, but Descendant now puts Envy right back into this game, and that will do their
Not
conference
out
go
yet.
good.
Yeah, we didn't see the work that was being done on the rest of the map because we were watching Descendant. But it was the rest of the Envy team that were able to push up and pressure Optic, not allow them to have freedom off of that spawn. Now this overshield is going to be big here for Envy. But there's going to be a nice push coming from them as well. Renegade tries to hold, but he's overwhelmed. He is swarmed. And Envy is surrounding this overshield, but they're very wary. There could be an Optic trap. But Precision gets it, and now they need to push with it.
Precision needs a couple of nades.
Oh, the back smack.
And the overshield, null and void, not having the effect that you would like. Formal gets a double kill as well. And now he can think about pushing forward for his team. Information coming that Jackson's weak, down to no shields now. And actually, as a matter of fact, Legend elsewhere scooped up the flag just to apply even more pressure. Envy are in 6s and 7s. There's 2 attacking, 2 on defense. And Formal has the pick of the world. He drops down, forced to. No shields now. Legend settles for a trade across the map, so that one will be dead, but it just relieves the pressure on the rest of his teammates, forcing Envy to play defense. Optic and Formal will fall on the front base.
I think the Zoomers get excited when we say 6s and 7s as well. I think everyone around just has a collective little scream, but at 2-1, Optic Gaming need to make sure they don't allow Envy to have too comfortable of a push-up here to get control of top middle again. Otherwise, they might find themselves throwing away a flag and throwing away what did look like a comfortable lead. They have slightly slowed down. They've backed off. They're almost allowing Envy to have a little bit of control here. That's one way to rip away control from them, though. Remember what Descendant did previously before that first flag cap. It was a big shot, but now Renegade started to take control of the game.
Halo Infinite's MVP. And he needs a big performance here. Already providing it 15, 5, and 8. Tags Descendant as he crosses by. But it's Renegade on the bound.
Oh, Legend fell off.
On the map at the moment. Piggy last man alive for his team. But Renegade's quite happy just to wait. Hold his power position.
Oh, perfect patience.
Overshield is up. That's why Renegade is hesitant to push forward. He knows how big it can be. Body shot finds a home. Bandit gets the kill. Renegade's just holding the line here, but Jackson's got the sniper rifle on the other side. Overshield secured for Optic Gaming.
I mean, it's not a bad backup, is it? After you run out of sniper rifle ammo, just getting a free overshield. And it's just 1 minute 30 now left on the clock for Optic to hold as Renegade is still running the show. But we know he's capable of doing this. He's done this multiple times already this tournament against teams like Envy, for example. But Renegade can't be the only one to have these performances if they are to go on, get to that grand final, and also try and take down Shopify Rebellion. We need to see the same kind of performances from the likes of Formal, Bound, and Legend. 3 superstars who can also do the same. All 4 of them have to be at their very best if they are to go on and win this tournament, but they've certainly responded well to dropping down to this elimination bracket so far. 1 more minute then to hold on.
And with that, the Envy push comes. Piggy wins a big 1v1, but Bound gets precision, so it's a 3v3 on the map. Optic Gaming quite happy to hold what they have, play defense. 3 go down for Envy. That means Optic Gaming are holding the line pretty strong now as Bound continues to look for this player who's just slipped through the cracks. Descendant gets another one with the help of a teammate.
All right, Optic were 2 down momentarily. See if Envy can capitalize on it.
Well together.
As I say that, Precision and Descendant go down.
Picks up a double kill.
This is where you can start to increase those stats a little bit, because it's like cannon fodder. They all just start to run towards you as desperate times now lead to some desperate pushes from Envy.
Oh.
And that's a big stick from Formal as well. These sticky grenades have proved to be so vital so far this tournament for those trades.
Envy just have to fly.
Envy are not going to get close. Into the waiting arms of Optic Gaming. Descendant tries to, but fails. And the green wall. 1-0 up in the series. And 3 away from a grand finals rematch with Shopify Rebellion.
And if you consider how good Envy have been at Fortress Capture the Flag, for example, I think it was important in that first game to say you're not going to walk over us when it comes to these CTF games. We can control just as you have. The overshield control was definitely something that was very important for their victory. And once they had that 2-0 lead, they definitely slowed it down. They realized they didn't really need to push the narrative of going for a third. And whilst it did invite the pressure, it did allow Envy to get one back. There was just too much to do, and Optic just too strong defensively. It's hard enough breaking into a base and getting a flag. It's even harder when you have to do it against the likes of Renegade, who really did go on a tear with that sniper rifle during the latter stages.
Optic Gaming outslaying Envy 71-54. The score finishing 2-1. Maybe you can say the efficiency can be called into question, but all that matters for them is settling the nerves, getting back to winning ways after that defeat to Shopify Rebellion. And they've done just that here on the main stage. Haven't allowed the result to fester, back to winning ways. Slayer Aquarius is up next.
And this is a really good opportunity for Envy to even us up here. It has been a struggle historically for Optic Gaming. Slayer Aquarius, they're 4-4 throughout this season, as you can see right here on the beautiful graphic created by production. On the flip side for Envy, it's 5-1. Only losing out once. This is going to be something they'll look at this series layout and saying this is a must win, especially when you start to look further into this series, especially with Recharge Oddball coming up next. We know how amazing Optic Gaming are on Oddball and Recharge specifically. If you drop Slayer here, and then you're going into that third game saying, well, how on earth are we going to take them down on one of their best game types? Very quickly, you could be 3-0 down here in this best of 7. And then you would have to try and go for the reverse sweeps of all reverse sweeps, trying to do it in a best of 7 against this Optic roster, who I'm sure will want to make this quick. They will want to easily breeze through so they can not waste their energy on this elimination final and focus on their main targets of Shopify Rebellion. Do Envy have something here to suggest that they can go all the way and go the distance against an Optic Gaming roster?
For Optic Gaming, there's winning, but there's ways of doing it as well. And a clean sweep would be a statement with a punctuation point as well. Head back in against Shopify Rebellion. Lock up once more. Envy, though, still stand in their way. And for Envy, ambitions a little bit differently. You do not want to get 4-0 swept in this elimination final. An incredible World Championships run. But don't let it end with Optic Gaming dominating. Make them work for it. Renegade gets camouflage, but it gets burned. Good work from Piggy.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Time and time again, we see teams getting to this position, but then falling to that squad that drops down from the winner's final. And what can be a very one-sided affair, but we know what Envy are capable of once they get going. They need to brush aside that game 1. They gave it a good effort. It was close. But now on a map where they should be the favorites for, they need to prove why. And it's about confidence. It's about getting into these engagements, not fearing the names you're going up against as well. And they have an 8-6 lead to kick us off.
Wonderful start from Piggy as well. 5-1-1. Precision with 3 assists. And they start to collapse on the Optic Gaming hold. Legend back base, they trade damage. Formal's going to venture out now. He'll be met by Precision. Bound goes down. Formal settles for a trade elsewhere. The kills favoring Envy, at least they were for now. Renegade top middle. Receives a lot of damage, but that's a beautiful nade from top middle just to clear Piggy out. And it's Optic Gaming who now hold map control. A complete flip of the script. Although Envy collapsed and the kills were starting to favor them, we're all tied up.
I would be worried if Envy lose this one. Especially when we know how good Envy are at Aquarius, because they're Their ability to work together just with pure bandit skill has been incredible so far this tournament. And on a map where it is truly down to really just teamwork, don't have to rely on individual ability as much, and Envy seem to really flourish in these scenarios. You rip away the sniper rifle, you take away the shock rifle ability. And of course, we know the heat wave's not being used either. And it means that these cross angles that Envy find, the anchor positions they like to find themselves in, they can be so powerful. Whereas Optic Gaming, maybe because they know how powerful they are as individuals, they might just get caught out a few times trying to move around the map. As I say that, Formal on his own just punches his way through the map.
So important for Envy not to alter the strategy, not to change the recipe. Remember what got you success and got you a ticket to the dance in the first place. This has been such a strong map mode combination for them.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Formal uses his camo.
Formal's got the camouflage, and he can have a heavy.
I like that he tries to get info before deciding to engage into something if he doesn't have to.
Formal does eventually push in, and he's greeted by Bound as well as they work together in tandem to get the kills. And now it's 21-21. Jackson going to be the next target, and Formal just constantly calling out to the rest of the team about where those players are. And he's not the only one calling out.
That stick was insane.
Where that camouflage is, and maybe it's a good time to jump into a listening with Envy and just see how those comms are.
Reset, new fight. They might hit our gen, Yeah, one's our break.
Uh-oh, that nade's gonna get him.
Top 10 going. Yeah, 3. Top flag trim. Flagging trims. Right in the front. Yeah. I got spawn flag. One's fridge. Yeah, I spawned blue flag. I'm trying to help you, Piggy. Trying to get out fridge. I that. Good. Yeah, let's get out. Top E. I'm trying to help Ethan. Keep moving, guys. Yeah, P2 legend. Carthay, watch out, renegade. Hurry up. I can help you out. You guys P2, I think. You guys P. P2. Nice. There's a guy P2. Fight top E. Yeah, we have numbers. Almost here too. Spawn blue base. Almost here too. On there, P jump. The heavy yellow P. Two bottom P. Top P right now. Playing third fridge now. Play fridge with me. He's at bottom P door. He's holding the P door. Other guys two fridge.
Oh, good shots out of Jackson. Not even trading his life, he stays alive.
Scream across the main stage, but it's still a 5-kill difference. Make it 4 as I say that. Descendant gets 1. It's traded out by Legend. A 5-kill lead is big though here for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, 5 kills is still comfortable.
Luminon, Envy, they're a team who love structure. They love that slow kind of pace of play.
An uncontested kill in the way of Jackson. Jackson's playing very well.
Historically, it was always Optic Gaming that really
getting all his shots, making good decisions.
Different look, Optic Gaming.
Whoa.
At the same time, they'll be more than happy to take their time and have a little bit of structure about their games because that gives them extra time to plan, and they are one of the best teams in doing so.
It was a very interesting comment during that listening from Envy. Somebody said, keep moving, which means they're starting to recognize that we're maybe playing even slower than we intend to. Because the weight of the moment is only getting heavier and heavier.
Only one.
Space you give up to Optic Gaming,
God, I can't read that. Is that 38?
But Envy now starting to turn the screw.
I thought it was 36. I thought it was a 1-kill game. But it is now.
2 members of Optic Gaming inside of the base. Renegade's down to no shields. Precision's going to try and close the distance and apply the finishing touches to that kill, but Renegade, Bound, they combine.
They keep that gap open.
Into an uncomfortable position. He has got to push forward the full shield play.
Oh no, you needed to get that kill, Descendant.
Frustrating as the camo player to see your teammates fall, but then to go down yourself. Find yourself 4 kills behind and you have to build once again. And Optic Gaming can play this slow. They can force Envy to start making those mistakes to get them into those uncomfortable positions that you were just talking about. Still up by 4. Every single time
that green BR is bright.
Get closer to victory here in what I would consider a must-win for Envy. The rest of the series layout, there are some big maps and modes for Optic Gaming that they love, that they flourish.
For Envy, is this series just on the waves, slowly drifting away from them? Optic Gaming continue to keep them at arm's length, and as a matter of fact, now starting to grow that lead. Precision
Oh, well, that's good damage. He was able to get that beat down on him. Nice, nice. And then Legends there to clean him up, gets the double.
2 kills now for Optic Gaming. That's all that's required.
This is looking not good for Envy.
Optic would throw away a lead like this as well. They just need to plan their attack here or plan their defense. Again, encourage Envy to start to push, get that info, and then you start to do the damage together. Notice how they are sticking in pairs on different sides of the map. They get the first.
First pick provided by Legend, the French phenom. When's the next one going to come? Jackson's inside the fridge, they're not aware of that.
And
but
Formal gets it.
Gets the kill that he needed onto Descendants. And the Green Wall do double their lead. Envy in real trouble because this series layout doesn't get much easier for them. That Slayer was huge and it slipped through their fingers.
Optic mean business. They want a quick return back and an attempt at Shopify Rebellion. One thing I noted after they lost that series against Shopify, it was Renegade's reaction, it was his body language, it was frustration. They know they can do better, Optic Gaming. They know they lost some games where they feel like they probably should have won. A few mistakes here or there, a few heroics here or there from Shopify. And sadly for Envy, they're going to go up against an Optic Gaming who are just a little bit peed off after that matchup in the winners bracket. But with it being a best of 7, there is still time for Envy. And even though, as you've alluded to, as we've both been mentioning, the series layout doesn't really get better in terms of statistics. Once you get past map 3, maybe there's hope. And if, by some miracle, Envy can steal Odd Ball Recharge away from Optic Gaming, that would change the entire narrative here of this series layout. But with what we've seen so far, it's very easy to start to think that Optic Gaming might just run away with this one, especially when you look at those numbers.
Looking at those numbers, Envy, a mixed bag, 3-2. Make no mistake about it, it's a 6-0 record for Optic Gaming. 92% win rate on rounds of
what's up, Rick? I'm rooting for the better squad. Same here. I think it's Optic. That's the better squad. How you doing, Rick? Championship Sunday for the Halo World Championships. It is an exciting day. My squad, Space Station, will decide. They're out, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think how big a moment it is, even for Envy. Of course, already exceeded those expectations getting to this point. But Clutch laid down the gauntlet, he laid down the question. This is the time where you're really going to start playing against some of those upper echelon squads. And Optic Gaming right now proving to be just too much for them.
Too much indeed, but it is going to be a quick break for the players as they just have a little reset here, but no one off and toddling to the bathroom. This is usually when players...
Yeah, I was here when this game was written. I'm old, but we here. Rick, have you heard the news? The Halo news that may even be relevant to you.
At this point, but maybe Envy can pull off that miracle. And like I said, it does change everything. The whole pace of everything changes. It would be a big head scratcher if Envy suddenly were able to pull out a victory here.
And with Optic Gaming,
I'll say it real quick before the game starts. Halo 1, Halo Combat Evolved, is being remade from the ground up in Unreal Engine. Now I'm not gonna act like I know how any game development works, but I know Unreal Engine is like a super good engine. So it's being remade from the ground up in Unreal Engine, and it will be cross-platform on PlayStation. Yes. So you best believe we are gonna play. And hell, if you want, I'll do a game trade with you. If you wanna show me Helldivers, we'll do a Helldivers Halo night.
The perfect opening. 4 dead for Envy, and Optic Gaming keep all 4 guns on the map. Complete map control now. Shock rifle to play with, and they can set up. Precision will back Renegade down off the bat ledge. And Bound now just closing the space and helping Renegade in case the push comes across the bridge. He's quite happy with what he sees with Precision. Overstayed his welcome as far
now
as
you and Dino can crush me? No, brother. We're gonna be a trio. Oh! Sorry, Renegade's going off with his shock rifle. So it's campaign only. It's not multiplayer, but we can play like co-op campaign together. So we're you and I would be on the same team. We'd both be Master Chief fighting the Covenant.
Yesterday on this map with the shock rifle, and perhaps he's going to try and do something similar for us here.
Renegade almost playing with his food there with precision.
Dino, you watching? If so, Rick is here in the YouTube chat.
What a start from the Demon. And Envy just haven't had a response. 46 seconds already amassed for the green wall. Descendant bottom elevator. Problem is he's isolated and the push is coming from gold pipes.
Good, then we hell dive. Hell yeah. Where we dropping, boys? It's gonna be a fun time.
No shields, no longer a problem. Renegade puts another one in the grave. Putting bodies in the ground. That's what Renegade does best.
Enemy halfway to victory.
And he knows he's on for a frenzy again, by the way.
Yeah, when this drops, you should definitely download Discord, Rick, because that's where the real gamers talk.
He's not playing as aggressive. He's putting himself in slightly safer positions, and here's the frenzy waiting for him. Does chase it.
Oh, okay. Killing frenzy for Renegade and a triple kill. Does he have an over in front of him?
Has earned his MVP for the entirety of Halo Infinite.
But he gets camo.
And he is running the show.
Incredible target prioritization. And he falls from the heavens and gets a free kill with an elbow to the spine. Can't be stopped. Won't be stopped in this form. Precision scoops up the ball. Jackson firing from the back ledge. Renegade, easy pickings.
3 dead for Envy.
Game looked so
This
easy. Looked
should be a
so
good
easy
chunk
on
of time,
Renegade's
maybe
POV.
even the round for
The
Optic.
ability that he has, absolutely frightening. And he's got the shock rifle again. Piggy gets a stick onto the ball carrier. Renegade shows he is human after all and misses a couple of shots.
He's just doing it to give him a chance
Aww.
at this point.
And then he shows us he's also a demon.
13-0. This is an elimination final, by the way. At the very end, the culmination of this tournament, and Renegade is still able to play with this much freedom. Jackson is next target. Jackson deleted.
Oh, Running Riot! Oh!
So
If he hit that shot for the triple, oh,
Absolute massacre.
I would have had to have hid my webcam.
Down after 15 kills.
Oh my!
81 points to
Renegade
25.
is
Optic Gaming 15 seconds away from
unreal.
claiming the
It's
opening round of
unreal.
this oddball.
It earned a round of applause from the crowd at the attempt as well, because I think everyone knows that Renegade was putting on a show for us. And that's how comfortable, that's how in the element he is right now. But as I said earlier, are you going to have this much freedom to do it against Shopify Rebellion if you are to get to those grand finals? But certainly Renegade trying to make a statement here that they want to get it done fast. All the meanwhile, though, even with this constant Renegade POV that we've had, and for good reason with how he's been playing, Optic Gaming still need 18 more points, and Envy have kept in it.
He's worth the price of admission alone.
No.
Welcome everybody to the Renegade Show. Maybe this episode is over, but he'll be back. Make no mistake about it. Jackson gets put in the dirt by Bound. But in the background, amongst all those kills that Renegade is getting, Envy have got a few points on the board, and they're closing in on that lead. But Formal has the camouflage and a kill to boot.
Yeah, it might have been a good thing that Renegade died, to be honest, because it just meant that Optic could probably play around actually getting the objective done as well. But now Formal will just have a little touch, a little tickle of that ball. Doesn't
Oh
need
yeah,
to use it, though. Instead,
I love a good tickle of the ball.
3 dead for Envy, and this might be the final moments of this round. You saw the stats earlier. It was, what, 92% win rate of rounds? It's very rare they even lose one round, as now they put themselves one up on what has been an incredible...
I can barely hear the crowd. I know they're fucking going crazy. But can we get some crowd mics? Can we get that volume up, please?
What are you supposed to do? It's so easy to get deflated when you see the other team just being able to run around with such freedom.
Formal throwing hands.
Oh my god, all dead for Envy.
All dead for Envy. The freest camouflage you're likely to see.
Tickle, tickle.
Try as he might off spawn from long haul to stop.
Oh yeah, Rick, you know how I like it.
Descendant with a nade that seemed to come from nowhere. And there he is again. Renegade with a shock rifle. But this time, Jackson ensures he's not going to have the influence, at least for now. Optic Gaming already securing 10 points.
Oh, Rick, the camera we filmed the short on is the camera you're seeing right now. Obviously I got a green screen behind me, but and I know I'm like little on the screen, but it's also what I'm live streaming with.
If you look at it, it's almost calculated. He's got 21 seconds of ball time, making sure that he's not the least ball time on his team. I got 21 seconds, Formula 20. I can drop it now.
Oh, I thought he was about to shoot his teammate in the back.
Somehow finds the shock rifle again. He's almost drawn to it.
Enemy has the ball.
Descendant steps a little bit too far. Precision, watch yourself. The form that Renegade's in was a brave man.
Yes, sir. It is indeed pretty.
Precision comes out on top.
Now, can we see someone from Envy do something similar? Can they have that moment where they can lead the charge for the team and get them back into this game? Precision has hit so many good shots already this tournament, does connect with the body. Same again onto Legend, but not being a headshot can hurt you. It's not quite the same as a body shot with a sniper rifle. It doesn't do the same damage. Now Optic will get a few down from Envy and get ball control yet again here. They are behind at the moment, but they will probably take the lead in the next few.
You know, ambitions is to hold that ball over towards blue. Give them the option to play it if they can. It's long haul, and Legend is making the move now. Precision steps out, and he swings at bound, but his arm's not big enough.
All right. This round a little bit closer.
In the respawn screen, a piece now. It's 2v2
But Optic still
Legend will play
with
the
that
ball,
lead and the control.
She's made that call now. Shroud Crease goes down. Renegade happy to make this an ugly fight. And they combine. 2-for-1 trade. Ball back home.
You said it was a 2v2, but with Renegade alive, it feels like a 2 versus 4. He's playing like he's got 3 guns at the moment. Formal has found himself a camouflage to work with, which is something we've said a few times already this series. Clearly is the one who is very much on point in terms of finding those power-ups, listening to the coach's calls.
Gold pipes control now for Formal. The shock rifle has now just popped up. Grabs the ball, tosses it towards his team. Grabs the shock rifle. But this one he will not be tossing towards his team. This one's for him to play with. He wants to have some fun now. Already seen the success that Renegade has had. Jackson takes some shots to the body. Like you say, it doesn't quite have the same impact as a sniper rifle does. You've got to hit the face to see real success. And Formal with a grenade. Gets 2. Might not be done just yet. Piggy forced to put it in reverse. And Formal can just wait.
Formal's got
he has to go this way.
that bright-ass green
does not hit the
skin on every weapon.
And Piggy opens us up with a double kill. Shock rifle now in his hand. But 61 points for Optic Gaming. Envy have got to get something cooking and quick.
And when you do see shock rifle shots missed, you realize just how special that running riot was from Renegade in the first round. Piggy can't connect with one either. Renegade says, yes, please, thank you very much, I'll scoop it up. Connects with the body. I think he's only got 1 shot left in that shock rifle, but it is going to be a 35-point lead now for Optic Gaming as they try and close down. Precision holds strong, but somehow Renegade still gets that trade. Can Envy go against the grain and somehow steal a round away from Optic Gaming here? They have got it over towards blue, so even if Optic can break, the likelihood is it's going to be a play ball. So realistically, Optic will probably try and keep one person up towards glass so they can recover it when it does get sent back home.
Nice little back smack there.
On this map mode combination, Optic Gaming have a 92% round win rate. I'm no mathematician, but to me that feels like they've only lost 1 round when they play this. And that's the challenge that Envy have to do now, to beat that. Win 2 rounds, and they're gonna have to do it without reply. Optic Gaming already securing 1. They are now within touching distance, our Envy. So Optic Gaming have got to be careful, but yet another power-up goes the way of the green wall.
It must be frustrating for Envy from going from a series where they were getting almost every power-up to now barely seeing one. Not even getting the chance to really look at one. And half the time wondering where on earth it is on the map.
Enemy has the ball.
Optic recover the ball again, and now Renegade is going to have the ability to go pretty much wherever he wants here. So much freedom, he can just stand top bats and provide info.
Trickles his way down gold steps.
Man,
Almost
I love having the camera. I just love being
the world is his
sneaky.
oyster. He's going to have a backstab here, but also a player behind him, which he's not aware of. Going to have to be careful. Now clears his back.
Oh, 5 perfect
Player
shots.
dropped off bat ledge. Ball down.
Enemy has the ball.
And now Formal picks it up. And that will mean that Renegade has the least ball time on his team, and expect him to change that if he can. Precision in tower. Renegade happy to take this fight. Precision gives him the wiggles though, and it's very rare you see that happen to Renegade. Formal gets absolutely nuked out of his boots. And the ball drops down on glass.
Well, that was the break. This is the last attempt then from Envy to get hold of this ball and get it set up and try and keep this game alive. Descendants got hold of the shock. Need to see something magical, something memorable, something that will just give a little bit of energy to this squad.
Yeah, if Optic break this setup, that's it. That's GG's
Sadly, he's just eating
for this
nade
game.
after nade, and he can't connect with that shot either. And Renegade is just going to be more than happy to scoop that one up. 10 more points required for Optic.
Biggie in trouble. Renegade has the
Oh
ball.
yeah, 3 dead for Envy. This is GG.
And unfortunate for him, no matter how long he holds it, he will be the least ball time on his team, but he will not care one bit about that. Optic Gaming complete the round. Optic Gaming take the map.
One more game.
And are one way from a grand finals.
It is sadly the way it looked like it was going to go. As soon as you saw that series layout, as soon as you saw that this was going to be map 3. And you have to wonder for Envy, is there anything left in the tank? They've given so much this tournament to get to this point. But now you have to dig so deep to try and reverse sweep Optic Gaming in the elimination finals. An Optic Gaming team that is heavily supported by this crowd here at the Halo World Championship as well. They have been behind the green wall all year long, all season
So Rick, if you're still here, how has the response been to the little short we made? I've been trying to look around a little bit, see what people are saying.
He got that killing frenzy and he wanted the riot. He got close but couldn't quite get there. Well, he converts it this time in what was such a special and memorable play. Really beautiful to watch.
Oh my god, that running riot, insane.
No, no, no. Dan said the Renegade show for a reason. The Renegade Master, absolutely dominant against Envy. And in the series that Envy had against Luminon, I likened them to being light heavyweights. And that Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion would be those heavyweights, and Envy would have to punch above their station. But right now, they find themselves one away from elimination.
Tons of good feedback and lots of personal DMs about it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
For the final time.
If you decide to tweet it out on Twitter, not X, let's not call it that, let me know. I'll retweet it. I'll quote tweet it.
As well to thank all the fans and everyone for our inclusion, of course, in Halo Infinite and its history. It's been great to see you rise through the ranks as well, Shurs, as my co-commentator. Yeah, it's a really special moment here and quite a tough one. But
even though it's so grilling in my house, my peers ate it up, dude.
A privilege for Dan and I to take the stage.
Sometimes
I want to say thank you to everybody.
There's something about like simplicity and like still like doing something that
he was a wonderful guy.
I don't know. There's work to it, especially when you know we're doing it for no money, with no money, out of like just the passion in our hearts.
Amazing, but of course, it's still not over. We still have to finish this.
Tons of shares and 1,000 views in the first 24 hours, dude. Hell yeah, we love to see it.
Will Schurzy ever cry on camera? These are the questions I ask myself at night.
Will Schurzy ever cry on camera? Dude, I might.
Looking like a dominant force. That are very much focused on Shopify Rebellion. Sadly for Envy, they are just flies in the way that are being swatted against the wall at the moment. And perhaps the splatter of their blood will end up on live fire. King of the Hill is where
that's right, the hustle.
And Optic Gaming, even though King of the Hill has been rough for them,
every day I'm hustling.
They can convert it to send themselves to a grand final.
Time to turn their fortunes around. And for Envy, running out of time. The sand slipping through the glass now. Optic Gaming have given them very little. Scraps they've been feeding off and have not been able to find success. And again, Envy find themselves down by 3 members. Descendant scrambling to try.
If he hit that, I would have lost my mind.
All series long, scrambling, trying to survive, and Optic Gaming are in no mood to let them.
Legend does grab that camo. Legend also absolutely dumps on precision. And now it means he's got that freedom to just roam around the map, position himself. He does get smelled out here. But still scoring our Optic Gaming. And you have to wonder, you know, what do Envy have left? It's so deflating to be in a situation like this. And as I said, it is not the first time it's happened for a team. It won't be the last. We will see it forever in Halo history as we move forward, even in Halo Infinite and future Halo titles. You go so far, you dig so deep, you get to a point where you didn't even think you could make it, but then you just come up against what feels like a team that cannot be taken down, a team that is so set out on gaining that position back in the grand finals once more. And Optic Gaming just feels like they are bullying Envy at this point.
I've likened it to a boxing match, and forgive me.
Dang, Optic are really about to go up 2 caps to nothing.
Already made on his second hill. Optic Gaming are in cruise control.
And not even like 30 seconds has been taken off of the game clock.
Precision, 5 deaths without reply. Descendant,
Ooh,
0 and 3.
good shots out the Piggy.
Optic Gaming double their lead and are already just 2 away from a clean sweep in this best of 7.
Still a couple of zeros on that side of Envy. Yet to even register a kill.
Precision and Descendant. They're goose egging right now.
About this game. And it does feel more like a victory lap for Optic Gaming right now than an Envy comeback. And as much as I'd like to be optimistic for Envy, as much as I'd like to give them a chance here, it looks like Optic Gaming are far too strong in this moment. Camo has come up though. Piggy's been able to grab it. Perhaps that could be the lifeline. No, never mind. Ripped away from them.
Legend steps inside the hill. And he clears out Descendant. Precision down to no shields. 7 deaths now, no kills. We don't want to keep harping on it, but you know he's starting to.
All right, Rick, what do you think? Does Optic have this in the bag, or will Envy come back?
Incredible to watch from Optic's side. They have been
Give me your in-depth thoughts.
And it was something that had been highlighted before this tournament. King of the Hill, maybe a little bit of a weakness for the green.
Oh, Descendant, what a shot.
Practice here. Because it feels like that. It feels like a practice game for them ahead of what will be a much anticipated grand final at this point between the 2 teams who deserve to be there. Bound has the sniper rifle now. And even though Envy are scoring, Bound is starting.
Envy's gonna make a comeback, bro. I love it. Let's see it. You feel it in your sack? All right.
It's a killing spree for it.
So comfortable it would seem. They're trying to hit trick shots. Piggy desperately trying to stay alive, but there's 2 members of Optic Gaming coming close to him, and he's also going to fall. Sniper rifle in the hands.
Yeah, I like feeling your sack.
Bandit's
what?
Second shot finds the face. That's a kill.
Cut that out.
Optic Gaming so comfortable in this, and it's going to do their confidence the world of good. And this is the kind of response that we needed to see if they were going to match up against Shopify Rebellion and make sure the result goes a different way.
Oh, absolutely. The confidence builder they would have needed. And it's not wasted energy, right? They're going to probably get it done in 4 at this point as they find that 3rd hill.
Optic just need one more hill now.
Keep up with Optic. And whilst we will remember an incredible tournament run for this Envy side, a top 3 finish at the Halo World Championship if it stays this way.
Yeah.
Bar a miracle.
The casters are already like giving their flowers to Envy.
Optic Gaming, who are just far superior at this point and very much knew what they had to do coming into this series. 3 dead for Envy. This 4th hill now inside is Optic Gaming. And they are beginning the charge, they are beginning the push onto Envy.
It's been clinical. It's been perfection. Flawless, phenomenal. Keep using
I don't know if this is possible, but I wonder if Helldivers could have like an esports scene. Is it player versus player or like a player versus like just like enemies?
After they get 3 dead,
It's me, I'm casuals.
Optic Gaming spawn back up and retake control.
And I'm sure
Oh no!
they probably know the
That's gotta be the nail in the coffin. Envy finally get a camo, and Piggy's taken out.
They get temporarily removed, but they will take the fight to Renegade. Jackson, though, will be the last to fall, and it's going to be more hill time, you'd imagine, now for Optic Gaming. Bound to be the one to step in alongside Formal. Piggy tries.
Nah, it's full co-op.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Alone, but he kind of had to. They're running out of time, Envy. As Optic Gaming just need a few more seconds in this hill.
Just a couple more ticks then for the green wall. And Envy continue to throw numbers at it. Continue to
About to be
running out of time and they're running out of control.
Oh, Rick, that sack of yours, how's it feeling?
Inside, possibly his last tournament ever, and he's guiding Optic Gaming.
Optic make it to the grand finals. GG's, Envy.
Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. The grand final that was very much deserved in this tournament. Expected by some.
I'm too sensitive for competitive game now.
There was a mere stumble in the last
I get that.
Optic Gaming where they didn't make that grand final.
But now they when I was like big into Fortnite, I wanted to like be competitive.
Congratulations for Envy, which
but
an unbelievable tournament
sack
run,
busted.
a top 3 finish. But they came up against
Busting
the green wall
makes
that
us
looked
feel
unstoppable.
good. No, yeah, when I was like big into playing Fortnite, I wanted to be competitive, but my God, I could not compete against like the 10-year-olds who were on mouse and keyboard, building entire forts in seconds, and I'm on controller and my thumbs are cramping up. I just couldn't compete with them. I've never felt more old than trying to like play Fortnite competitively. Halo, I still got it a little bit, but
there are levels to this game, and Optic Gaming have been found wanting at the last 2 majors. Walshy said he fancies this team as the best individually skilled team on the planet. But the problem is we have not seen all 4 players find their final form at the right time. Shopify Rebellion in these last 2 majors have had their number. But still time to change
live
the
that
World
shit.
Championships.
And it does feel like a full circle moment for me as well. You mentioned the 2017
Oh,
World
yeah.
Championship, Envy versus Optic. That was my first World Championship, and now we're here at the last Halo Infinite World Championship, which has been an incredible
I think it's a
one.
really
But
fun game.
who's gonna take it?
I
That's the real
I
question.
just can't.
I know there is a lot of Optic fans
I can't
in the
compete.
building, but Shopify at the moment, with how they look, shows it looks like maybe, just maybe, they are one step ahead of everyone else in this tournament.
You speak about Optic Gaming needing to find another gear. They're going to have to answer some questions that they have not been able to answer. As of,
You know
as of
Ninja,
late.
right?
But that's all
Rick,
for me and
he,
Jazz. It's time for Lottie and the crew to
the
break it down. Thanks so
Fortnite
much.
guy. He actually got his start in Halo, in competitive Halo, way back in the MLG days.
But not the
So
last time for Optic Gaming, because we're
crazy
gonna be
how he
listening
blew
to
up.
that name said across that main stage just one more time at least. Oh goodness me, Envy. They just didn't have enough in the tank there. I think it just, we saw an Optic Gaming that knew they had to hit a whole other level, and really that was the series to swing it into gear for them, Clutch. It was just really difficult to watch, I think, if you're an Envy fan here, because Optic Gaming, they were coming out strong because they know that they need to push it to the limit, and Envy, unfortunately, they were that foe to feel it.
Yeah,
I'm next.
their heads high. Third place is
My
nothing to
fingers
be
are
short
crossed.
of. I
You
couldn't
can't
be
see
more
it,
proud
but
of
my
the
toes
NBA
are crossed
going on
too.
the run that they did, but at the end of the
Hopefully,
day, it was always going to be Optic versus Shopify. At the end of the day, Optic was always.
And if
gonna
I'm
use
next,
that series
you're next
to
too.
get ticked off and
We
to
will
get ready
bring
and
Among
right
Us back.
into the grand finals, and that's what we have in store for us here for our grand finals, our last World Championship for the HCS. I think we saw moments from Optic throughout this series that gives me a lot of hope for these guys. They woke up late in the Shopify series earlier, but Renegade going on a running ride, all of a sudden the individual pieces start to make it look easy once again.
Yeah, if we play on Halloween, I'm super down.
Than Shopify, but these individual plays will give them individual confidence that will hopefully roll to what should be a hell of a grand finals.
Yeah, Renegade was absolutely fantastic, but how many times we talk about that we needed
Oh, that jacket is sick.
for this Optic Gaming roster, and I do
Oh,
want
that's a
some
sick
love
shot.
to both Legend and Formal. Legend in the assist department, but also Formal in doing that damage. It was absolutely fantastic. We needed them to step up, and I believe they did so.
Yeah.
They certainly did indeed. You're looking right now at the stats. It's pretty ugly on the side of Envy. I will say commiserations to them. They bow out here. Top 3 is an incredible placement for this team. But of course, Optic Gaming, they're just going on strength to strength, and they're going to need to. Here's the elimination bracket where they did fall flat against Shopify Rebellion earlier on in the winners finals. They then 4-0 Envy. Honestly, that is exactly what we want to see, Clutch. You couldn't have asked for a better series to bounce back and rebound back up.
Yeah, here's the thing, is it's going to be a long Sunday if Optic plan on still taking this trophy, so they needed to get this series over quickly. They are not going to have enough gas in the tank if that was a long, drawn-out series where they used too much energy. So I like the idea that they just stomped Envy, and now they have an opportunity to do what they have done in the past. That's 2 best-of-7s.
Now you can see the winners finals. This is where it's a bit comparative here. You see Envy 4-0, but Shopify Rebellion 4-1 Optic Gaming. Do they need to hit another level, Tony? The level that we're talking about, Envy didn't have, as opposed to the likes of Shopify Rebellion. Do Optic have the level to hit and compete with Shopify at this moment in time?
I mean, I think they do. I mean, I don't think people realize how good Optic are at isolating players, getting their slays, taking space, and influencing spawns. I think they're one of the best at taking space and really spawn trapping the opponents. The problem is that Shopify Rebellion don't make those mistakes. They stay alive, and we saw it in the winners finals.
We certainly did indeed. You know what else I have seen? I have seen so many people getting their hands on, of course, that incredibly exciting new update coming next year, Campaign Evolved. And I managed to get Guy Blaze in there.
Campaign
He
Evolved.
cut the line. It's okay.
Let's
He's
go,
allowed,
baby.
I suppose. But he's also in there checking things out. Guy Blaze, how is it in the Campaign Evolved playable area?
What's up, everybody?
Oh, Rick, I'm glad you're here now because I met this guy. His name's Blaze. Tell me he doesn't look like Anthony Cortez Haynes. Like when I first met him, I was like, that's his doppelganger.
Amazing Halo campaign moments from CE in Unreal 5. As you can see, everyone's been in here having a great time.
Juan, it's Leo. What's up, bro? What's up, LP Gamer? Leo, good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. It's going very, very well. Optic just made it to the grand finals from the loser side, though. And yeah, should be an interesting.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah,
should be an interesting grand finals. We'll see if Optic can pull it off, or if Shopify Rebellion will claim victory. I'm telling you, Rick, that's Ant. That's him. That's him. Oh, every time I see him now, I'm just like, yo. Let me see if I can find my picture with him.
He's going to be talking to you
I have a
guys
picture
about
with
how
him.
much all of this means to
I'll
him,
send it over to you.
us, to Halo Studios, and everybody that's been involved all 4 years of Halo Infinite. Don't go anywhere. So much more to be had here in Seattle. We'll see you right after the break.
Not the greatest quality, but I'll still send it over. Yeah, LP, you enjoying the matches? You watching? You watching with your dad? Or you just hanging out on my stream? Because either way, I much appreciate it. Yep, I'm streaming both to Twitch and YouTube. Okay, you're on the YouTube side. All right. Cool, cool, cool.
These things are tough.
Yeah, isn't there supposed to be 4 of us? Where's the orange guy?
Hello? Still waiting. Finally, I've been here a year. Wait, you don't look like a friend.
All right, Rick, I'm texting it to you now.
Hey, we tried to revive you, but it wouldn't work for some reason.
Hanging out on my stream? Thank you. Much appreciated, Leo. Who are you rooting for? Envy or Optic? Or sorry, Shopify Rebellion or Optic? Dad went to get groceries? Uh-oh. You know the meme. If he's going to get milk, I hope he comes back. Hell yeah, Rick, you got it. Tell me that's not Ant.
Now let's see who was behind all this. Orange guy? And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you and your meddling.
Shopify? I respect it. I respect it. I was absolutely gonna predict them to win it all. But like the night before Friday, I had a dream that, a literal dream that Optic won it. So I'm going with my gut, my subconscious. But Shopify definitely have the easier road coming from the winner's side to win it. So we'll see. We'll see if they can close it out or if Optic will dig deep and like really like pull out something amazing. Leo, have you been watching all weekend, or are you just tuning in now? There's been some crazy upsets. Like, I'm sure you know, Space Station out at top 8, FaZe out at top 12. Unreal. Hey, want to remember that video I commented of you and Sin and Sirvana? Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, that was crazy. I was just searching doubles with my duo, and I matched up against Vicinity and Sirvana. So just randomly, and once we realized it was each other, we were like, yo, let's mess around.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen,
Next play date, we should ask them if we could make a squad. Yeah, maybe they'd be down.
We're a fan of me or just Halo Infinite or HCS in general. I want to say thank you guys so much. I appreciate every single one of you guys showing up to these events and making it better.
Gotta go on, but have fun, man. Thank you so much, Rick, for stopping by. Appreciate you chatting with me. Have a great Sunday evening. And
honestly, it's been a great ride.
Yeah,
I know
make sure you bust today.
It's busting to Halo, just like me and everybody else. Yeah, hopefully we can stick together and push through for this last season.
Every fan interaction, every moment of support.
Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters.
Right in our chest, in our hearts. So, from myself, from the players, thank you so much for all of the support.
Thank you so much to anyone who's been supporting Halo. Not even me specifically, but just the game itself. It's such a great, unique, fun game that whenever you talk to someone that has like the same love for the game, it just instantly like brings us together. So Halo's freaking awesome.
It's been fun. Likely I'll compete next Halo. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm getting pretty old now, but yeah, it's been awesome. I just appreciate the support, guys.
I was kind of unsure if the Halo community would accept me back after being gone for so long, and they accepted me with open arms, so I'll always be grateful for that, so thank you.
It wouldn't be like a thing without the fans, so thank you everyone who like really stuck around with Halo and with Halo Infinite specifically. You know, it's been a long process. Like, I know a lot of people stopped playing, but I know a ton of people who kept watching, so just thank you to all of those people in particular, and appreciate all you guys.
Like, we have such a core like fan base that's just consistently watch and is there, and I think that's something really good and we should be proud of as the Halo community.
It would not happen without you. You guys are the most important thing we have on the scene, and thank you.
You FaceTime Frosty before?
Thank you.
I just want to say thank
on
you.
On a phone call? That's really
truly
cool.
Feel just like it's an honor.
Have you ever been to an event, Leo?
At such a high level for a long time now. So if you're a fan of Halo,
if not, it's okay.
And whether it's watching online or
because I started watching competitive Halo
whatever the case is,
and during the MLG days back in 2008. I was, how old was I?
That you guys have given and
like 13, 12, 13.
To give to us
and I dreamt of going to an event, and it wasn't until I was
so very much. So thank you.
24 that I was able to go to my first Halo event and meet all the heroes I looked up to. So
met a lot of amazing people throughout Halo.
You have?
So,
that's awesome. Dad found him and he called my mom and I saw Frosty. That's awesome. That's really cool, dude. You've been the one. That's awesome. Aren't they great? It's so much fun. So much fun. Just being in that room, that environment is
Seattle, you mean an awful lot to these
it's
players,
electric.
but so does that trophy on the main stage, and they're doing it for you. They are doing it for their team. They're doing it for themselves, and they're doing it for the legacy, for how much this means as the final time for Halo Infinite. The grand finals match is getting set up on that main stage. But it means so much to all of us.
Yeah, like look at the room, it's packed.
This moment is so huge.
Uh-oh, Tashi's on the desk.
It is defining for all of these players, all of these
Any
fans,
announcements, Tashi?
For you as well, Tashi. Welcome back to the desk. Lovely to have you joining us. What a day it has been. What a weekend it has been. It has been unbelievable. The crowd is just, they're coming out in full force, but the Halo has also been incredibly forceful too.
Yeah, we've been very blessed. It's been such an amazing weekend. You know, Worlds is always really special, but it felt like this one was really special. We have more fans attending an HCS event than ever before. We've got campaign evolved, playable, all the exciting news, everything on the community stage. It's just been, you know, a really amazing event.
It's absolutely incredible. Now, Tashi, obviously you've come onto the desk for a reason, although I do love your company as well, so you can stay if you would like. But what kind of message have you got for us here today, just before this grand finals?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to, you know, with the community, kind of recognize the moment that we're in, as well as what this kind of era of esports, Halo esports, has really meant for everybody involved. You know, I've been watching and being part of the Halo community since the Halo 2 days. I used to watch, you know, in 2005. My first event was in 2006. And, you know, I've just seen us as a community and myself even just kind of go game to game. And as time goes on, you look back and you feel like, oh, I missed the old times and whatnot. But we're in kind of what I think is, you know, really the second golden era of Halo esports. And
I agree.
Make sure this whole community
Halo has been, or sorry, Halo Infinite,
just
HCS.
How amazing it's been these last 4 years and for everybody.
It's been amazing.
I have a few thank yous and
Akani Zone, thank you for the follow.
Man.
There you go, that's powerful.
Hope you enjoy the stream.
So I have a few thank yous I want to kind of make sure I show some love to. First starts with all of our talent, you know, here on the broadcast, all of our casters. You know, we trust you guys to represent the game and the community to the, you know, utmost of your ability, not only professionally, but as like pure-hearted, great people and people who love Halo. I especially want to show some love to you, Lottie.
Thank you.
You have been our fearless leader on the desk.
Let me not block Lottie.
Now. We're so blessed to have you up here.
Lottie!
I like their Lottie.
We love you, Lottie.
By the way.
It's been incredible to see you grow as a professional, and to me, you're one of the best in the entire industry. So
thank you very much.
Thank you, Akani. Definitely.
Oh, stop it, you guys. Save it for the
Lottie,
main stage.
Lottie, Lottie.
I also want to show some love to Esports Engine. They're our operating partners who are operating this event, all of our World Championships. We built the program alongside them back in 2019, 2020, leading up to Infinite. We could not have done it without their support and their partnership along the way. You know, all of the amazing moments, how great this broadcast is, how great this event is, we couldn't have done it without them. So I want to make sure I show some love to them as well. Also want to show some love to my team, the HCS team.
Yes.
You know, we're a small and mighty team. The guys work really hard behind the scenes, and you know, it takes an army really to kind of put this all on with all of our partners, but it starts with the HCS team back at the studio. So I'm just really proud of the guys and how they continue to run things day in, day out. So big thank you to them. Also want to show some love to the whole studio. You know, the game is developed by 343 Industries, carried forward as Halo Studios. A lot of love put into this game, a lot of effort, a lot of heart, and it's an incredible game. It's given us so many moments and, you know, a lot to look back fondly on for HCS. Also want to show some love to all of our partners. The teams have really stepped up for Halo Esports, so want to show them some love. A lot of community partners, folks like LVT, European Halo League, just really doing a lot of amazing work for the whole community. So big shout out to all of them as well. Next, I want to show some love to the amateur players.
Wait, what's that girl's name? Lottie. Lottie. Lottie.
You know, this is where the superstars of today are made. You know, they grind it out in the open bracket. That is absolutely the lifeblood of Halo Esports. You know, there was all this talk of like franchising as esports when we were coming up with Halo Infinite, and from my perspective, it's hell no. We're not getting rid of the open bracket. That's part of the DNA.
That's good to hear.
So, amen. I don't care about your franchise pro leagues. Like, we're not getting rid of that.
Oh!
Show some love to the pro
Hell
players.
yeah, Tashi. Let them know.
Maybe retired since the start of the Halo Infinite season, or for those who are still grinding, or even those who
You've met her before?
You have
That's awesome.
absolutely dazzled us with the incredible plays.
Well, she
I don't
obviously
think I've
used to
ever seen
live
Halo play to the
in
level that you all
like
have played and shown.
England,
You carry
London,
yourself so well. Always
that
sending,
area.
you know, autographs for
But
fans.
she
I saw
moved
the
over
line for
to
Shopify was like around the block. There
like
was
my
hundreds of
area,
people.
South New
So
Jersey,
thank you to
with
the
Snakebite.
pros being, you know,
So
professional media day, and yeah, just being a great
I dream of the day
ambassadors
of
for
I just running into her at like a grocery store or something. It's possible.
And last but not least, I want to show some love to all the fans. Everyone watching here in attendance, everyone watching online.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, nothing but love to all of you. You know, I'll say leading into Halo Infinite, you know, everyone doubted this community. People didn't think that, you know, we could show up this big, that we can get the viewership that we got. All the players, all the fans here, everyone kind of doubted everybody in here. And you guys showed up, and you showed your love, you showed your support online and in person. So we appreciate you very much. And HCS will be back soon enough, don't you worry. But thank you everybody for being here. And we
Thank you,
made a little video
Tashi.
going into the grand finals,
Thank you,
but
HCS.
Thank you everybody, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, Leo. Snakebite is her husband. Yeah, they got married. Snipe down. Pistola! My heart! Oh, Pistola! We love you, Ola. We miss you. I love this with the OG Halo music. Papa Lucid! Tiger Tom himself. Oh, the man, Steve Downs. Mama Trippy. These moments are sick. Absolutely sick. These are all such historic moments. Hey! The Arbiter. Shout out the videographers. Woodum! Legend. HCS Creeper. Lunchbox? Or was that Roy? Oh, I was at this event. Let me see if I can see me. Ah, that's all right. Oh, that flood marine. Incredible. Lucidity. That's so cool. Oh, Zach. Oh, when Trippy gets loud, that's a sight to see. This is such a touching video. A little montage of what an amazing send-off for Halo Infinite. That was amazing. Wow, look at this crowd.
Just about that time. Time for greatness. Time for measurable success.
This.
Time to get things going on the main stage between two of the best teams we've had all season long. And how poetic that it's the two teams.
I'm getting chills. This is the crowd that Halo
halves of our season in their hands.
deserves.
One side, Optic Gaming, the other, Shopify Rebellion, playing right now for that trophy. One of them has had quite a
This is the level
season, although they've
that
got it
Halo
done many times before, and they can do
deserves.
it again here in Seattle. And Shopify feeling incredibly comfortable, going into things looking absolutely perfect.
Huge crowd.
You want perfection. Because
Absolutely
if you do,
huge
Shopify
crowd.
Rebellion has it in abundance. Clutch, looking at this powerhouse roster, they are going to be so hard to take down, but take down they can be. How do they now play this? Optic Gaming are fired up. What level can Shopify hit now, heading into this grand final?
I mean, I think we've seen it. I think Shopify has thrown their best punch, and they've showed the world that they are the best team the past two events. They've done everything right this event. Everyone is clicking on all cylinders, and I think if Shopify play their game, it's going to be tough to beat.
We are seeing an elevated level from these players. I mean, look at the likes of Frosty, Royal 2, because it's been about those young guns for time and time again now. But Royal 2 is stepping up to the mark, so is Frosty. You're looking across the stage at at the stats, it is unbelievable, Tony. It's funny because they know how to shine on the biggest stages. They've done it time and time again. And Tony, they're going for that 4th ring.
That they are. This is the moment that will echo through Halo's history, and you see all 4 players on that stage playing like it. I've not seen better Halo in my career so far as an analyst. I love watching the Shopify Rebellion roster, and take a look at the stats. This graphic literally tells it all.
You cannot deny the greatness that is put in front of you here, and it is going to take some doing to take them down. Do you see any weakness right now from Shopify Rebellion? Have you seen any at all weekend long?
No weaknesses at all here. They are dominant, and they are all individually so talented. I think it's going to be, you either have to match that and outplay them efficiency-wise, or you might as well get off that stage, because this team is here for one reason only, that trophy at the start.
What happens when you mix perfect with the most resilient team on a main stage? Well, you get Optic Gaming versus Shopify and Optic. They know how to get this done when their back is against the wall. They have had so many opportunities over this season to do it the right way, but they wanted the hard-fought path. Tony, looking at the way they heat up against Envy, that is everything we could have hoped for. If you're an Optic fan, you need to get loud, you need to get behind these teams, because it's going to be tough out there, but we know they're capable of it, especially in terms of their individual skill.
Yeah, we understand how amazing Halo Infinite's MVP Renegade has been, not only in this tournament, but every year and throughout this entire game. But we needed somebody else to step up, and I truly believe Legend did his thing, but Formal really did have his way when going up against Envy in the losers bracket finals. I think Formal was huge, and you're going to need him to have another performance just like that.
We need that same Formal, we need that same Legend. And if we get the best of Renegade, they're going to have a chance here. They're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the juggernauts that is Shopify Rebellion. The thing for Optic Gaming coming into this, I mean, this venue is rocking right now. They are emotional-based players. You've seen Formal get up and how much it means to him when he's screaming. You've seen Renegade get loud. Legend, he does that. I want to see if Optic can get some of that energy and translate it into the server. If they're able to do that, I think they can slow down Shopify.
Let's be honest, it's why every player wants to be on Optic Gaming, because of the green wall are so strong. They are that 5th man with them playing, giving them everything they've got. And you've heard Formal talk about it time and time again. Every interview, he tells them, get loud. We need to hear you on the stage, because it gives them that confidence to keep pushing, to keep going, and ultimately win. I mean, 6 event wins in Infinite. When you thought Formal was done, he was not. He came back to Halo, he's done it in another title, and he hasn't skipped a beat, finding himself yet again clutch in the grand finals of the last Halo Infinite World Championships.
You want to know what this moment means to Formal, to be able to end his legacy, his return of Halo Infinite with a World Championship? This is everything, and if you're on Formal's team, you cannot let him down. You have to find a way to get across the finish line. This is everything for Formal right now. He's had one hell of a legacy across Call of Duty, across Halo, and what a cherry on top this World Championship would be for them.
That's my biggest question right now, though, is I love every single one of those players on Optic Gaming. I think they are so incredibly individually. Is the teamwork there at this moment in time? Tony, we know one of them has been stepping up to the plate all weekend. Do you think that the rest of them can follow suit all together at the same time? Because for me, that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we talked about the performance of Legend and Formal so much, because they're such unselfish players, especially when you look at Legend and what he does on the objective end. And of course, Formal as well, the human UAV. We trust him to feed information to the rest of his team, but they also need him to be a damage dealer, a leader in the KD. It's a lot of responsibility. I feel bad, but this is the grand finals. This is Worlds. This is your final opportunity.
You got to listen to this man here. He knows exactly what he's talking about. But you know what? In terms of leadership, and leading the charge on their teams, Cycle, Renegade, 2 MVPs, 1 throne. I absolutely love this line, because it really is a duel, a battle for this trophy, and only one of them can take it. They both had exceptional seasons. Renegade's had an exceptional 4 years, and Cycle is on the up and coming. He is an incredible player. What do you make of both of these, especially as you compare them here, Clutch?
I mean, it's so hard to compare these two. They are great at what they do. But when I think of this moment, and I think of the lights and how bright they are, how loud the noise is right now, I have never seen Renegade shy away from that kind of a moment, from that spotlight. I'm looking at him to be the best player in this server. This is Cycle's first time at a World Championship Grand Finals, and maybe the moment's just, maybe he's ignorant to it, right? Maybe it just doesn't faze him. We'll learn that very quickly.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks. It doesn't matter about how good your individuals have been. It doesn't matter how good your teams have been this weekend. What matters is what you bring to the table on that main stage here and now and in this very moment, because it all comes down to this. Folks, for the very last time of Halo Infinite, your grand finals are ready, and it's Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming.
Gotta go charge my phone once, so I gotta go. See ya. Thanks for joining, LP. Enjoy the grand finals, and may the better team win. And let's see this Game 7, both series. That's what I want. I want it to end on the final 14th game.
Well, well, well. After 20 events, it's all come down to this. Our last event here for Halo Infinite in the Seattle Convention Center, and it's about to be a banger. Throughout the season, we saw two teams meet on this stage to hoist this trophy, but now it's time to settle the beef. Only one can come out on top, and only one can win and define themselves as the best of Halo Infinite. Seattle, are you guys ready to bring them out? Get ready, everybody. The first squad coming to the stage is going to be the Green Wall. Get loud for Optic Gaming. Bound. Renegade. Forward.
Let's go, former half of SSG. Here come the boos. I feel like there's gonna be a few boos here.
Looking to go for a 3P here on the world stage. Get ready, Seattle, for Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2, Last Shot, Cycle, Frosty, and Bestman. Shopify Rebellion looking to get it done. Rebels, raise your voices and arm your
Cycle
weapons
this way.
Now the players on the stage and the cast has been ready to go, but we've been missing one thing, and that's you guys. Ready? If you're in the venue or at home, we need you to set this stage ablaze. So I'm gonna ask y'all one good time. Y'all ready to get this grand finals going? This is your Halo World Championship Grand Finals.
Let's go!
Seattle! Here we go!
Oh!
4 years of Halo Infinite brought us to this very moment. The grand finals of Halo Infinite. The World Championship is on the line, and you've got to say, Andy, this is the matchup that we were waiting for.
Without a doubt, this is the match we came for. We knew all year long it was.
I don't know why I feel like I'm about to cry.
And Shopify Rebellion, they've had two very different roads here, but now they will meet one another one last time in Halo Infinite.
It just was written in the stars, wasn't it? Right before the season, everyone was saying, is this going to be a two-horse race? Is it two teams that are going to be battling it out all season long? Well, there's been some interesting twists and turns, but ultimately, when you look at the teams who have been lifting the trophies all season long, it has been these two. Shopify Rebellion, back-to-back, looking for the 3P. Players looking for a first Halo World Championship. And on the other side of the stage, you have their old foes, Optic Gaming, 2 trophies to their name and legacy on the line.
That's right, Shopify Rebellion taking them down earlier today. However, still everything to play for. We'll take a quick look at the map records before we jump in, and a slight edge in this first game. 6-1 already for Optic Gaming and Aquarius CTF, and as you'll see in the next few, Shopify does have the overall edge throughout the next few. But when we get deep into the series, let's not forget that Street Slayer, a great game type for Optic Gaming. Everything to play for here in your first potentially best of 7.
And just remember that the 2 times that Optic Gaming have lifted trophies this year, they have done it the hard way from the elimination bracket, the exact point that they find themselves at here in Seattle. So Green Wall fans, do not despair. They have proven that even coming into this final knowing they have to beat Shopify Rebellion twice, they've already done it twice this year.
And that's right, this is not only your grand final, but the tiebreaker for the year. So fitting that both teams coming in with 2 wins across the season, and there will only be 1 tournament to decide who will not only win that tiebreak, but also be the most remembered Halo Infinite team, really for all of time from this era. It feels like everything rides on this single grand final.
It certainly does indeed, and it really is just set up perfectly. 2-2 across the season, the World Championship, the final World Championship to decide who will be remembered as that team that defines an era of competitive Halo. It really just could not be better, Andy. You've got world champions on the stage. You've got players who have picked up MVP trophies, regular season, infinite MVP seasons. I mean, it is set up to be the most perfect, explosive situation when it comes to a grand final you could possibly ask for.
It really is, and you heard everything Clutch said on the desk, and you've seen it on his face this weekend. How much does this mean to Formal? How much does this mean to the Green Wall? You heard him say just a few days ago to Hex, this is probably my last event, and if it is, I am giving it my all. He looked at his teammates and said, I am giving you everything I've got, the entire Green Wall. This roster, this fan base will be behind this team, but let's not forget Shopify Rebellion. Back-to-back defending champions, and they want to steal the last Halo World Championship. We're underway with your Halo World Championship.
Let's go!
Here we go then, everybody. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, and a game type that has been in the suite since the very beginning of Halo Infinite to start it off. We've got some Aqua CTF, 5 flags to win it, or most flags after that time elapsed.
3 dead off the opening means Formal has to slow play this. His flag is already on the move, and here comes the pressure early from Shopify Rebellion.
Royal 2 is going to get that first camo of the game. Always good to get that first power up in a grand final, just to make the coach feel confident, make you feel confident, and certainly make a player like Royal 2, who is never short of confidence, just have that extra little boost to start with. Just playing slowly around top middle at the moment, but gonna have to do a little bit of defensive work here as Optic are gonna get that flag off the stand.
Well, a quick 2 dead here, so Royal 2 knows that he can just clean out the util, should be able to pick up the first one, maybe even 2, gets the help, and that will be a clean 4 dead for Shopify.
And they're running that one. By the looks of things, they're actually going to get that one in. Shopify strike.
Wow,
within
that was
the
fast.
first minute here in the grand final, and Optic Gaming are still finding themselves 2 dead.
I mean, talk about the composure there from Shopify, as you say, to fly into the util to get those last 2 kills so easily, and Royal 2's not done. He's gone coast to coast, and he's right back in the opponent's base.
He certainly is indeed. He's going to wait these nades out, as we often see from players. Knowing that the respawners from Optic Gaming are going to be coming into the map fresh with 2 grenades in their hands. Great shots coming in from Royal 2. How many times has that been said throughout the years? That's a killing spree to kick things off.
A match starting your grand final with a killing spree, 5-0 here. They'll take down 2 yet again, and so far it's been all Shopify Rebellion control off the opening.
Certainly has indeed, and they're looking for another flag to get moving as well. Renegade is a long way away from where that flag has already made its way forward. Royal 2's going to cut him down, and he was the closest player on the map to Last Shot, who's already running this one home. Shots are coming in, he's getting peppered.
Whoa!
He gets stopped
Last second stop.
But are Shopify in a position to get this flag converted?
There's Frosty.
Off the respawn, back into the flag, it's 2-0 to Shopify.
Really well done. Under 2 minutes of play, they get that.
Could be a counter cap. There was just 4 down for Shopify.
Optic looking for a counter cap. Royal 2 has a big job to stay alive, but Legend's trying to hunt him down. But I thought for a second Legend had lost him, but he finds that kill. And Formal has that one back to the util. One cap.
Oh yeah, Formal's got this. Easy.
Optic get their first flag on the board. It's 2-1.
Very strong counter cap, and you feel like it comes in a very important part of the game. Instead, if this goes 3-0, it's blown wide open. However, Optic Gaming doing very well to counter immediately, and they keep the game within 1 flag.
Both teams now fighting for mid-map control. That camo has just popped. The power back on the map. Remember, the first one went the way of Shopify Rebellion. Formal just playing a little bit of defensive work at the moment. Does a great job, not just to pick up the kills, but also keeps Bound alive. Last shot versus Formal. Two of the best shots to play in the game. And Grand Finals Formal hits the big shot.
That was 3 dead yet again. By the way, got to talk about the Slays here. Flag is still on the move, and now a camo for Bound. 3 dead yet again for Shopify Cycle, last player alive.
Cycle's in the back of his base. Legends on the edge of hits.
Wow. Two caps in response to Shopify's fast 2 caps. No, barely 3 minutes have gone by.
Let that be an indicator. Down 2
And we've seen 4 flags already.
2 minutes of play, but they are right back in the game as they tie it up.
Really good start in this game as well from Bound. Renegade's going to keep him alive, and if you keep Bound alive, good things happen for Optic Gaming. 2 dead again for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle might be next, but he wins an important piv inside of the util here to stay alive and jump back out and turn 1 kill into 2.
3 dead, by the way. 4 dead for Optic Gaming on a staggered kill. By the way, Optic was being outslayed 13-5 off the opening. The 2 teams are now tied essentially at 20 kills apiece. What a bounce back from Optic Gaming.
Really, really impressive stuff from them. Especially after what was a little bit of a shockwave at the start of the game with 2 flags going in extremely quickly. The first one in under 60 seconds for Shopify Rebellion. But I think the key for both teams in this series, and especially for Optic Gaming, you have to match kill for kill Shopify. You have to make sure that when we look at those stats at the end of the game, that you're within 1 or 2 kills of them.
And it's so hard to do. Let's not forget, one of the best things that Shopify has done, not just this weekend, but in the later half of the season, has been the teamwork. The way that they can turn corners in pairs and make sure that you are always fighting 1v2s. That will be one of their biggest challenges.
Double kill from Frosty, though. Opens things up. Optic Gaming a 3 dead. Renegade last alive. He's down as well. Frosty picks up 3 kills in this play, and the flag is already out into the courtyard. But Optic, they're going to have to be taking down a couple more players because Shopify need these kills before they force this flag.
Look at the timing for World 2. He thought he had the timing with 1 player going fridge door and 1 player staying fridge. He thought he had the angle. 2 dead for Optic here.
Frosty does a good job, though, to just get that kill. Last shot picks up another top middle. It's 3 dead for Optic again, and from top middle to hands.
Oh, where's Formal? He's the only one alive. Only one to possibly stop this.
In a good enough position to really slow this down. It's going to be Shopify who are going to take the lead. 3-2. They're up by 1.
And just like that, the kills continue to follow the flags. Unsurprisingly, Shopify now outslaying 30-27, and they will also take the lead here by 1. But still a lot of time left on the game clock.
A lot of time indeed, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who are 3 dead. But this man's got himself a camo. Frosty shots into the back of the net. Makes nothing of it. Optics, their timing and their teamwork, they're perfect.
How about a former teammate there? Takes down the camo in a very important kill. By the way, Renegade here, 10-10 off the opening, but we need to take a second. Not only is he your infinite MVP, but also how much has this man stepped up for Optic Gaming over these past few events, even though the placings have not been exactly where they wanted them to be. Time and time again, it has been Renegade going double positive. Can he pull off the same performance in the grand final?
Really interesting. Moment Bound just somehow with no shields, managed to take down a player on the P side. He's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
All dead. Here comes another fast counter cap. Uh-oh.
Even with a little bit of a stutter step and a secondary clamber, he's going to tie the game up.
A little scary.
Huge down on pick 1.
It really is a battle of single individual 1v1s could win this. Once again, Optic is just outslaying by 1 kill at 36-35. And as we said, whoever gets a slay lead by just 4 tends to get a flag on the board with what we've seen so far. It could all come down to just a few 1v1s.
These guys are just trading punches back and forth.
Teams have been neck and neck, tug of war throughout the first 7 minutes of play.
2v2 on the map right now. Royal 2 behind enemy lines. He's been a problem for many, many years when he gets behind the setups of teams. Renegade's going to have to rotate back. I think he recognizes the danger here as Royal 2 is still alive inside of his base. He gets that flag moving and causes a dilemma. Do we go for the kills here? Renegade has to decide kills or flag. Royal 2 just wants kills. Legend will slow it down, but that flag has been touched. And I think Shopify forced this.
Big flag behind him. Last shot all the way across the map already. Amazing movement. That was 3 dead for Optic.
This is, by far the fastest flag game I've ever fucking seen.
Will take the lead 4-3. It has been Shopify who have been ahead for the majority of this game. Optic have been fighting to tie the game up time and time again.
They might do it again.
But if the next flag goes the way of Shopify Rebellion, this game is over.
Last shot gets caught out. Thought he maybe had the jump, but he gets the help at the last second. He stays alive on the flag. He's gonna get the
3 dead for Optic. Uh-oh.
Last shot's got this one.
I think every flag that has been run has been capped. And then they're about to do it. They're about to end the game. What a game 1. Game 1. for this grand finals.
Time and time again, we say it, you give Shopify just a little bit of room and they will take a mile. And that's exactly what they do. Tied 3-3 throughout that entire game. Back and forth with the flags. However, all it takes, by the way, we got to talk about Royal 2's pull. Very midship-esque classic pull. Toss the flag and then fight in the back of the base. And not only does he pick up one kill after the toss, he gets a little bit of damage on the second player. And guess what? Last shot's already gone. And that's the type of teamwork that we are seeing time and time again from Shopify Rebellion as we take a look at some of the highlights.
I mean, before the tournament, we had to do our predictions, and I had to say this man was up there for me when I was thinking about players who just find their best in the biggest of situations. Royal 2 has done it for years, and that play at the end is so synonymous with him. You know, you think about moments with certain players and play styles with certain players. Royal 2, historically, you imagine with the sniper rifle in his hand, picking up kills from a distance, but when he gets behind you, one of the most difficult kills in the history of Halo, just seems to have this internal timer that knows exactly when he can fight, exactly when he should survive, and exactly when the help is coming. That final moment from Royal 2 was peak Royal 2.
I mean, he's hard enough to kill when you're looking at him, when you can see him. And guess what? If he's behind you in your base, it is going to spell disaster, and that's exactly what it did on the scoreboard. If you're Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion taking game number 1, and let's not forget, statistically, they were not favored in that game type yet again. Optic with a stronger record on Aqua CTF. Instead, they will take it and put down the first piece of what could be just a first best of 7. Let's take a look at the final performances here in 2025 for Optic Gaming.
You can see them here. They're usually pretty good. Grand final in Arlington, they win that one 4-0. In the reset, they win that 4-3 as well. That took them to their first title, of course. In Dallas, it was 4-1 over FaZe, and then a 4-0 in the reset again. So keep that in mind, Optic fans. They've done it before, but the grand finals at SLC was the first time that they lost it against Rebellion, having to come from that loser's side. And Rebellion, that was the first chip that they got for this season. So Optic, we keep kind of hinting at it, they're the only team that have managed to do it from the elimination bracket, but it's going to be a long, long road if they want to do it.
We should also mention they've only done it from the elimination bracket. So Greenwall fans here who might be getting a little bit nervous after that first game 1 win, Optic Gaming has been here before, and they know what it takes more than any other league, maybe even in the history of competitive Halo, over the past 2 decades, of what it takes to find a way back into a series right now. And you can tell just a little bit of team talk here from Formal about what they need to do in this Slayer, because my goodness, has this ever been a focused game type for them? A very important game, of course, in their last series against Shopify. They both came into Slayer. Let's not forget, Optic has done the hard work in Slayer since Charlotte. Both teams coming into Championship Sunday were undefeated in Slayer at Worlds. Of course, earlier, Shopify does take that Slayer win to close out your winner's final. But you get the feeling that Optic knows this game has a lot riding on it. Yes, we're playing a best of 7, but it feels like tying this series 1-1 and going down 2-0 are 2 very different stories for the Green Wall.
Let's think about what Renegade did yesterday in this exact game type and map combination. He went insane with that shock rifle. He went on an insane run. And if I'm not mistaken, ended up with nearly 20 kills in a huge matchup that had all of the pressure on his shoulders. So keep your eyes on Renegade once again, Optic Gaming fans, to be the man who lights the fire here under Optic.
Let's not forget, as we said, Shopify taking both Slayers in the winner's final over Optic Gaming. Optic will need to find a way to dig deep to take this Slayer and get back into the series. If not, Shopify's going up 2-0. We're underway.
Goes down early.
Oh, that Camel's gets taken out.
I believe he was the player who certainly had the momentum going for that power up that dropped at the start of the game. So it could be a burn here, but more importantly, it's going to be 3-0 off the rim. Renegade's going to be the last alive. Although it looks like Royal 2 is going to be sniffed out here by Renegade. Great awareness from him, but with the way the Royal 2 is playing, it's probably a good idea to back down from that fight. With a damage output. Second to none from this man at the start of the game. Royal 2, though, does end up coming back to bite Renegade and gets that kill.
You feel like Renegade does as much as he can in that situation. Eventually, Royal 2 will actually be sniffed out by Formal, who gets behind him at Gold Stairs, which will actually lead to a very nice bounce back from Optic Gaming. They were trailing 3-1, but they slowed the game down very nicely. Now we're tied up 4-4, and Renegade with the shock in hand. We've been there before. Let's see what this man can do.
See if it's going to be the same story. Headshots galore yesterday. Body shot helps Formal stay alive in this situation. Another beatdown's going to take down the shields, and Renegade will survive through the splash damage. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Optic into a slender 1-kill advantage.
Very important moment there, because time and time again this season, whenever Optic Gaming loses a Slayer, it is often due to early deficits, and that was about to be the case in this game as well. Instead, they stabilize and now have a lead here by 2, still with Shock in hand.
Shopify slowing the game down, making sure that they get presence on the map before they try and make any kind of play. They're going to be aware.
I literally looked away for a second, and Renegade freaking popped someone's head.
Let's see how much Shopify wants to slow this down. Now down by 4. This is enough of a margin where they need to be careful. They're going to continue to try to push the aggression. Cycle's also pushing Glass alongside Last Shot, but they slow that push down. And you can tell Shopify knows they need to be careful here. If they have a few more pushes that continue to fail, this could get out of hand. Optic Gaming is doubling the score of Shopify.
Early lead, still early days. Shopify can absolutely come back. Absolutely.
Turned into a kill for Bound as well. So the teamwork for Optic seems
Oh, but Cycle's goose egging right now.
as the shock rifle will be
Oh, so is Last Shot. He's also goose egging.
Still trying to make Glass happen. Pressure is coming in as they're going to take now a 14-9 lead. Let's get into a listen with Optic Gaming.
Cycle has camo. A Renegade, I would not have pushed that.
3 kills the difference between the two teams. It's Optic who still hold on to that lead though, and Formal having a very, very strong start to this Slayer game type. 6 and 5 at the moment, but taking out the camo in that fight a few moments ago shows the value of the kills he's picking up.
Yeah, really important. We saw earlier not doing so really cost them when Cycle was able to go on a little bit of a spree to get Shopify Rebellion right back in the game, but you know, Optic Gaming knows just how much they need to be prioritizing power-ups and power weapons if they want to take this game. It's just a 2-kill game.
Nice.
Frosty got away with the shock rifle, I believe, so he might have a couple of shots to play with. But Renegade will find that kill, and you know Renegade is going to grab that shock rifle at any opportunity. Royal 2 is trying to play bodyguard, but Renegade's going to pick up the present.
Love that, just tiptoes in, pre-nades, grabs a shock around the corner, has no interest in the pipes battle whatsoever, and I love the discipline from Renegade. Now they're up by 4 once again. Time and time again in the Slayer, Optic Gaming has been tested with Shopify applying really good teamwork and coordination.
Oh, Renegade.
1v1s like that are going to be the difference maker. They continue to lead by 4.
Camo coming up now in 10 seconds or so, so all of the attention for both teams will change towards bottom middle. Bound's going to find 1 kill. Royal 2 take it down to no shields. 2v2 on the map right now. Legend and Renegade versus Cycle and Royal 2. They find a 2v1 scenario, and Legend will escape with the camo for Optic Gaming.
How about that from Renegade? He drops down there on stacks. At the same time, Legend hits a perfect G-slide to grab the camo. Cycle cannot win that 1v2. That's going to be impossible. Amazing movement, timing, and coordination from Optic Gaming. Now with the camo in hand, poised to extend this lead even further.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity. You think about the potential swing of the score, where it is right now in this game. If it goes the way of Optic, you're pretty much closing in on 40 kills with a pretty solid lead, trying to close the game out. You get into the position where you're just thinking trade our kills. Don't give anything away for free. And Legend has that responsibility now. A man who last season was lifting a Halo World Championship trophy would love to do nothing more than do it again this year.
Still just a 4-kill game, so Legend knows his camo doesn't have too much time. Speak of the devil, it's out. Now he has to fight in long haul.
Oh, there's an entire Shopify Rebellion roster to fight against, though. The nades are going to be good, but they're not good enough for him.
Oh, good try on that last nade.
At the end of the camo hold and the end of the camo play, and now just up by 1. Shopify Rebellion are back into this game.
You get the feeling they needed to time that camo a little bit better on the actual camo timing. To lose camo on glass when 3 players are coming long and you're kind of poking long, that's just unlucky timing, or really mistimed, if you will. Still a 3-kill game, though, a 3-kill lead. And
Renegade with the shock again.
Yet again. Has to be headshots at this point in the game. In a grand final after 4 years to get to this moment. The level that these players play at. You know, if you miss a shot, even if it hits the body, there's probably 2 players flying at you, and you're not even going to get the chance to pull the trigger again. And here comes that pressure. Misses the headshot. Now he's got...
No! Oh my God, him and Bound there. That teamwork is perfect.
Shopify put Optic into a 5, make that 6-kill lead.
And then there comes a flood as well. Look at Bound hitting the double G side of the pipes into
This is
Whirlpool to help the
great.
players
A great
out.
rotation out of Renegade. He definitely could have pushed in with his team, but I think relocating here was a good decision.
Amazing pipes control and collapse as well from Optic Gaming to get a sizable lead here in the late game.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Bound, excuse me, finds another one.
Oh! Renegade, you do things to my body. Oh my God. And he's rewarded with the camo. The rich get richer.
It was always going to be Renegade. They have depended on this man to go into Renegade mode. He's doing
MVP.
He's 11,
MVP.
9, and 6. Most assists on the team.
All right, this first
and by far the least deaths in the
grand final series, I'm going to root for Optic just because I want the reset. Ask me who I'm rooting for next series. We'll cross that bridge when we cross it. That knee didn't kill him? What? Oh my God, that was a clean 4 squad wipe.
Optic fans do not celebrate yet. You still have to find 4 kills.
What was just a 46-41 all of a sudden becomes a 3-kill game. 47, that was a very big important kill. Maybe
I knew when Frosty took that challenge, Renegade had it.
The nerves of the green wall.
49-44. They would need a squad wipe.
1v1 here on the sneaky. That might
No trade. There it is. Easy. Easy nade.
Even though it's a scary, scary ending to that game. Optic show the ice required. We are at 1-1 and tied up in our grand finals.
How about Renegade ending that game 14-7 with 9 assists? 50-44 is your final score, and once again, Optic Gaming takes a game type that they were the heavy underdog statistically in terms of 2025 records, and they turn it around. They take the game, and my God, is it ever an important win for Optic Gaming. As we said, instead of trailing by 2 games, we will be all knotted up at 1-1 in your first grand final.
And the value of the Slayer. It's been the story all season for Optic Gaming, and the Slayers, they look like they've just tweaked something. Whether that is saying to Renegade, we need you, or whether it is something different, they are finding a way to win these Slayers. And that's been the difference maker for them in the tournaments where they have struggled, where they haven't had the success. Jeez. But these shots, this run from Renegade, I said he needed to hit heads.
Yeah, he did it.
And I think I was in the comps.
He did it. And then, perfect play. And then he's swinging around, getting a clean stack scrapple on camo, continuing the rotation, staying alive throughout this entire sequence. And you got to think, if we're being honest, that was quite dependent on Renegade. How much did he have to do in the late game? The double kill that was off screen, the pipes hold that was a double kill, winning a 1v1 on glass with the shock. I'm not gonna lie, that was heavily dependent on Renegade doing every single set of those plays for them to win. But when they get the puzzle right, they get it right. Optic Gaming ties the series up here 1-1.
Well, now we move into Strongholds on Live Fire, and we need to talk about the record of Shopify Rebellion here, because it is nothing short of superb. This is at the Halo World Championships 2025, 6-1, just the 1 loss. Optic currently sat at 8-3.
Still a winning record here, of course, for Optic, but as you see on your screen, Shopify Rebellion, 2 strong. Let's look at their last 6 strongholds, specifically against Optic. It's a bit of a one-sided story, Mark.
It certainly is indeed. Very close games, 250 to 246. We saw that one a little bit earlier. That was quite the game, but it went the way of Shopify Rebellion. Charlotte 250 to 44. That one not so close. Salt Lake winning that one. Dallas winning that one. Arlington, you get the picture. They have won their last 6 Strongholds matchups against Optic Gaming. But if we've learned anything in the last few games, the record books don't seem to mean that much. It's all about how you perform here in the Grand Finals.
It really is. We've seen both of these teams, by the way, Shopify and Optic included. Looking at the statistics and the records books for all of Infinite, the 2025 season, as well as Worlds, and just throwing them out the window, right? Performing in ways that we haven't necessarily seen them do so. But as you said, so far, Shopify Rebellion seems to have Optic Gaming's number in Stronghold specifically. They will need to find a way on the side of Optic Gaming to dig deep. Because you saw some of the results, 250 to 44 in some of these games. That was Recharge specifically, so not on live fire. But still, Shopify playing the game clearly at a pace that has often caught Optic Gaming off guard. However, as we've seen this weekend, Optic Gaming seems to be playing on a very different level from where they were in Charlotte.
I think for Optic Gaming, when you're looking at the results and the big game wins and the close wins, like we just saw on Recharge Slayer, my question is who is going to step up alongside Renegade? Because to put the responsibility on his shoulders to do things like we just saw him do, match after match, series after series, it's a big ask of any player on a team. And I'm looking at that man on our screen right now, whose final event this may well be in his illustrious, glittering FPS career. If someone knows how to perform in a grand final, it's that man Formal.
It really is, and we should mention, of course, Formal with one of the lower KDs on the team in the winner's bracket final against Shopify specifically. The story is set up perfectly. To hear him say it just days ago, and you could tell when a guy like this with a career like he's had says, I'm giving you my all. This one might be my last one. And he looked across to his teammates and said, I'm giving you his all. And like Clutch said, the pressure that puts on the rest of the team to also make sure they're supporting him sets up an incredible story here, and also an incredible series, just tied 1-1 heading into game number 3. But I couldn't agree more. There has been a lot of dependence on Renegade on your screen, not just here, but the last few events. And no exaggeration when we say he's been going double positive or more in many games. And while that's fantastic, Optic Gaming will need to be playing together as a team, and every single player doing their part.
I agree with you. I think everyone has to be on their A game. You have to play the best Halo Infinite you have played individually to earn the right to call yourself a world champion. 1-1 in our grand finals between the two teams. Strongholds live fires up next.
Going to be at a blistering pace here between these two. Look at Renegade so far, 1.25 in the series so far, 25 kills on the board, and you know without a doubt he will be adding to that tally in this game number 3. The question is at the end of it, which team will have 250 points on the board as we get ready to lock in for live fire. Game 3 underway.
The go-ahead game in the series, tied up at 1-1, just as we all wanted it. Renegade's going to find one off the rip. He's going to find two off the rip. 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion, and the momentum is strongly in the favor of this man at Optic Gaming.
I mean, how about it? You can't write it. Talking about what he needs to do and what the team needs to do, and off the opening, it's Optic Gaming carrying momentum from game number 2 straight into game number 3. They're scoring with an initial 4 dead off the opening of the match.
2 dead for Shopify as well. Eyes on the camo, as Optic Gaming will be scoring with the BC hold. Looks like Formal's making a play towards that camo, and maybe they're just trying to bait it out at the moment. Keep Shopify away from B. Use it as a way to stop them scoring, essentially, in this situation. Renegade can't find any targets, and Shopify have found 2.
Oh,
Renegade found a target, everyone.
Talk about just having a few frames, if that, to do it, to hit that shot on the quickscope above the railing. 2 dead for Optic, though, means Renegade needs to be very careful with the C pressure as well as the camo pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the camo's still off. Both teams are playing around it at the moment. No one getting baited.
Ah, shit, what I miss?
He turns it tight. Getting the assist for Formal here. Frosty's going to be peeking. Not sure if Frosty did grab that camo or not, but Royal 2
Ooh.
falls victim once again to Formal here.
Does Frosty win this? That would be wild if he does. He gets help in the end. That should be traded out. Even if he had camo, that will be traded out. So in the end, Shopify keeping things interesting and starting to flip C as well.
1v1 for C here. Looks like Cycle's going to at least convert it here for Shopify Rebellion, but Optic elsewhere rotated towards B. Royal 2 is trying to get in a position to stop it being converted, and does exactly that. It's the nade that comes in from Frosty that cleans Optic out of the back of B, and now Shopify Rebellion are holding B and C and will be pretty close to going into a lead here.
What a bounce back and what incredible game management as well. Renegade is not able to grab a ledge. He will fall off. It is a lead change. Shopify, despite being down early and then being in a following 1v4, they find a way and kill 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. They find a way to get right back in. This triple cap was in effect as well. And Shopify just showing you just how fantastic they could look, even when they're playing from a disadvantage, to get control back of the map.
Yeah, how quickly did they get across the map to just get the reset as well. Start split, spawn inbound was all on his own at tower, trying to buy time for a teammate to get into position to put a few shots into the pushing Shopify Rebellion players. Wasn't able to do so. Cycle cleans him out. A very simple kill when you've got those numbers on the map. Renegade gonna
good shots out of Cycle.
Camo, but Cycle will cut him down. A killing spree for him, and Formal has just popped the camo. Cycle can smell him.
Oh, Formal!
Very nicely done by Formal. It took him a second to get there. Let's see if he stays alive with this camo. Should be
Okay, traded, but 3 dead for Shopify.
3 dead now for Shopify. Frosty is going to be your last player alive, so an opportunity for Optic to begin scoring once again.
Sniper rifle coming up as well. Frosty's going to be getting his hands on that one. By the looks of things for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, Frosty.
Is the hold here for Optic, but with shots like that coming out of Frosty and Legend picking up another, both teams are going to have to scrap a little bit before they can get anywhere near converting one of these strongholds.
See what Frosty can do top mid. A lot of pressure coming in. He knows how important it is that he stays alive. And let's see how they play this.
The aggression. Frosty not afraid to peek with his sniper rifle. He wants to take the fight to Optic Gaming. AP still the hold here, by the way, for Optic Gaming. Frosty's going to find an easy cleanup though and move his attention towards converting A. Optic are 3 dead. And Frosty still has 4 bullets to play with.
They know bounds around. They're going to get the reset as well. They're about to trip cap. Let's get into a listen in now with Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, the stick QT.
Well, no surprise to hear the intensity coming in from Shopify Rebellion as they are continuing to strangle Optic Gaming. It's 3 dead again for Optic, and that's been the story for the last 60 seconds or so. Continued scoring, continued pressure, and continued 3 or 4 deads.
How about the unbelievable run from Last Shot there with that QT to hit the stick to the QT to staying alive, getting more damage on Formal. QT's back to get even more damage on Legend. All of that play in back green was what paved the way for this triple cap. They now lead by 100 points here in the game.
Strongholds, we know, especially on live fire, is a game of momentum and big score swings. So for Optic Gaming, it's about getting a foothold and trying to build your way back into this game. But with time starting to disappear in front of them, or points starting to become a premium, and Shopify closing in on a 200-point threshold, Optic have to pick up some kills, and they have to do it soon. But Last Shot with this camo is going to be able to collapse onto these players at back green.
Just taking his time. He's got the help, and he knows it with Frosty as well. So clean, makes it look so easy because the hard work had already been done on the camo grab. By the way, Shopify currently outslaying 40 to 28, and the trip cap still.
It just crossed the 200 mark with a trip cap. That is. That hurts. That hurts if you're Optic.
Last Shot just saw him peeking out for a second.
God, stop the bleeding.
And now Last Shot makes the difficult ones look easy as well. Camo still in effect. Triple cap still in effect as B is finally flipped here by Optic.
This whole time, Last Shot was the last player alive this entire time, and they can't get rid of him.
Okay, good. They're finally scoring again.
Alive. Optic look like they've forgotten about him. A little bit of help coming in.
No, they know he's still there, but they're not going to push him out in the open.
Going to be the hold as Last Shot Ethan as last player alive for so long still trades his life.
4 dead for Optic Gaming, and look how much time it took there. All it took, Last Shot staying alive window is devastating for Optic Gaming. It might not look like it because they're keeping
that was his teammate.
And they're scoring during that, but Last Shot knows if he stays alive long enough to then trade for his teammates and even get extra damage on A bags, it paves the way for the triple cap to continue. C will flip, but not before Cycle continues his dark magic. He will rotate back around once again. 230 points on the board. Cycle is QTing all around the place.
Oh, A just got reset, and they're about to cap C. Even if they don't, they're still scoring. 240. Okay, that play was very, I'll finally admit it, was very Pistola. Like, he stayed alive so long.
Let's see what Last Shot can do here on the push. Just got to convert C here. Formal trying to do what he can, but with 3 in the death screen.
I think it's GG's.
He can't do anything. Shopify Rebellion dominates. Optic Gaming in game number 3. And will now be up 2-1. Dominate is the only word for it. And Optic Gaming tasted an early lead, but that was the only taste they got. Because Shopify Rebellion wastes no time. They get right back in the game, and when they got control, about 100 uncontested points. By the way, your final score, 250 to 88. It was not close. Off of fantastic power-up control from Shopify. Amazing patience, amazing timing. And I think the last 2 plays that we saw, Mark, were such good pieces of evidence for why they're so good. How about Last Shot and Cycle, each staying alive, whether it was the QT, whether it was the camo. They are buying so much time for the rest of Shopify as they push up the map. Here's this QT spree. Look at the damage here. He's gonna QT back even after that and pick up more. Also Cycle working together once again with Last Shot at back green. Time and time again, it's the 2-man pushes that we talked about and have been watching all weekend long, still continuing to succeed for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And if you're wondering how players like Last Shot keep putting up this ridiculous damage differential when we look at the end game stats, it's because of their survivability. They don't go into the death screen, they don't over-challenge something, and they survive 2-3 seconds extra in comparison to a lot of the best players in the world. That is huge when you get into these close games and these close series, because extra 2 or 3 seconds, the help starts to arrive. Your survivability percentage starts to increase, and you can output even more damage. 250 to 88, it was all Shopify Rebellion, and the pressure now is back onto Optic Gaming. And guess what? Next game type, gonna be Oddball. A game type that Optic Gaming knows and loves very well. Let's not forget some of the best Oddball records we've seen in the entirety of Halo Infinite for this team. At one point, 21-1 in the game type for quite some time. And this will be a very welcome placement in the series for Optic fans to see Oddball next up. It's Optic's best game type. When you're looking at the records, it's one that Optic, when you see it in a series, regardless of the map, you're usually thinking Optic have got this one in the bag. The one thing that they can be slightly worried about, though, is Shopify Rebellion, grand record here on Lattice Oddball at Worlds. Got that sent us out eventually. Neither team have lost this, so we're going to have the first loss inflicted in this series. Let's not forget, not just Worlds here on screen. This is actually going to be the entire year because of how new the game type is. They're both 1-0 so far, but specifically the thing we have to highlight, because we have limited data for Lattice Oddball, of course, is their overall Oddball records. Shopify is 15-5, but much more importantly and impressively, Optic Gaming is 23-2 in Oddball on the year. As we said, it is their best game type, and they need to show up here. And the crazy thing is as well, you look at not just the win record, look at the rounds differential. They barely lose a round of the thing. It's not 2-1s, it's not close games, it's Optic dominating this game type. But I think when you're looking at the maps, having this game on Lattice, the newest of the additions to our game type suite, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a little bit closer just because of the experience that both teams have on this map and finding a way to play it successfully. Surprise, surprise. A man we have to look at as well. It's going to be Renegade. Just crazy stats once again here on Oddball. 1.4 KD for this man in this game type, and you can bet that he's a huge reason why this team has been so successful in the game type. 3 dead off the opening, however. Frosty gets the early snipe, and we'll see what Shopify can do with your first hold of the game. Formal going to peek. Frosty going to let him know that he's there with that sniper rifle. Legend also going to take a bullet. Bound. Wow. Wow. Royalty and Frosty, they've been doing it for quite some time together, and Optic at the moment are finding out what it feels like to be in the death screen. They've barely been on the map. Optic outslayed 6-1 off the opening. Formal's the only one with a kill so far. He's going to add another one.
Oh, he lives. Not for long.
So still the only player on Optic with any kills. Usually that's not a big deal, but it is when the other team has already scored 8. Shopify Rebellion now 23 points on the board. And it's Royal too, he's doing a little of the heavy lifting here as Last Shot will connect with the body. More shots go into Legend. 2 shields broken, survivability is there, and you just know when the damage output is coming in from Last Shot. It's not usually too long after that they
turn those damage numbers into kills. Shopify Rebellion, Formal versus Royal 2. Royal 2 still gets out of that by trading with Renegade here. A little bit scrappy though. Shopify Rebellion finally under a bit of pressure, and Optic have picked up a couple of kills.
I was wondering if they might try to play this just because they want a little bit of space. Right now it's a 1v2 on the map for just a second.
Bound's going to grab that oddball, knowing that last shot is last alive. But look at the pressure. How difficult it is, even when you're up shields against a player like last shot. Still manages to take yours down and forces you to drop that ball and take a little second. Optic, though, have picked up the kills. They have cleaned out this side of the map, and by the looks of things, are going to be able to grab some good time here.
Wow, they had to brute force their way in, but did they ever do it? As I said, they were being outslayed 8-1. Now they're just being outslayed by, now they're even. 12 kills apiece. Optic Gaming bounces back. They somehow find a foothold off of repeated pressure in every single angle, and they break the setup, and now we essentially have a tie game here.
Frosty and Renegade are going to trade here. Cycle finds another one onto Bound, so Shopify winning the trade battle, but Legend, just as I say, that makes it 2v2 on the map. 27, 28, and rising points on the board here for Shopify Rebellion, as the last two players for Shopify are going to be now met by the flood from Optic Gaming. Last shot trying to stay alive. Bound will find one. Renegade cleans up the damage. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Another excellent push from Optic means more full time.
Formal might get this as well. Big trade, because that will keep 4 dead and keep the spawn staggered. Optic Gaming will now go into a lead in the round.
Legend in a position to play this ball as well. Up on the snipe bridge at blue. Formal gets the first pick. Frosty flies in. Legend's going to be under pressure pretty soon.
I would play now, Legend. Play now. Nice.
And the play ball will be forced, but at 43-28, they're almost doubling the score now of Shopify Rebellion. And now it comes back to a fight for the kills. Shopify picking up a couple of
Oh!
That reticle was magnetized to heads. Huge, and Legend also spawns behind them, meaning he's gonna buy a little bit of time as well. That double kill was massive in order to keep things close here.
Sniper rifle just popped on the map as well. You have to wonder if both teams are gonna even think about going for that right now, or if it's gonna be a case of just looking for the kills, looking for the oddball. Turning their attention towards the power weapons a little bit later on. Frosty is moving up onto that sniper, and it's going to grab it here for SR.
Another snipe for Frosty. What can he do? Last time we saw this in hand, they extended their lead by quite a bit. He's going to look to do the same again here. He knows.
Looking for the spawner. But the players from Optic Gaming want the fight inside of red, so that means that he gets flooded. Formal's going to grab that snipe. Shopify 3 dead, and Bound with the oddball in his hand.
Early on, by the way, Last Shot was about 7-1. No one else was near 7 kills. If you've seen Last Shot's gameplay when this game type released, when they were scrimming it, he was one of the best players in the game, but they have kept him at bay for the last several minutes of play, and it's a huge piece.
Oh my god! I thought he was going to start wasting ammo when he somehow lives and gets a snipe instead.
Shopify Rebellion are just being reminded of that. A beautiful body shot and an even more impressive headshot from Matthew Piper keeps the scoring going here for Optic Gaming. 66 points and rising. Shopify got to be careful here, or this round could be done.
Yeah, now with 30 points to go, let's get to a quick listen here with Optic Gaming.
He's going. Cyber. He's going back. I think there's 20 behind you guys. That'll be all red. There's at least 3 in red. I'm pretty sure 120 behind us. Watch this ball. I'm here. Where are you ball? He's weak. Nice. One behind us, behind us, man. Up red. Up red, cat weak. He's front. He's on you, Sabri. On you, front, Sabri.
Back me. I'm looking at
box. I'm looking for red box. Watch out. Red box. Watch out. 2 dead.
One shot back red, Frosty, absolute. Back ball, 1 shot. 2 on ball, last 2. 1 shot, absolute back red.
Where's the other kid? For sure. A box.
Towards Ziggy.
Weak circle. 1 shot.
Drop him bottom mid.
He's right back weak. A lot of damage. 30. Red box. One shot red fight.
Box weak, left.
There's a lot here. Siggy mount. Siggy, kill me. One shot box above you. Man. He's challenging you.
So Al, they're listening back into the game. 72 points on the board still for Optic Gaming, but Shopify are starting to rally a little bit here. They've picked up some ball time recently, and Frosty is going to continue that.
Formal, by the way, 15-7. We talked about how he said himself that he would be the one to step up for this team and bring his Sunday best to Championship Sunday at 15-8. He has been a huge piece of why they lead, but as you say, Shopify has brought this back to dangerously close levels.
Shopify playing very close together at the moment, making sure they can bait and switch and be frustrating every time you think you've got an individual fight. Another Shopify Rebellion player is going to pop out from behind cover, having got their shields back and contribute to Optic Gaming members falling. Shopify still with his ball in the hands, and I tell you what, with Frosty hitting that shot, taking the sniper rifle out of the hands of Legend, we might be about to see a lead change. Shopify go into a lead here, 76 points and rising, and Optic, they've got to be the careful ones now.
Also, I think they have QT as well, which could be devastating. We've seen what this team can do with QT in hand. 85 points on the board and 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
All dead. Oh, they got one push. And they don't even have the full team to push. That's the round. I'm gonna say that's the round.
As Shopify Rebellion will strike first here. 1-0 as we head into round 2.
Let's not forget it was 67-31 in favor of Optic Gaming. They blow a 30-point lead. They're off of very good pushes from Shopify. And as you said, it's once again about the team composition and map movement coming in from Shopify. As you said, so difficult to play against the ability for these players to turn what is a 1v1 into a 2v1 time and time again. Also, by the way, off-screen, Royal 2 did have that QT to just cause absolute chaos to close out the round. And Optic Gaming knows what needs to be done here. They're down 1-0.
Interesting to see that Optic got most of their time over at blue as well. As soon as that ball transitioned over to red and in and around ice, Shopify Rebellion just seemed to have the better of them. Whether that was just a little bit of knowledge of spawn control, the ability to bait and switch, whatever it was, or just keeping that ball on the map, Shopify had great control. Where's that ball right now for Shopify? It's in their hands and it's back at red.
3 dead yet again. Found is in trouble. He's got a lot of angles here. And even though he had a really nice isolation on that 1v1, Royal 2 just QTs out, lets the damage do the talking. And I tell you what, I couldn't agree more. You have to wonder if Optic Gaming is going to really try to force that ball away. Back to the bridge holes if they can.
Oh, return to sender.
Royal 2, that will keep 2 dead for Optic, but killing spree, double kill as well. He's just doing a whole lap of the map.
He certainly is, and Formal might be next if he's not careful. Royal 2 wants this 3rd kill. He's not going to get it because last shot beats it to the punch, but 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. Bound versus Royal 2. It might become a 2v1 very soon, but oh man, Royal 2!
That repulse is just insane.
Number 1, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. You don't want Royal 2 behind you in the back.
Triple
kill on the other side of the map for last shot as well. I didn't even think there were that many players remaining on the map.
Pound is last alive, or should I say first spawner, and almost first victim here.
Oh, killing frenzy!
Over a frenzy for last shot. 10 without response.
What did we say? What did we say? When last shot is kept at bay, you might have a chance. If you let last shot do this thing, 21-12 with a frenzy, they're going to be leading 80-0 against you. This one could be over in a moment.
We're going to have to rewrite the record books in a few moments' time, because Optic and Oddball has been W all season long, but Shopify Rebellion have come to play. 85 points on the board.
Oh my god. Sniping people with the commando across the map.
It looks like Optic Gaming will get a point on the board in this round number 2. But boy, have they got some work to do.
Royal 2 and last shot, 22 and 13 right now.
He is having an absolute field.
Renegade's got this. Yep.
He goes up against his 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Again, Renegade, the savior for Optic in that moment.
All dead. Okay. Optic can breathe for a second.
For Optic Gaming after being on the receiving end of an absolute slaughtering, an 85-point run, and as we said, a frenzy as well to start a round of.
If Optic win this round, holy shit, will that momentum be huge for them? Huge.
They're scoring yet again, and they've got 24 points on the board.
And we said, what do you need to do if you're Optic to stay close to Shopify Rebellion to win games? You have to match up the Slays. Well, Bound and Legend.
Oh, that QT was sick.
19 for Bound, 10 and 21 for Legend. You are not going to have the space required to have success if those are the kind of numbers we're going to be talking about.
And as you say, compare that to the numbers you're seeing on Shopify Rebellion. Two very different stories, but somehow Optic Gaming has gotten back in this game.
Come on, Renegade. No beatdown for Renegade.
But it costs him because Royal 2 stays alive.
Bound's last one alive.
This is going to be it. 3 dead for Optic.
That's it.
A couple of God nades
That's
find their way
game.
to the feet and the body of Frosty. We are talking about Shopify Rebellion being up 3-1 in your.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
And now they find themselves one map away.
How about that as a statement? To take down Optic Gaming, who, as we said,
That is such a cool outfit.
But to do it with just stone cold faces. There's no emotion on the side of Shopify because the job is not done. You can tell, as we said, these guys came here for not only one reason, but this roster was assembled for one reason. Just like the team on the other side of the stage, it was all about taking home the final Halo Infinite World Championship trophy. And now they find themselves just one game away from doing just that.
The stats speak for themselves, really. Last shot, 25 and 16. 13 assists, leading his team for assists as well. Royal 2, 24 and 15. On the other side of things, Legend abound with one to forget.
Big Dammy, of course, coming out last shot just shy of 7K damage. And it's just like we've said, anyone who's watched that man's POV, he knows something about the timing and the speed and the rotations on Lattice that clearly other players cannot keep up with. And of course, the entire Shopify roster supports him so well in that. But you can absolutely time to a T what Last Shot is doing on the map and who was leading in every round of that game. Early on, Last Shot, as we said, was 8-1. When he got slowed down, Optic Gaming was winning. As soon as he comes back in, and obviously when he gets a frenzy, it's completely over. I mean, how often do you see that in a game type like Oddball? You shouldn't even really ever be getting frenzies. And on Lattice? Yeah, come on, think about the amount of angles that the opponent is gonna have against you off the spawn. The amount of times they'll have to push you. It is unbelievable to get a frenzy specifically on that map and game type because of the demands
oh
and the speed
shit,
of
Slayer Origin.
They are doing just that.
Oh
Shopify
shit.
Rebellion leads 3-1. Next up, Origin Slayer.
About Slayer once more. Optic have stayed in series this event through Slayer. Can they do it once more and send us a little bit further into this best of 7? One thing they have to be slightly concerned about is there's a gentleman on the other side of the stage whose name's Frosty, who we've kindly called the Oracle of Origin. This man knows every angle, every nook, every cranny, every LOS, and how to hit every single snipe shot that is available on this map. So Optic are going to have to pull something out of the bag here if they want to keep this series going.
Talking about Frosty, the man you just mentioned. Smile on his face, and for good reason. 2016 Halo World Championship win with CLG, a 2017 win with Optic, and how about a 2023 win with FaZe, now on Shopify Rebellion. If there's one man in the Halo Championship Series who knows how to find a World Championship win and hoist that very trophy, it is Frosty, and how fitting that he now has the opportunity on the map, as you say, that has become his namesake, the Oracle of Origin, an opportunity to take home that trophy yet again.
Or is this going to be the final chapter of Halo Infinite and the final chapter of our grand finals here at the Halo World
Come on, Optic, dig deep.
Do Optic still have something to say here? Can Optic still summon up something special and keep this series going? They're going to need every single member of the Green Wall to do so as we head into Slayer Origin.
And let's not forget, 2 players on this Optic Gaming roster are defending world champions. They still hold that title after their win last season. And they're gonna need to find something special to stay alive in this. Optic Gaming will need to win the next 3 games to force us to a second best of 7. Most importantly, 1 game at a time, they need to win here.
First pick's gonna help. Renegade's gonna get it. Almost immediately traded out though. Cycle flies in with these rockets, doesn't really connect with too much. Formal actually gets a trade in that situation. Legend versus Royal 2. Bound's gonna get the kill, and Royal 2 with no shields has to scarper away, but 3-3. The game is essentially has nothing between the 2 teams. Bound with the pick though is gonna give Optic a slender advantage and maybe access to this snipe side where that all-important sniper rifle finds itself.
That is what we need to see from
Yes!
by the way.
Let's go, Legend.
G-side across grass, he walks in and gets a single-handed double kill, especially after a flatter game in that game number 4.
Oh, that didn't look like a headshot, but I'll take it.
Legend, where it's those 2 players who have stepped up here at the start of this. For Optic Gaming, headshots coming in from Legend. Big double kills coming in from Bound. This is what Optic need.
You wonder, what did that game do to these 2 players as they're now starting to take the game in their hands? They lead 8-4, but Shopify throwing a few important kills, but Legend not missing. Finally taken down here. In the end, the sniper will run out, but not before Optic stays in the lead here at 9-7.
9-7, but they did have that sniper rifle, and the fact that Shopify have kept it close has to be a little bit of a concern. Usually, it's a big swing factor in this game type that we have in front of us. So by keeping it close, Shopify, now that the power weapons are out of the hands of Optic, Starting to bring this one back. 10-10 now as Frosty wins his fight against Legend.
Really nicely done as well, and doesn't trade in the end, even though Formal had an angle. He makes sure to angle himself away. It's 3 dead for Optic. And just
Oh my god, 3 just dropped for Optic. What?
Frosty knows where the spawns are coming in as well, and what was just an 8-4 lead for Optic Gaming has been reduced to a 3-kill deficit.
And Formal literally and figuratively in that situation with his back against the wall. Survived long enough though for Bound to come on the flank and try and pick up some.
Oh my god. Don't do that to me, YouTube.
He gets cut down at the pass, and it's 16-11 for Shopify Rebellion now. 17-11. They are just finding the gas when they need it. Last shot with another kill. It's 18-11 now.
The gaming needs to stabilize. They need to find a foothold, maybe get just a little bit of damage and a pick. But right now they're keeping them on split spawns, and Shopify is playing this game perfectly as they take the lead by 7.
There we go, running it with the Rockets.
Maybe that's going to be a way back into the game here for Optic Gaming. But Cycle wins his fight against Legend, which makes this a little bit more difficult.
Oh, and he has to use that rocket. That's...
With the power weapon is a trade. Optic find themselves 3 dead again, and Cycle finds a rocket to play with as well.
Oh, and gets the free damage as well with the re-peek. And he knows there's going to be more company up top.
Legend slides away, but he's not going to get away. It's 2 dead again for Optic. This is getting out of hand very, very quickly. Optic need this sniper rifle. If they don't, this could be curtains for them.
We got to do it 26-16. It's the mid game, but they have a 10-kill lead. Let's get to a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Oh. Oh, I like this play. Oh! Yeah, wasting that sniper ammo to really deny Optic being able to come back in this game. And it doesn't even matter if Frosty's missing these shots. It's like wasting this ammo is like, at this point, a real big like dagger in the side of Optic. Oh my god, a 15-kill lead.
Cycle and Shopify are taking Optic Gaming apart. And interesting to see, they were like, we're winning the game without a sniper rifle. Even though we've got it, let's just burn the ammo. Let's keep this momentum going.
Absolutely, it's been an amazing game.
Cycle! Killing spree, double kill for
I-
Cycle as well on the home stretch.
I've seen enough. Triple kill. Oh, give him the over. Oh.
Quite do it, Renegade gets the kill, but the damage surely has been done. Cycle. Questions about if he can perform on the biggest stage. He's won that major. He's won another major.
I thought I heard in the crowd the start of the song. Hey, hey, goodbye.
And this could be a home stretch victory lap for Shopify Rebellion, leading 44.
They almost have a 20-kill lead.
To do at this point is finish this fight. 6 kills required. There's one of them. Cycle again.
It's gonna be a steak dinner. It's gonna be a steak-tacular.
4, by the way. As Shopify only need 4.
Unreal stats from this young man. And you saw him years ago with one of the most historic and meteoric rises for a young gun in the Halo Championship Series, and he's now 4 kills away. Alongside last shot from hoisting the trophy, 46-27 here.
Yeah, I hear the song. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
They have run over Optic Gaming in this game.
Just one more.
Kill to go. The only question is who wants it? Last shot is the man. And your 2025 Halo World Champions will be Shopify.
What?
Rebellion.
An amazing storyline for the history of Halo Infinite. 4 different world champions: Optic, FaZe, Space Station Gaming, and now Shopify Rebellion.
And as we said, to do it the way that they did, to have to fight all year long.
And the only
Lose the first event.
people on this stage who have not won a ring at all is Cycle and Last Shot. And what a way to end this era them finally getting a ring. And now Royal 2 has 4. You saw him holding up that 4.
Slow and steady has won the race.
Last shot, Psycho, you are world champions now. Congratulations.
Giving them their first ever Halo World Championship trophy. And to do it the way they did it, series in, series out. Looking better and better as the year went on, and to become a formidable, unstoppable force for your very last Halo World Championship for Halo Infinite. What a performance from them.
Yeah, unbelievable. I think anyone who's watched the last couple of events would, it's difficult to argue, right? The performance that they have put on has been nothing short of exceptional. Shopify Rebellion are your world champions and deserved world champions. Andy, got to say, it's been an emotional weekend. It's been an incredible 4 years of action. Anything you want to say very quickly before we hear from our champs?
I think, no, just, thank you to everyone. As you say, it's been historic and fantastic, and I think we got to hear from the champs indeed.
We certainly do indeed. So let's send it down to our main stage. Blaze, let's hear from our Halo World Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you your 2025 World Champions, Shopify Rebellion. And what a win it was. I saw you backstage, Frosty, and I said, what number would this be when it comes down to World Championships? And you said, Blaze, I'm here to just get a job done. I'm here to work. It ain't over yet. But this is his 4th World Championship, everybody. How does that feel for you, Brad?
I mean, it feels great. This is everything that we set out to do this year, and I'm glad we were able to do it.
You guys got it done for real, man. It was a flawless performance, a 3-peat to end the season. How proud are you of this squad for you guys to go through so much adversity and to be able to end the season in the way that you did?
Yeah, I mean, I love these guys. I'm super proud of them. I feel like we just grinded the whole year, and that's why we were able to close out these last 3 events. So I'm just super happy for these guys.
There you go, man. Make some noise for Frosty, everybody. Now, hand the mic on over to Last Shot. Can we get loud for Last Shot?
Let's go, Last Shot. He follows me on Twitter.
I want to say your 10th event, you become a Halo World Champion. How does that feel, Wyatt?
I'm just speechless right now, man. We all set out to win the World Championship this year. That was one of our goals, and we achieved it.
You guys definitely did achieve it, man. You know, throughout the whole weekend, you have just been locked in, laser focused. But I know this one means a lot to you, man. Any shout-outs you want to give out there?
I want to shout out my family. They're somewhere out there in the crowd. My girlfriend, my mom, my sister, everybody watching back home. I couldn't do it without them. Love y'all.
Now, I need to head on over here between these two super slayers, all right? Can we get some love for Royal 4 rings out there? You know, you just rebranded to Royal 3 rings, okay, not too long ago, but now you got your 4th. How does this one feel?
It just feels like every other one, honestly. It feels amazing. Shout out to my teammates. I just want to keep going for the next one.
Want to keep going for the next one, man. And you've held a lot of these, okay? Any love you want to give to the fans that's been supporting you out throughout all these journeys, all these grand finals, and these big moments?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to everyone in the crowd. I know we can hear you guys while we're playing. You guys are amazing. I see so many heads in here. This is the biggest tournament I've ever been to. And yeah, I'm just filled with so much joy, and I appreciate everyone being in here supporting, seriously.
Give yourself a round of applause, everybody, because you look good out there. Can we show some love to the MVP of the season? Psycho, you used to dream of times like this, and now you are a Halo World Champion. I know that feels amazing. What's going on through your head right now?
It's just, the emotions, I can't describe them, honestly. There's no place I'd rather be than right now, and it's just a dream come true, so.
It really is a dream come true. Any shout-outs you want to give to the people that's been supporting you out there to get into this moment?
Definitely want to shout out the Shopify Rebellion fans and the org. I appreciate you guys. You know, wouldn't be possible without you guys.
Pass the mic on over to your coach, Best Man, and slide on down here for a little bit, okay? Best Man, yo, can we get some love for the best coach out there? You know, we have been a fan for you since Halo 2, Halo 1, all the years in which you've been playing, and now you are a world champion up here with this squad. Talk to me about how does this moment feel for you and what this team has been through.
Yeah, it feels great. You know, in the offseason, we set out to get our, 2 young guns in Cycle and Last Shot, and to, round it out with the veterans of Frosty and Royal 2. I just want to shout out Royal 2. I think he's arguably the greatest Halo player of all time. When you look at his longevity, look at his stats, look at how many wins he has, you got to put him up there. So I know he was humble, but I got to give him his props.
Definitely got to give him his props and his flowers, everybody, okay? He's been sniping everybody on this main stage for many years. Now, what do you want to say to this awesome fan base at home, in the venue, everybody that's on their feet who was here cheering for you guys as you got this victory?
Yeah, it was great. We definitely saw the fans increase over the years since I've been on the org. And to cap off this season with all these people here, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen in Halo. So yeah, it's awesome. I appreciate Shopify, the greatest org of all time, all our great fans, all our spouses, everyone that helped support us.
To everyone that has helped support this team, Royal 2, what you got to say, man?
I just want to also give a special shout out to Shopify. I know me and Frosty, we didn't have a home at the last season. And they took us in, these guys. So I just want to give a special shout out to Shopify, seriously. They've been an amazing org, I think. They've done so much for Halo. And to bring us into this team and be able to perform like this, I just give it all to them, seriously.
Gotta show some love to Shopify Rebellion. Now you guys stand in front of the stage one more time and hoist that trophy as the 2025 Halo World Champions, Shopify Rebellion.
Your final Halo Infinite World Champions, Shopify Rebellion. They get it done. The perfect. It was exactly what they needed. Across that main stage, they really have been nothing shy of perfection. And as we're looking at that trophy getting thrown around here in celebration, it truly is that. I mean, with every single person in this venue supporting their teams, no matter who you are here for, being gathered together is what it is all about, and celebrating the very, very good teams that we have, of course, in all of the world here for Halo Infinite. But of course, there was none other like Shopify Rebellion Clutch. Thoughts coming out of that grand final where Shopify just had their number over and over again.
I mean, to do that against a team like Optic, to be that special, that dominant, that will ring in my memory for the rest of my life. That was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen in a grand final against what I would consider is such a strong team. And I'm just thinking of the pathways on how we got here. Royal 2 even mentioned it. He was doubted. He was dropped for the first time left. And for him to rebound the way he did and play lights out at this World Championship, that's everything for me to see. And Frosty, I mean, I go way back with Frosty as well. I couldn't have more love for that guy, and his gameplay was so impressive. His leadership for these young guns, Cycle and Last Shot, to lead them throughout this season, to set the tone for these guys. I mean, it just shows you he is capable of anything. And for Last Shot and Cycle, it is just an incredible achievement. The individual play, I was not familiar with your game, but now I am.
I certainly am indeed too. I don't like getting personal on the desk very much, but I will say, Royal 2, Frosty, they have a special place in my heart due to the history that they have had, especially in my household. 2 very good friends of mine. Watching them kind of have no place to go, as they alluded to in their interview, and to see them come and do this in their season and being that team to beat, it's been so special. And I think as a broadcaster, Tony, storylines mean everything to us, and what a story Rebellion have told. And being able to bring Last Shot and Cycle up into the mix, it's been incredible to watch, and obviously history making.
This is the kind of moment that players dream about their entire careers, and it shows the love to Royal 2 and Frosty. Well, I have a special place in my heart for Psycho and Last Shot. I talk about it all the time. When I first started casting, I was casting Last Shot in SWAT tournaments. Psycho was carrying me in matchmaking to Halo 5 when he was barely in high school. It's not easy. So thank you, Psycho. But there's just a special place in my heart for these boys, because as I've grown in my career, I've watched them become the grown men in front of me right now, and I am so proud of them. Their first world championship, and they really have etched their name in Halo's legacy.
it really is a legacy set. And you know, you heard from Cycle on the desk when we gave him MVP of this season. I said, what are your goals? And he said, well, it's to get an MVP and it's to win championships and win worlds. And I said, well, you've got a very, very good chance of doing that. And look at that, goals set, goals obtained. It's incredibly special. We're looking right now at the elimination bracket, and we of course have to give our commiserations to Optic Gaming, who fought so hard. Second place they will take home with Rebellion at first, and the prize pool, it really is just a wonderful kind of situation for a lot of these players who put in blood, sweat and tears across this season. So a very handsome
typo.
share there for
Halo
Rebellion. I mean, Clutch,
World
Championship. Take away from them. Obviously, they're going to be incredibly disappointed. I think second place kind of sometimes can sting a little bit more than others, being so close yet so far from victory, and it being the last one. What do you want to say to Optic Gaming with how they fought, especially this season? It really was a tale of two halves for them.
Yeah, I think of the time that I got second at a championship, and it was by far the hardest I ever took a loss, and I'm sure that this is going to weigh heavy on these guys, but I hope that they're able to look back on all of Halo Infinite and understand how much impact they had on the scene, how special of players they were. And it just wasn't your day. This was all Shopify's day. It was always Shopify's day. The dominance of the grand finals, I think, is something that they can look back on and just say they had our number that day. And I think that's okay. If it was a much closer series where you lost and individual decisions and shots mattered, I think it would be a lot harder to
Hello?
hope that they're not too upset, because I love the guys. We love those guys. They did so much for Halo Infinite, and I can't wait to see what they do with the rest of their careers.
100%. They're so incredibly talented, and there's honestly just so much more to come for them, of course, as we continue their careers on. And here's our KD leaderboard. Tony, looking upon this, it really was littered with Shopify, Rebellion, and Renegade being right back at the top time and time again. But here we have Royal 2, Cycle coming in just below him. Renegade still on the board, of course, rightfully so. Sab from Cloud9. We've actually seen Sab on a couple of KD leaderboards at the end of a Sunday, but also suppressed up there too. I think it just shows you the way that KD leaderboards shift, Tony, that you are just getting better competition. It is a brawl out there. The fact that we're seeing KD's kind of suffer a little bit here and chip and change, it just shows you how great the Halo gameplay is and how competitive.
And I'm so happy we're talking about Royal 2's name again here. I call it the Royal 2 effect all year long, where he's been so great for so long. It feels like we haven't been talking about him enough. Now, top of the KD leaderboard in the tournament that matters most. What a huge performance for him and Shopify Rebellion.
What a huge performance from every single team that came our way here in Seattle. It always is. It's an absolute honor to watch them do what they do. As we bring our family onto the desk, it's lovely to have you lads joining us, of course.
Oh, look at everyone.
I have to come across my wonderful analysts and ask them their final
Let me get the
thoughts
fuck out of the way.
out here. For the last time, Clutch, what are your closing thoughts as we bring this one to an end?
Thought you were going to make Tony go first. Oh, man. All right, here we go. Man, Halo Infinite, you changed my life. I moved away from home for a job at Halo Studios, helped create it, helped develop it, and to be able to provide this dream, to sell this dream to the players and what they gave back to the community, the action, the tournaments, the series that are unforgettable. It's such a special time period of my life. I've got family around me now. They were once colleagues, became friends. I consider these people family, so I couldn't be more grateful for the window of time Halo Infinite gave us, and I hope that everyone has something in that similarity to be able to share.
Love to hear that, Clutch. Thank you so much, Tony. Oh yeah, go on, give it up for Clutch, guys. There we go. Best in the business, guys. Vote Clutch for Esports Awards, please.
Please.
Tony, what about you, sir?
Yeah, you know, I'm right there with Wes. Halo Infinite truly changed my life as well. You know, when I first started casting, it was, you know, for a couple buddies' minds at 8's lobbies. We were just out there having fun, and little did I know that I would be on the stage here, and I never would have imagined it. And so yeah, you know, honestly, thank you to the Halo community. Thank you to the
man.
Oh, Tony, we love you, brother. We love you.
And thank you to the friends we all made along the way, the competitors, the fans. You guys are absolutely amazing. And thank you, Halo.
Let's go, Halo!
Thank you.
No, not time to lag.
All right, well, I guess it is my turn. I'm gonna have to lock in pretty hard, just as hard as the players maybe on that main stage for a second. So I have a lot of thank yous to go out, so bear with me. I guess I will start with you guys, the fans. Thank you so much for your ongoing support across 4 years of Halo Infinite. It has been unbelievable. You truly are that 5th man on the stage with those guys, because the cheering, the tears, the screams, it means everything to them. You keep them going when they need strength. You allow them to push through situations that is so unbelievably hard. We see reverse sweeps, and I truly believe it's often because they're digging deep to make sure they don't let you guys down. And that also goes for you guys at home, because we see you know, being there for all the fans, tweeting, the likes, everything, the support that you show them when they might not just hit it. They might not hit the mark. They might not get the win. It means so much that you consistently support them no matter what through the ups and downs. So thank you so much for all your consistent support. Next, I would like to thank the players. These players have put on one hell of a show across all 4 years. It's only got better, and they have been the superstars of this show. We wouldn't be doing this without them.
No chance.
They surprise me in every single series. Just when I think it can't get any better, they put on the most unbelievable performances that truly just blow my mind, where it makes me want to throw my laptop behind me and just erase all my notes that I've made this season. Because they are capable of such greatness. And players, thank you so much, because it makes our job incredibly entertaining. I'll tell you that much. And you make us a better version of ourselves. I would like to also thank the production crew, the very quiet, humble, hard-working crew that you don't see. You have no idea how much work and dedication and time and effort and honestly physical labor they put into putting on these shows all year long. And for 4 years doing it consistently and trying to basically outshine each and every one along the way. You guys are that incredible comfort for us up here to do what we do when we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much, and a big shout out to my amazing, badass female producer, Christelle, because you are one of the very best, and you mean a lot to me, so thank you. HCS and Halo, this is a very easy thank you, because this game exists because of you. This esport exists because of you. So thank you so much for not only putting on events like this time and time again, but trusting us with your game and your esport in our hands to deliver what you want and what want to get across the screen, and to also trust us with the players on the main stage too. It means an awful lot that we get to be here time and time again. So thank you so much for creating the game that we love and the esport that we're so passionate about. We really appreciate it. Now this one's gonna be hard, because now it's your turn. My talent team. Oh, boy. We're gonna need to take a beat, hold on. Come on, lock in. You're married to one that literally is a robot. You boys are so special. You're the narrators of every single piece of gameplay. You are the experts, you are storytellers. Your tones, the way that you manage to get things across the table to our viewers, it is so incredibly special. It would not be the same without you. You are such an integral part to the competition. Yes, the players are amazing, they put on a show, but that show is elevated because of your voices and because of what you bring to the table. Un memento, please. These Seattle halls will forever ring with your voices. Forever. It is a legacy. It is history. You will always, in my eyes, be the absolute greatest. Gotta breathe. And I could not do what I do without you, so thank you.
Right back at you.
Am I gonna relock in? Okay. So, as my family and I are so proudly saying goodbye here today, I'd like to say my last line that I always say at the end of a broadcast, and well, that will do it from us on the desk for the last time. And I hope you've enjoyed every single piece of action, broadcast show across these 4 years, because we certainly have, and I know that much. And I know it feels like goodbye, but it isn't goodbye. This is a see you soon. Because Halo is a story. It's a book, if you will, and it's full of chapters. And in order to read all the chapters, you have to close one. And in order to open a new one, it's so important to say goodbye, to get the very best out of what is coming next. And that, my friends, has been your Halo Infinite.
And that's it. That's all she wrote. Probably just talking to myself at this point. But I guess I'll say a few words to myself. Halo Infinite. Man. Brought me back into competitive Halo. I loved the MLG era so much, and then, you know, starting with Reach and onward, it started to die down, and at one point I thought, I don't know, I was done with the scene. Just because it didn't interest me anymore. Then Halo Infinite came back, and these events are in many ways more than what I had ever wanted as a young teen watching the MLG era. And I got to meet so many heroes, and not just heroes, but just members of the community that are genuinely good people. And I know there's a lot of shitters out there, but for every shitter, there's a genuinely good, kind-hearted person. And for the better part of my 20s, like, Halo, HCS, Infinite has given me a little bit of a direction in my life, so I have a lot to be grateful. And like Lottie said, this isn't goodbye, this is see you soon. But this era is over. But I can't wait for the next one. So thank you, HCS. Thank you, Halo Infinite. Thank you, Halo. Halo Studios, 343 Industries, Bungie. Shout out my very first friend, Ben, for showing me Halo in his basement when we were kids. And I just falling in love with the Halo CE campaign. That definitely had butterfly effects on my life. So, thank you again for everything. And see you in the next era.